There we go. Hi everybody. Welcome in. We definitely aren't starting a little bit late, even though I promised that we wouldn't this time. It's a lot. You guys will see. Anyways, hi everybody. Congrats on your first fishy, and also congrats on your second and third Pika. Don't worry about it. In the future, ideally don't redeem multiple, but it's exciting today. Because it's time for the finale. It's time for the All-Stars. Also, hi Mint. Hold on, who else is here? Let me go through it real quick. Hi Trevor. Hi Alexi. Winner. You know what? The real winners are the ones who didn't die, so that's something. Also, yeah, Mint. Honestly, I am thinking about like going back to school. So who knows? I've been having a bit of a spiral. I think that this has really stressed me out a lot, and I kind of went through it last night, but it's okay. I'm better now. I also have alcohol. That might help. Yes, hi Loony. It's time. Hi Bo. Oh my god, there's so many people. Hypophilia. Hi Rain. What else is here? Nyantsume. Rip Henrik, so true. Also, hi Felix. Also, yeah, if anyone would like to see the trailer in the future, it is going to stay on the VoD's channel. It's in the playlist that's in the pinned comment if you'd like to check that out, or check out any of the other streams of this so far. Also, yes, if you would like to figure out what anyone's credits are or anything like that, you can just put exclamation point their name. It'll all be in there. I was thinking, Rain, I'm glad you like the executions. Yes, we're gonna have Fossil again. There's so many people. For the dogs, that's my favorite. Hell yeah. Yeah, every one of these was supposed to start at 5 p.m. and it was too much. There isn't one for me, unfortunately, because I forgot to set mine up. I need to do that. Okay, well that's mean. It's true, but it's mean. I'll say, okay, so will the first row survive this time? Who knows? There are no dog boys in the top row. There's all kinds of stuff going on. Fubuki and Rain to become winners. Interesting things. Okay, so does anyone have any predictions? Anyone who thinks that they are or are not going to make it through? Also, you'll note that I did go and find more music, so we're not just listening to the same track for each bit. Put in a little bit of effort for this one, as opposed to the others, which had no interest. I think I won't make it. We'll see. Nyantsume is a mastermind. I mean, I told you guys the end, it wasn't last night, I guess, the day before when we did the last one of these, that there are some rule changes, which we will figure out as we go. Me as the first. Why would I ever set up a simulation where I'm the first victim? Also, hi Uber Raccoon, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. We'll give it another minute or so for people to join up. I'm very excited. This one, okay. I'm also very excited for this to be done because once it's over, I can explain myself. I can talk about a lot of the things where I was like, here's my logic for this thing or that thing. But really quickly, let me just tell you about how many files exist as part of the Virtual Killing Academy stuff. There's a lot. Eating a cake. You're welcome, Rain. First ever stream. Hell yeah. I'm glad you're able to make it. Also, hi Helicopter. Editing timeline. That was nothing. So there are 22.8 gigabytes worth of files for this. Most of those are PNGs. Like, try and guess how many there are. Yeah, oh yeah, Rain. You did not. Yeah, the end of your chapter was an interesting one. You guys had to play Russian roulette, and you shot Shotaro in the face. And everyone was like, hey buddy, that's not how that works actually. Rain's got who doesn't have a big target on their back at this point though? Everyone's a survivor. Everyone's made it the distance. Yeah, so I think what we'll do to start this off is like a little bit of a recap to kind of like explain what all happened here. Misunderstanding those rules. No, that was there was no misunderstanding. Okay, so actually let me just put this like as a note. We'll do a recap starting at this point. So just to kind of recap what happened in the previous rounds. In the Fall of Hope, we went for 5 chapters. We had Squidgy kill Henrik in the first round. We had Death Muffin kill Leo Valorine and Princess Yuki in the second. Third round was Tarth killing Luciano Lunez and Daz Dynastis. Fourth was Felix Santos killing Apollo, Project Apollo. And the fifth and final chapter was Reverie killing Mo and Joffy. So our survivors from the first round, Shotaro, not Shotaro. Shoutarou. Yeah, so we'll get to yours, don't worry, Rain. So that was the first round, and our survivors from that group are Nyantsume, Camelliaah, Fubuki, Papo, Cottony, who did I miss? Wait. Nyantsume, Jaewon. Nyantsume, Jaewon, Camelliaah, Fubuki, Papo, and Cottony. For the second round, Frozen Frenzy, we had our first death was Mei killing Vike. What happened second? Hold on, shit. Second death was Ryoku killed by Mint. Third was Tenchi and Bonnie killed by Korido. Fourth was who came after that one? I have to actually check my notes. This has been a lot. Yes, but I think that was a later chapter. Wait, no, was it? Hold on. I'm getting confused. There's been a lot. Fourth was Arya and Tet, yeah. That one's still really funny to me. Yeah. Tet was sampling the wares of the lodge for that one. Right, yeah, you're right, man. And then Arya found out, put Tet into a wood chipper, and then jumped off a building. It was a lot. And it was Brielle who was held responsible for that one. Maybe in a bit of a roundabout way, but still. Then the fifth was Sylvie, who died after Zavi sat on his face. And then Sylvie watched that on stream, which was a lot. And so our survivors from that group, from Frozen Frenzy, were Julien, Ryza, or Julien C. Vallentine, I guess, or Captain Ryza. Sorry, I'm trying to say like the full names, but I'm bad at it. Loony Frinkelboom, Hikaru Hayashi, Puffy, and Fossil. No, Zabi sat on Sylvie's face, breaking his mask into his eyes, leaving him blinded and eventually frozen out in the cold. Yes, so for our final group, Despair Downpour. You guys were stuck in a mansion, sort of like Clue vibes type thing. The first kill was Zabi killing Lunex. Second, I feel like the first group I remember the best because they were the first ones we did. A lot of the last like week or so was kind of a blackout. Hold on. Let me get my details right. Also, keep in mind, every one of these documents is about 12 to 16K. Actually, wait, how many are in this last one? Word counter. Let me see. For the final group, I have 17,000 words written. So that was a lot. Right, yeah, so first round, Demi killed Lunex. Second round, Draco killed Jinx. Yeah, Demi did the don't be suspicious stance. Third round was Kumiho killing Althemia and Kiefer. Fourth round was Baji killing Scully and Zafira. Fifth round was Bo killing Krim. And then the 7 survivors of that round entered chapter 6, and they were given a revolver with 7 bullets in it, or 7 chambers, and had to play Russian roulette. And Rain was last in line. All 6 people before them went and were saved. And so Rain just turned around and shot Shotaro in the head, and that's how they got out with their top 6. Death-defying acrobatic feats, actually. There was a lot that happened. Technically, Bo killed Krim and tried to kill you by throwing his body at you and Shotaro. But Ashton saved you. A lot of things happened towards the end of your chapter. It kind of got messy. Yeah, and that means that our survivors from the final group, Despair Downpour, are I mean, we can all see them. Bobaccino, Fran, not Loony, Loony was from the other group. Yukihime, Aston, High because apparently I've been saying it wrong for so long. Haya, and Rain. I'll say I moved everyone around mostly because I just like, some of you occupied the same spots in the previous groups, so it just didn't make sense to keep you all together. Plus, I had to rearrange it to put myself at the front, because 6 survivors from each group leaves us with 18, but we do 19 for this for some fucking reason. Which means, I don't know why I did 19. I guess it was probably because I had this in mind and I kind of forgot about it, but with 19 people, that means we get 6 survivors from each group, and 1 special edition. Yours truly. Yeah, it's a special round. There's all kinds of fun stuff going on here. I'm very excited for this. This is the group that, like, I can even talk about who was in this group before we got here. And I'm so excited to talk about it. Also, wait, I can't remember what all of my songs are for this. We'll have to figure it out. Thank you for the hydration check, man. Transfer student motive. We can say that it's a transfer student. What am I... Hold on, I need to figure out what my... That seems a little dramatic for this. That's not necessary for this. That's not really right either. Or something good to like start. Thank you for the jacket redeem, Rain. I mean, you can go wherever. You're dead. What's a good song for like the beginning of this though? Give me something to like explain it as we're going. See, like that's too close. I don't know. We'll do this. No, wait. Oh, yeah, sure, whatever. We'll do this. Who cares? And with that, I think we're going to get started. No, I think we won't do the monocub ones. There's also the one for getting the killing game started, which I did think about including in this, but I was like, you know what? I don't know if I want to use that motive. And also, I don't know if I want to subject everyone to that. But anyways, we are beginning with Chapter 1 of Summertime Stars, titled May the Odds Be Ever in Your Favor. So, it's time to get all started. After our 3 regular seasons at the Virtual Killing Academy, it's time for some summer school, and all the best of the best are attending. From the Fall of Hope, we have Papa Losvelt, the ultimate good boy, Jaewon, the ultimate shaman, Fubuki Shinko, the ultimate ninja, Nyantsume, the ultimate funeral director, Camelliaah, the ultimate mixologist, and Cottony, the ultimate sweet talker. From Frozen Friends, we have Loony Frinkelboom, the ultimate jokester, Fossil, the ultimate silly puppy with 9 exclamation points, Hikaru Hayashi, the ultimate broker, Captain Ryza, the ultimate swashbuckler, Puffy, the ultimate sanguimancer, and Julien C. Vallentine, the ultimate monarch. Lastly, from the Despair Downpour group, we have Haya, the ultimate innkeeper, Rain, the ultimate actor, Bobaccino, the ultimate cyber soldier, Yukihime, the ultimate magus, I still feel like I'm saying that wrong, regardless of which way I do it, Aston Highlifer, the ultimate tuner, and Fran, the ultimate dapper bomb. Each of these 18 ultimates survive trial after trial, dodging death at every turn. But wait, virtual killing. Okay, yeah, music can be turned down. Sorry, I didn't realize how that. Wait, did I ever? Where is it in here? Hold on. We can turn it down to about there if that's a little bit better. I wasn't sure if it was just loud for me, but okay. Anyways, so. But wait, virtual killing seasons have 19 contestants. Who are we missing? Well, our producers have picked a new ultimate to join them for this All-Stars round. Vivros Woodsey, the ultimate bartender. Why did production pick him? What's his role in all of this? Who's to say? That isn't important right now. What is important is that our 19 ultimates will be dropped at a luxury beach resort far away from civilization, but never far from any amenities their hearts may desire. Aww. That's so cute. Sorry. Okay. Never far from any amenities their hearts may desire. Ultimate labs have been provided for them, and they'll be given access to new facilities as they progress through the game, if they meet certain criteria. Now, some rules have changed for all stars, because we can't just go with the same boring rules. That'd be too predictable. So, let's review them quickly. This game will not end upon reaching 6 survivors, or when a mastermind is killed, or even necessarily if a Blacken survives a class trial. For this round, it's a last man standing type thing, where the killing will continue until there's only one survivor left on the island. But don't get it twisted. That doesn't mean only one of you can survive. See, in each of the regular seasons, one of the ultimates was an infiltrator, a mastermind in disguise hiding among the survivors. The survivors failed to kill their masterminds in all 3 seasons, meaning that there are still 3 masterminds, or should I say at least 3 masterminds, present on the island right now. If you manage to kill a mastermind, you will graduate and become a winner instead of being executed after the class trial. None of the masterminds know who one another are either. It's possible that one of them will kill their fellow masterminds by accident, or maybe even on purpose. Anyways, last thing before we start, but the other basic rules from past seasons still apply. 3 people must be present to identify a body, the killer must survive a class trial to escape, etc. If there's a tie vote and one of the people in the tie is the blackened, it will be considered a successful vote and the blackened will be executed. If there's a double kill, accomplices aren't considered blackened unless they directly killed someone, in which case only the first killer is considered the blackened if both are still alive at the time the trial starts. If one killer is dead, the other is the blackened regardless of order. The randomizer did not determine that. This is something I've added in, based off of what happened in the first round, and then it was really fun to see it play out in this one. If both killers are dead, the one who made the first kill is still if both killers do die, then the one who made the first kill would still be the blackened, and if there's only one killer, then the same deal applies. So, are we all clear on the rules? Do we all understand what's happening here? Do you understand what has changed from the previous one? When we get a bathroom break? You can piss when you die. Can't read, so sure, fair enough. If there are no more masterminds, then they've still got to play through to the end. The killing game doesn't end just because all the masterminds are dead. It's still last man standing. I still don't know what you mean by that, Felix. I'll be so honest. I'm so confused. If it goes to a final 2, well, then we'll have to see. Ghosts of Dead Ultimates come to haunt the game. I think that at this point, there's enough Ultimates keeping each other busy in the afterlife. You guys have enough going on in hell. So, we all good to go? Okay. And then let's start. On day 1, after arriving at the beach, the Ultimates from the Fall of Hope and Frozen Frenzy have had a little bit of time to recover from their seasons while being sequestered after their games. And they're at a bit of an advantage right out of the gate compared to the Despair Downpour Ultimates who had only a few days between their season wrapping and this one starting. Turn this on a little bit more because it feels loud to me. Fun kind of hell, where's the mic? Yeah, this is the kind of hell that, like, it turns out is actually fun because all the cool people went there. Most of the bad people actually did end up going to heaven because they said the right words before they died. Return to the stars. Also, that's fair. There are a bunch of gay people down there having a party, though, so you might want to join them. Yeah, so the way it'll work is, like, basically, if person A was a mastermind all along and person B kills person A, then they'll go through the class trial. If they're voted out, then they just get to leave. There's no execution. They just move on. But yeah, so the first 2 groups are a bit of an advantage right now because they had some time to take a break. You know, each season was, about a month, give or take. And while their seasons weren't airing, everyone was still sequestered, so they got to watch each other and then they played. Going out to the nightclub, hell yeah. However, the Despair Downpour Ultimates only had a few days after the season wrapped to prepare, meaning that it's all still very fresh. Sequestration has given everyone some time to process what happened, but that doesn't necessarily mean they've come to terms with it. They begin by splitting off into their respective groups to touch base. After all, some of them haven't seen each other for like a month or 2 at this point. The Fall of Hope Ultimates are mostly sitting together in the resort's restaurant and chatting peacefully, with the exception of Puppo and Fubuki, who are still at odds with one another and so are pretending the other doesn't exist. Likewise, there's still some animosity between some among the Frozen Frenzy Ultimates, but they're making the strategic decision to try to appear unified for now to the other groups, so they're just kind of playing the role of friends, if not actually being friends. The Despair Downpour Ultimates are still reeling from what happened at their final class trial, and Rain has been firmly excluded by the other 5 after the murder of Shotaro. He's sitting off on his own off to the side, putting on a confident face. However, the confirmation that Shotaro really hadn't been the mastermind, and that the mastermind was among them right now, has been weighing heavy on his mind. Viveros, meanwhile, has decided to man the bar, given his status as the odd one out here. Little happens throughout the day as the Ultimates familiarize themselves with their new arena. They hadn't been informed of the rule change before arriving, and the reveal that playing passive was no longer really an option meant that for many of them, they were going to have to severely reevaluate their plans. As well, the confirmation that there had in fact also been a mastermind in each of their games had put a bit of a damper on the reunions. One of the people at each table was an architect of their current suffering, and it was impossible to say who. I haven't added myself in, I'm sorry. Also, hi Fossil, how are you? So, as nighttime approaches, some of the Ultimates go to bed while a couple others stay by the bar to chat for a while. Puppo, Haya, Hikaru, Nyantsume, Vivros, and Rain are the ones who stick around. Rain continues to sit alone, Vivros continues bartending, and the others chat about what happened on their seasons. Also, god damn it. Okay, good, it is looping. I was worried that I'd forgotten to set that. Man, I come in fresh potatoes. Yeah, true. He does have, well, I mean, he had to still spectate it. He was still sequestered the whole time. Anyways, on day 2, the Ultimates meet for breakfast and the groups slowly begin to mingle. Mostly out of curiosity about how they'd been portrayed on their own seasons, as well as what had gone down in each other's seasons that got edited out. You know, who's gonna blame it on the edit? Did Rain really do that? How did it really go down? We've got to figure it out. Oh my god. Guys, Fossil will die soon enough. Don't worry about it. Puppo, Vivros, Hikaru, and Haya continue their conversation from last night and are joined by Aston and Fossil. Loony, Yukihime, Puffy, Nyantsume, and Jaewon chat together as well. Fran, Fubuki, and Camelliaah go off into their own group, Julien, Ryza, and Bobaccino chat, and Rain continues to be iced out by the rest of the Ultimates. Again, they did all see him murder Shotaro in cold blood just a few days ago. After breakfast, as people continue to split off. Yeah, totally. Blame it on the edit. Alexa, play Blame It on the Edit by RuPaul Charles. Anyways, after breakfast, the groups continue to split further. Puppo and Vivros hang out at the bar, Haya and Camelliaah hang out at the restaurant, Julien, Jaewon, and Puffy go tanning on the beach, Fubuki, Fran, and Bobaccino explore the Ultimate Labs, Yukihime and Cottony hang out in the lounge, Ryza and Nyantsume are relaxed by the indoor pool, Aston and Hikaru go for a walk together, Loony and Fossil sit on a bench near the beach and talk, and Rain sulks in their room. Everyone has a mostly productive day, mostly hanging out, having fun with each other, but eventually it's time for bed, and they mostly split off into their own rooms. However, a few aren't to be found. Viv, Julien, Jaewon, Puppo, and Puffy aren't in their beds, but who knows where they might be at. In the morning, the Ultimates are mingling regardless of their starting seasons at breakfast, both because they're finding new friends and also to try and find some information. There are, after all, masterminds among them, and they need to figure out who they are. Rain does not show up for breakfast today. The Frozen Frenzy group are still coordinating their actions behind the scenes a bit more than the other two groups, and work to try and split off into 3 groups of 2, each of whom will try and connect to 2 other groups from the other seasons. Fossil and Julien have been tasked with investigating Puppo, Cottony, Haya, and Yukihime. Loony and Ryza have been tasked with investigating Fubuki, Nyantsume, Aston, and Bobaccino. Puffy and Hikaru have been tasked with investigating Jaewon, Camelliaah, Fran, Rain, and Vivros because they have 1 extra person. These groups, excluding Rain, who continues to make themselves scarce, meet up throughout the day and chat. Most of the Ultimates go... Thank you for the follow, Baby Olive Pancakes. The Fossil Stands. I think we're all Fossil Stands here. Yes, most of the Ultimates go to sleep, but some are meeting late at night. Seemingly in secret. The ones we know about are Hikaru and Vivros, Puppo and Jaewon, and Fubuki and Puffy. TV, Mary's Fossil Stand. God damn it. However, once again, the night passes without incident. Maybe it won't stay that way for long, because at breakfast, an announcement comes through. It's time for our first incentive. Now, one of the biggest shames of the earlier seasons is that we often didn't actually get to use an incentive because there was a murder that happened before it. You know, some of them only happen if there wasn't a death. And you guys were just so ready to murder people. So we're going to be mixing in some new ones and reusing some old ones that didn't get a proper chance to shine. And for the first incentive, we're throwing it all the way back to the very beginning with a talent show. Just like before, on night 6, the Ultimates will have to put on a talent show to demonstrate their abilities to each other and the audience back home, who will be voting for their favorites. However, this time, there's going to be no prize for winning. You don't get to graduate just by doing the best. There's only a punishment for losing. Which means all you gotta do is just stay out of the bottom. If there's a murder, it will once again cancel the talent show, but please consider it actually letting it happen this time. It's good for views. and immediately the ultimates begin scattering, preparing for the talent performances. While some ultimates had previously prepared routines the first time this incentive appeared, it had still been months since that point, and they hadn't exactly been practicing while they were in their hotel rooms. So it was time to get busy. As the ultimates prepare throughout the day, a few of them remark on how many performance-based ultimates are no longer with them. There were no more musicians, no more dancers, and no more artists. They're gonna have to get creative here with their performances. I mean, no talent sounds like a middle school year. True. Hi, Ash. So, the talents that everyone is preparing are: for Vivros, a flair bartending performance; for Julien, a traditional royal ceremony presentation; for Nyantsume, a demonstration of proper embalming techniques; for Ryza, it's sword fighting against a dummy pirate; for Jaewon, it's presenting a traditional ceremony; for Camelliaah, it's making pretty non-alcoholic drinks; for Bobaccino, it's a cheerleading routine using his clones; for Fubuki, it's a speed run through an obstacle course; for Fran, it's a light show where she straps LEDs to the ball and rolls around in a choreographed routine in the dark; for Loony, it's a comedy routine, primarily focusing on hammer space jokes; for Hikaru, it's explaining how to protect yourself from common interrogation techniques; for Puppo, it's a dog agility course; for Yukihime, it's a magic show; for Cottony, it's a hypnosis presentation; for Ashton, it's disassembling and reassembling a grandfather clock in under 60 seconds; for Puffy, it's using donated blood to put on a shadow theater performance; for Haya, it's singing a tavern song; for Fossil, it's being a silly puppy; and for Rain, it's delivering a monologue. Honestly, Ophelia, you gotta go big. You gotta go for it. You just can't pull a Mayhem Miller and try and do a. You can't hit the bowl that makes you laugh really hard. No escaping a microwave. Don't worry. Maybe that's part of being a silly puppy. Have you guys never considered that? It's an integral part of the talent. Also, hi Yeti, hi Eagle. The monologue feels like a death flag. We'll see. Thank you for the follow, Zombie Boy VT. So, on night 4, the ultimates who are tired from their presentations head to sleep. Some of them are tempted to stay up late and practice a little bit more, but remembering what happened to, well, the very first person who experienced their death in this game, they decide maybe it's for the best to go to sleep. Also, hi Juno. Man, there's so many people. Yeah, look, you know what? You don't know who might do better than you. You gotta be careful. And who knows, maybe there'll be more stuff going on. Hi. Okay. So, day 5 passes as an absolute blur as the ultimates continue to prepare, keeping themselves locked in their ultimate labs and keeping their eyes open for anyone who doesn't like their odds in this performance. After all, those who are worried about their own abilities might try and prevent it once again. Not that that's what happened last time. Last time it was an accident. You just got so emotional. Every puppy's so true. We'll see if everyone is doing well. On morning 6, the morning of the talent show, certain ultimates are already dressed for their performances when they arrive for breakfast, like Julien, Fubuki, and Jaewon. Others, like Puppo, try and eat a light Puppo and also Fubuki, I guess I should say, try eating a light breakfast to avoid weighing themselves down in their more athletic performances. Throughout the day, some ultimates spend the time trying to prepare and practice, but others, confident in their odds, take the time to relax, kind of steel themselves, and scout out the others. Vivros meets with Camelliaah in their lab to discuss their similar talents. Puppo tries to figure out what Fossil's performance will be to no avail, as they just roll around on the floor going bleh. So Puppo leaves pretty fast. Boba, Fran, and Ashton, curious about what magic Yukihime actually has, try and go see what she's up to, but she's still keeping a tight lid on it all. Finally, however, as the sun sets, it's time for the performances. Thank you for the Jackie Redeem Zombie. Oh shit, I should have seen if I had a better song for the talent show bit. Do we have one? Which one of these would be exciting? Would this be a good talent show song? Yeah, I made the whole interface. It was a lot. It was exhausting. We're gonna do this for the talent show because this makes it seem dramatic. Anyways, finally, it's time for the performances. The Ultimates will present in the order that they appeared in their original seasons, meaning that they'll start with the Fall of Hope Ultimates, go in the order of their cycle, then Frozen Frenzy, then Despair Downpour. And that means that the first one up is Puppo. who puts on a solid agility performance, although he did struggle with some of the tunnels. Jaewon goes next, and the presentation was absolutely beautiful, moving some close to tears. Yeah, I mean, I should say the background actually... Hold on, let me get before we move on. For anyone who's curious about the background, I've talked about it before. Oh my god, that's so mean for me. Fuck, I don't know why I can't... Why do I not have this, like, saved somewhere? I do have it saved, like, it's in the description and all the credits everywhere else. Why is it playing twice? That's so mean, oh my god. It's gonna start playing all of them twice, it's gonna be brutal.
The LGBT community is rich in sensibility, has
excellent taste, and is full of talented artistic people. Thank you, Fossil. But also, that's the person who made the background for this, the trial courtroom thing. So spicy, is that the wrong... Why are you guys... Okay. Everybody's just playing all of the sound alerts.
I have a feeling that I'm in danger.
Maybe you are. Anyways, okay, so that background is made by Airbus Ramo. I've linked their Twitter as well as the VR chat world where you can go and play in it yourself, which is a lot of fun. It's very, very cool.
Wrong?
What's wrong? What's wrong? Hey, what's wrong? Hey, hey, what's...
Hey!
I need to put more cooldowns on all of these, I swear to God. And I can see that there's still more of them being redeemed, so I guess we'll wait for the talent show. Bite, sip, bite, sip. Okay. Anyways, Papo goes first, puts on a solid agility performance, although he did struggle getting through some of the tunnels. Good, but not as good as it could have been.
You talk too much.
I've talked not enough. Jaewon's presentation was beautiful, moving some close to tears. Okay, I have a good bonk. That's fair. We do have a horny bonk mode. Fubuki's performance is super impressive, with her agility being second to none. Nyantsume's performance is technically proficient, I guess, but it is deeply unsettling to watch someone perform, you know, an embalming with glee. Camelliaah's drinks turned out beautifully, with some edible glitter being a very nice touch. Cottony's hypnosis probably wasn't really hypnosis as much as just being a really persuasive speaker, but distinction without a difference, it was convincing all the same and very entertaining. Loony's comedy routine had the other ultimates rolling on the floor laughing, except for Fossil, who was rolling on the floor for unrelated reasons. Speaking of Fossil, they spent their performance time actually demonstrating how to escape a microwave before giving a moving speech on moving from post-war trauma. The demonstration probably wouldn't be super useful to Fran, given the necessity of limbs and all that, but otherwise it was very good. Hikaru's presentation was very informative for sure, but not necessarily entertaining. Ryza's sword fighting display was captivating, although some concern was raised when it appeared that Ryza had gone on for a bit of a bite before pulling back. Microwave. Puffy's performance, while deeply unsettling, was also strangely captivating. The fact that the blood was being manipulated behind a curtain so that only the silhouette could be seen probably helped. It was a shadow show. Pause waiting how to escape microwave, exactly. Kimchi plot. Wait, did Kimchi? Oh no. Was that what that was supposed to be? Hold on. Oh my god, what? Wait, when was that? Oh no, that was for DragCon or something, wasn't it? Also, god, it is... Kimchi is insane. Hold on, I'll link it, because I don't want to save it. It'll be a pain in the ass. But like... I just found a Reddit post with it. If you look at this picture, it looks like she spliced together two photos. It's not. It's one photo that she just managed to do her makeup perfectly split right down the middle, hair, outfit, everything. Like, it... Kimchi's insane. And this was also pretty early after her season. This was... It says 6 years ago, so that would have been what, like... Oh. Yeah, no, she did do a Monokuma look. I think it was for DragCon. But yeah, it was, it says 6 years ago on the Reddit post. That would have been, like, 2018? When did Drag Race Season 8 happen? Hold on. It was only a couple years before that, right? So she wasn't... It would have been a couple years after, yeah. Anyways, it's very, very good. Sorry, I got distracted. When you needed to be the ultimate drag queen, we could have had some fun with that. But, okay. So, where were we at? Yeah, we just did Puffy's, deeply unsettling, also strangely captivating. The fact the blood was being manipulated behind a curtain so only the silhouette could be seen probably helped. I don't think Bob knows who Monokuma is. I like the idea of Naomi knowing who Monokuma is, though. Anyways, on to the presentations. Julian's was unfortunately hindered by the fact that most monarchs don't actually do very much during a traditional ceremony. The supposedly ceremonial outfit was topless though, which probably did help. Oh my god, these emotes are so cool, so cute. Thorgy has absolutely participated in a Danganronpa roleplay. I mean, she might... If Thorgy was born like 10 years later, she would have been... Oh god, Thorgy would be a great voice actor for like a Danganronpa fan game. The Ultimate Clown. Chi-Chi would say, I don't know who that is. This is how I definitely topless view. Yes. Yes, the outfit he wore was topless, which probably helped. Love Pink. Oh yeah, I talked about this the other day. While we were doing the last stream, my parents were at a Pink concert, and I kept getting texts about it, and it was so hard for me to not respond with the gif of Thorgy just going, love Pink, because I knew nobody in my family would understand. Even in, like, it was in the group chat. It was, love the Virtual Killing Academy. Love Pink Blood. Love Psychopop. Anyways, moving on, we've got Haya's rendition of the Parting Glass, which brought the room to tears once again. Pink? Yes, Pink has a concert. Have you never seen the videos of Pink being, like, launched through the air? They, like, grab... Like, she's doing the most. Like, she could really be kind of phoning it in because, like, she's Pink. Like, people don't really... Like, she's not, like... No one's really looking at her and being like, yeah, we expect, like, a real insane routine. But she's doing, like, high-flying stunts. Like, she's a fucking carny. She is out there doing the most. Flying into... Like, you know that bit in Lady Gaga's Super Bowl performance where she, like, jumped off the roof? Or, like, kind of did, but it was also a little weird. That's all Pink does. Like, she is... It's so fast. She's getting thrown. It's crazy. Anyways, let's get through the rest of these performances real quick, because an ad's about to run. Where were we at? Haya just sang The Parting Glass, bringing the room to tears. Next up was Rain's monologue, which was definitely competently performed, but it seemed to put people off for some reason. Maybe picking the Frank Underwood monologue, where he snaps a dog's neck after it's hit with a carve right at the beginning of House of Cards, was the wrong choice for Rain, given, you know, everything. Next up was Boba's cheerleading routine, which brought the house down. Everyone was a big fan of that. Big fans of Boba. Yukihime finally revealed some of her abilities, making the other ultimates levitate, swapping them around in their seats, and then constructing a tower entirely out of light that she climbed for a finale. Everybody was amazed. Aston was a flurry tearing apart the grandfather clock, and then, as they reassembled it, it managed to strike 9 just as the final piece was put together, which was a nice touch. Bit coincidental, but still a nice touch. Fran's light show was really, really interesting, but unfortunately the room wasn't fully dark, which kind of killed the illusion a bit. Still, ultimately very impressive to do that as just a head and a ball. Last up we have Vivros, who set up a bar on stage and began making an elaborate set of drinks, with the finale being a row of rainbow shots that would be lit on fire before he chugged them all in a row. At least, that was the plan. But upon the first flaming shot touching his lips, an explosion rang out through the facility. Kaboom, exactly. So, yes. Our first dead body is, in fact, Vivros Woodsy, the ultimate bartender. Our host... Well, who says that I'm the host? Plot armor. I mean, I'm still narrating. I don't know who that is. That's somebody else. I'm Vivros. That's Vivros Woodsy. We're different people. My ass is fatter than that. Anyway. But no, okay. We have our first death. Hi, Demi. You want an autopsy? Well, let's talk about the murder files. Wait, I have other music for this as well. Where is it? Where is our... I had recorded it and I don't know where I put it now. Fuck. It's not this, not this, not this. Wait, actually, I can't find it anymore. Where was it? No, I literally... When was that one called again? I had it and everything. Hold on. I'm going to run the ad because it's about to run anyways while I try and find this. We'll continue in a second. If you need to get any food, water, like a snack, go to the bathroom, go do that quick. Why can't I not find this anymore? I had it downloaded. It's in here somewhere, but I don't know where anymore. All of my stuff is missing. Wasn't real fiction, wasn't beautiful. Hold on, I have it in my notes somewhere. God, this is so frustrating. I put in so much work. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I know I had it somewhere. Where was it? It was like the beginning of the class trial thing. I'm genuinely mad because I know I downloaded it and I know I like exported it and set it up, but I don't know where it is anymore. Hold on, we'll play this. Penalize everyone else for my fuck up. Seriously, where the fuck is this? It's not this one, is it? Nope, that's a different one. Let me see. Seriously, where is this? Because we were using it last time. Actually, wait, hold on. I probably have it in here somewhere. Where is it? I play a little bit loud when it starts. I don't know why I can't. I don't know why I didn't put this in. I thought I put all of them in. Sorry, I'm fucking this up. Technical issues. Honestly, at least I didn't reveal who died early this time. That was really annoying last time. I think it was this one. Wasn't it? Well, I'll turn it down because I can't hear it. This is the one we use, right? Yes, it was this one. Okay, good. This is what I was going for. So, sorry, I hadn't put it in here for some reason, but now we've got it. We're fine. Hi, Fubuki. Yes, I exploded. So the ad has run. We're back. We're good to go. So it's time to discuss the murder file. The ultimate shield their eye, or had initially shielded their eyes from the glaring light and the splatter of boiling hot blood that followed. When they could look again, well, there had been nothing. No body. Vivaras's body was gone. Gasp. Also, this is still too loud. I need to turn it down. Where is this? I have so many audio sources in this right now. It's kind of hard to keep track of what's happening here. But the blood splatter on every surface in the conference room and the big patch of it right in the middle was enough to make it clear what had happened. The investigation documents aren't able to reveal much given the state of the body, namely the state of matter the body was in, which is liquid and or gas thanks to a high-powered explosive going off right near his face. Most of the bartending supplies are destroyed, but a chemical analysis of the surviving shot glasses, or the fragments of them at least, that had initially been on fire, revealed that they had contained what they were supposed to. The others investigate after going back and having a quick shower to wash off the remains of their first victim, and then it's time for the first all-star class trial. So, we're going to set up our prediction. I should have set up who would die first, but I don't think I need to. That's the raid button. That's not what we're trying to do right now. We just started. Okay. Who is the blackened of chapter 1? How do we do last time? I think that would be, wait, that might work well. Because then we'd have 9 people in that pattern and then we'll have another. Okay, so I think we'll do Julien, Ryza, Camelliaah, Fubuki Shinko, Loony Frinkelboom. Loony, I don't know if Loony's still here, but can I say Loony's name for whatever reason always throws me off and I'm always worried that I'm putting something in the wrong spot. I don't know why. It's like the opposite of the problem I have with Ashton, where I'm like very confident that I am getting Ashton's name right when I'm spelling it, but I can't say it correct. So anyways, we had Loony, we have Lost, we have Cottony, we have Fluffy, we have Fossil, and then we have Other. Because we have too many people for it right now. So Same rules as before. You can vote for whoever you think it is if it's one of the named people. If one of the people that you think is guilty is not named, you can vote for other. And if any of those people who are not named, which would mean Nyantsume, Jaewon, Bobaccino, Fran, Hikaru, Yukihime, Astion, Haya, and Rain, if any of those people were guilty, then voting for other would get you the points. Otherwise, you have to vote for them. One of the things we're going to do is that after these predictions, we're going to reveal who, or if the person is a winner or if they get executed. So you'll also get a second prediction on that front for now. But let's begin it. You're feel yourself. Bartended too hard. Who knows explosion? Where's the body? Okay. Where is the body? Also, yeah, somebody was doing. Actually, no. We'll say that Fossil was doing the Dawn body magic hands, jazz hands thing. Yeah. So the only people who get it confirmed are people who are murdered. Everyone's fighting. Don't worry, we'll get there. Because now it's time for our class trial. Where is my actual class trial music? Hold on. Which one was it? It's the... Oh shit, I just realized that my model wasn't tracking this whole time. I'm so sorry. Forgot to swap back. I think it was... Actually, we'll start with this one. Because the class trial is kicking off. And then we'll swap it back to the other one. And then we'll keep going and we'll see how it goes. Imagine we're doing that really fun spiraling thing, and then you're gonna see the little truth bullets light up or load up on the side. Anyways, immediately suspicion turns on those who had weaker performances in the show, and unanimously the group decides that those were Nyantsume, Hikaru, and Rain. Nyantsume argues that it's not their fault that the audience doesn't understand the intricacies of death or the joy that it brings to explore them, which Fubuki says is absolutely not helping your case right now. Nyantsume, ignoring Fubuki, continues on to say that they prefer their bodies to be intact. After all, you can't really perform much of a funeral for a smear on the carpet, can you? Hikaru, meanwhile, is seemingly shocked to learn that his performance didn't go over well. He thought it was very informative, which Loony assures him it was. Just not necessarily entertaining. Rain, meanwhile, is staying silent, waiting for the inevitable accusations. And inevitable as they are, they soon come. Fran points out that, of everybody in this room, only one of them is a confirmed murderer. And Rain argues back that the choice had been either himself or Shotaro. It's not like he killed out of cold blood, he had no choice. Yukihime retorts that the rest of them had all played the game properly, even when their lives had similarly been at risk, including Shotaro, to which Rain says that's not true. Rain was the only one who had no chance of survival if they played it fairly. Yeah, my tracking was... Hold on, we'll recalibrate real quick. I think I keep leaning down behind my mic. Anyways, yes, Rain argues that the choice was either himself or Shotaro. For people who don't remember, what happened there was that the final 7 of Despair Downpour were forced to play a game of Russian roulette. The bullets weren't allowed to be spun, but they were allowed to pick what order they went in. They had to agree on those. Shotaro had gone first, Rain had gone last. Everyone else had survived, meaning that Rain had the bullet guaranteed. So that's Rain's logic, basically. That there was just no way, everybody else had at least a 50-50 chance of surviving. Haya was the last one to fire before Rain, so that would have been 50-50, that was the worst odds, whatever, but inevitably it came down to Rain, so Rain shot Shotaro, thinking that Shotaro was the mastermind. Moving on. Puffy interrupts the bickering to ask if there was anyone in the room who might have knowledge of explosives that they could have used to kill Viveros. Fran pipes up, saying that while she is the ultimate Dapper bomb, she can't really, blow up something else. It's more like a self-destruct, so given that she's still here, they can come to their own conclusions. Loony also mentions being able to pull out bombs from Hammerspace, but that the bombs are usually beach ball-sized, big, black, cartoonish bombs with a giant wick sticking out of the top. That probably didn't kill Viveros. We probably would have noticed if that was the case. Papa then points to Fossil, bringing up that Fossil had talked about their experience in the war. Surely that included bombs and explosives, right? Exactly, Yeti. Fossil, snapping out of their 1,000-yard stare, resumes rolling on the ground and saying bleh. Frustrated, Puppo suggests moving on to figuring out why Viveros was the one killed. Nobody here knew him, really, given that he was the only new contestant, and yet he was the one killed. On top of that, multiple other ultimates were presenting talents that were as risky, or even more so. Sabotaging someone like Fubuki or Fran probably would have been easier, right? Why pick Viveros? And also, how did they manage to make that happen? Fubuki, annoyed at Puppo at once again throwing her name out there, points out that some of the other ultimates had gotten to know Viveros. Camelliaah, Hikaru, Puppo, Nyantsume, Puffy, Haya, Astion, and Fossil had all spent time with him. So if anyone knew anything about him, it would be one of them. Or, Hikaru suggests, maybe one of them just put 2 and 2 together. Hold on, we're just going to swap together one. We're trying to be dramatic here. I need to have a better way to mix these together, but there's really not a way to do that. At least not through this. The others, puzzled, look at him. Like, what do they mean putting... What 2s are being put together here? Realizing that they seemingly hadn't actually picked up on this yet, he rolls his eyes and explains that the initial announcement mentioned at least 3 masterminds. Given how things shook out, that means there was probably 1 per season. Like, obviously there's not 2 per season. That would just put 1 person at risk for no reason. But then why say at least 3? Hikaru concludes that there was probably, or Viveros was probably an extra mastermind added in by production. So somebody killed him to take advantage of the golden ticket out of here. Papo, responding to Hikaru, asks if that's a risk anyone would be willing to take so soon. I mean, for one, there's really no proof of that, but for another, there's a lot of people still alive. Like, you know, the fewer people there are, the better odds of getting a mastermind if there's any still alive. Why start now? And maybe it was all a lie. Maybe it was meant to deliberately throw everyone off. Like, Viveros might have just been a regular contestant who was being thrown at the deep end. No shot, Hikaru says. It wouldn't make sense to add in a genuine new contestant for an all-stars season of a reality show without a reason. Papa points out that Hikaru seems pretty confident in this theory. Maybe confident enough to have acted? Did he kill Viveros? Before Hikaru can even defend himself, Papa pushes on. You might not have pulled the trigger on Stara, but you were the one who put that plan into action to have her killed in that final trial despite her doing nothing wrong. You seem pretty capable of making the cold, calculating decision, huh? Hikaru retorts that Papa also seems to have not gotten past his old bad habit of picking a random person to try and pin the blame on, which Fubuki nods along to. Papa points out that he might have gone after people occasionally, but he never killed anyone, which Fubuki retorts that the rules are different now. Last time Papa just had to make it top 6, this time it's kill or be killed. Viveros was, according to Hikaru's logic at least, the safest one to kill, because even if he wasn't a mastermind, he was still a stranger to all of us, so we'd know the least about him and who might have a bone to pick. Camelliaah jumps in to point out that Viveros had been with them for a good amount of time prior to the talent show in their lab. So, was there anyone who didn't have an alibi for that period? Also, I mean, I don't know. Okay, actually, something I can say is that each of the groups, I had a theme for them in terms of like kind of what the vibe was. The Fall of Hope was supposed to be like the more neutral group because they were going to go first. I think I had Frozen Frenzy as, what did I have them marked as? I think Deranged was supposed to be the vibe of the Frozen Frenzy group, which I think I achieved. Despair Downpour was supposed to be very dramatic, which I think I also achieved. There was a lot going on there. This one's just all-stars and, you know, messy bitches who live for drama. Anyways, Camelliaah jumped in to point out that Viveros had been with them for a while prior to the talent show in their lab throughout the afternoon. Was there anyone who didn't have an alibi for that period? You don't have a lot of money? Speak for your fucking self. Season 2 was, I don't know, Season 2 wasn't really gore. There were a couple, but like... Actually, what happened in the first one? Actually, the first one was kind of... Most of the deaths were pretty mild. Second one did have Arya feeding Tet into a wood chipper, which is true. No, Ryoku was just killed. Oh, I guess there was Tenchi and Bonnie. That's true. Died first. Yes, I did. Also, hi, Arya. Look, once we get to the end of this chapter, I'll explain more about why this played out the way it did. 2 got chopped into... Yeah, that's true. But we did have... Fuck, who else died how? In the first group, it was... Henrik got crushed. Yuki got crushed by Leo. I guess the first one wasn't gory, but there were some pretty brutal ones. Throwing the man in the wood chipper. You know what? I'm here for women's rights and women's wrongs. You did what you had to do. He betrayed your trust. You wood chippered him. I think that's fair. That was... oh yeah, Mint did get... Well, I mean, the executions are different. Fossil got... Or, not Fossil. Squidgy got drowned in a theater full of his own tears. Death got crushed to death and electrocuted. Fuck, I'm trying to remember what all of these were now. Hold on. There's been a lot happening again. Let me see. Mask booty smashed. Yeah, that one was kind of brutal. But that one was also like... Sylvie frozen. Reich had the soul... Both souls exercised out of him, and then he just kind of died on the ground. Bonnie and Tenchi was pretty brutal. Tetris was pretty brutal. Arya didn't slip. Arya jumped. Bo did get ridden to death. I was very proud of some of my executions. Honestly, I've been really proud of. Bo's I was very proud of. I thought that one was really clever. Squidgy's I think is one of my best ones. The Buried Stars one was silly. Anyways, sorry, I need to keep moving because we're gonna run out of time for the predictions. I want to get more information out there. Anyways, so after Camelliaah asks if anyone else had an alibi for that period, most of the other ultimates shake their heads. They had largely been practicing alone, fearing an assassination attempt. We'll get into it more later. However, Boba, Fran, and Astian do mention meeting up with each other while trying to figure out what Yukihime's skill was and trying to figure out what magic was really there. Because there has once or twice been an ultimate magician who maybe didn't do real magic, but they were locked out of her lab, meaning that they couldn't really find it. They could, however, provide an alibi for each other and for her, though, since they could hear her inside. And Puppo mentions that he'd been with Fossil all afternoon. But at that point, Fossil stops rolling around on the ground. They immediately point out that, no, Ellen, that's not true. Puppo was there for a little while, for sure, but left after Fossil had ignored him for a bit. Fubuki triumphantly accuses Puppo, thankful to finally be on the other side of this bullshit. Puppo, meanwhile, is undeterred. Fossil's just a silly puppy. They probably forgot what was happening while they were rolling around on the ground. No, Arya, the reason Arya died was that Arya had been told that the immunity badge was on the roof. And then after she got up there and realized it wasn't there and realized that she was just going to be executed, she just jumped. That's how Brielle got blamed. No butter this season, because that one also apparently has like some weird racist connotations. There's like an old story that's connected to. Like, I don't know, there's a whole thing with that. I remember reading something about it. Anyways, Haya disputes this. The performance at the show was genuinely well put together, meaning that Fossil must have actually been practicing a performance. And since Puppo seemingly didn't see any practice, that means that Puppo hadn't been there all afternoon, backing up Fossil's story. Puppo, trying to change the subject, points back to Rain. Again, there's only one killer in the room, and that's Rain. Hold on. Let's turn back to this. I don't know exactly what it is. There's a whole thing with it. Rain, frustrated, shows that they had not wanted to kill anyone. It was just how the game went. It was either themselves or someone else, and so they took Shotaro out. They hadn't been as lucky as the Fall of Hope group who got to wrap everything up in a class trial. Only person who got executed was someone who was innocent. Everyone else had to make some hard choices. They had to make do. That doesn't mean he killed anyone here, but then Hikaru interrupts. In the past, Puppo had thrown out wild accusations, but only in the sense that they were baseless accusations. They were never wild in terms of the targets. They'd always been focused on Fubuki before. So why is he lashing out at everyone this time? Also, I think this music might be a little bit too loud. If it ever does get too loud, please let me know, because I can't see all of my, 8 million audio sources in here. I don't know where this one is. Actually, where is it? Hold on. There we go. This one just feels very loud. Nyantsume concurs, saying that Puppo's demeanor was noticeably different right now. Thank you for the follow Pringles in a bag. Welcome in. Julien adds that Puppo hadn't gone this hard right out of the gate in his past season either. The first trial he'd been a lot more passive. It was only after he got his footing that he started playing so aggressively and gunning for Fubuki. However, before Puppo can snap back, the announcement comes through. It's time to vote. Where is my pre-trial song again? I felt so bad. Arya, look, yours was such a funny one to me though. Some of the deaths, I don't really know what I'm going to do, but with yours, especially after what I knew about you and Tetris, I was like, I know what I'm going to do here. I had this whole plan. It was so good. Not yet. We'll see. I mean, it's All-Stars. People are playing a crazy game. This wasn't a funny death. I mean, I'd say that somebody taking a shot and it instantly exploding would be kind of funny. The shots were flaming. Why don't you chose Tetris now? Tetris also found it very entertaining. You probably could. Honestly, it would be kind of fun for me if some people ended up making friends out of this. But yeah, okay. So we've got all the predictions closed. Let me see. The votes are: no votes were cast, or 0% to Julien, Ryza, Camelliaah, Puppo, or Cottony. 15% went to Fubuki. All of those from Puppo. All 2,000 points cast there. Trevor voted, or sent 2% of the vote to Loony. 12% of the vote went to Puffy. 23% of it went to Fossil, and 48% of it went to Other. So, who done it? Who could it possibly be? Okay, I'm probably dying anyways. That's a bit negative. Why don't you have more hope in yourself, more faith? Anyways, enough chattering. It's time for the vote, and I almost clicked on the wrong one again. Vivros is dead. Julien votes for Ryza. Nyantsume votes for Camelliaah. Also, this might also be too loud. Hold on. Ryza votes for Fossil. Jaewon votes for Fubuki. Camelliaah votes for Puppo. What is the audio for this? Boba votes for Puppo as well. Fubuki votes for Yukihime. Fran votes for Boba. Definitely too loud. Loony votes for Haya. Hikaru votes for Puppo. Ryza. Oh wait, shit. I'm losing track of who voted for who. Fuck. I'm trying. Hope and despair, hope and despair. Oh no. Who is our first blackened? Only to not vote for him. You know what? Sometimes I kind of have to make a storyline regardless of the votes, but it looks like we do have a majority vote. It's Puppo! The ultimate good boy. Puppo lost vote. Fubuki gets the last laugh here. Or does she? Because first we gotta choose our outcome. Everyone loses all of their points because not a single one of you guessed for Puppo. Which, if any of you know anything about Puppo, you know that the first thing that he would do in a killing game with me is murder me instantly. So this is really on all of you. But wait, no, what's a better one? This isn't really a good one either. I think that's the one I want for this. No, that's not the right one. Hold on. What's the better? Why do I not have a better song prepared for this already? Fuck, I had so many picked. Nope. Incorrect. We'll just go back to this, whatever. Real fiction. Oh wait, I do have real fiction in here somewhere. Hold on. Where is it? I think I had it as like chapter music. That works. Don't worry, New World Order will get its use. So, complete our prediction for Puppo. Not a single person voted for him. All of you forgot the essential... Oh shit. Hold on. I'm trying to like save all my screenshots of these two. Can't believe that none of you remembered or knew this about Puppo. Everyone knew this about Demi, which I guess is also appropriate because nobody ever remembers that this is how Puppo behaves in killing games either. Everyone, I'm bad for it, but so is everyone else. However, this is not the only question that needs to be answered. Because yes, Puppo did kill Vivros, but what was the case of Vivros? Oh wait, this is not the right song for this either. Where is this? We need a little bit more dramatic music in here. What would be good dramatic music for this though? I don't know. No, that's not right. We'll do this. So, the next question is, was Vivros the mastermind or a mastermind? Because if Viv was, then Puppo gets to escape. But if he wasn't, it'll be the execution of the ultimate good boy. We'll give you guys 2 minutes to vote. There's so many songs for the Danganronpa soundtrack that I wanted to use, and I kind of lost sight of them. Do you live, Puppo? Do you die? Who's to say? Wow, the vote is immediately 93% in favor of no. Oh, never mind. I will put 5,000 points on it. Is that wishful thinking or? Dude, this music is so... The V3 soundtrack is so good. People shit on V3 for a lot of things, and sometimes they're right. Most things they're wrong about, but that's something else. But this one is really... This dog euthanized. Who knows? Maybe that'll be the next... Maybe that will be the execution. I mean, there are other dogs. Just kidding, I would never do that. Would be really sad. I feel like part of the difficulty with these is I don't want any of the executions to be like genuinely sad. And I think if I had it like Puppo being taken to the back of the pound, that would just be really sad for everyone. V3 has the best visuals. Its soundtrack is amazing. Its intro music with like the little jazzy, like that one's so good. Yeah, right, Trevor? Like, see, old Yellering would be something I would do, because that would be really funny. Also, strike the clock back to 0. 0 days without a mention of rabies. Rabies is terrifying. If you aren't terrified of rabies, you don't know enough about rabies. Me and my fam at my Nana's house, she had a copy. She had a bunch of old Disney movies on like VHS, but she also had a copy of Old Yeller. And one of my cousins is significantly older. Like she's like 6 years older than us, which isn't that much older, but like when we're kids, it's a lot. So whenever we all slept over there, she would insist that we watch Old Yeller or Babe. But Babe was boring. But Old Yeller really stuck around because it's traumatizing. But in hindsight, that's a good thing. You should be traumatized about rabies. Rabies is terrifying. It's like a 99.999% survival rate. Almost everyone who has ever had it has died, and it's bad. You don't go gentle into that good night with rabies. You do go out with your brain basically being boiled inside of your skull. It's bad. Anyways, we have our prediction in. It is 55% say yes, 45% say no. So, actually, wait, shit. I should have the other, hold on. Do I have the vote slot music in here? Did I not make that a separate thing? Oh, that's so annoying. Oh shit, wait. Let me, because I have audio for this, but it's attached to a video and it's a screen recording and I don't know what it'll show if I do that. The way that I get my music for my videos and also for this is I just screen record it playing on Spotify because I'm a professional video maker. So let me get this. Sorry again. If I had thought about it, I would have exported it, but I didn't have time. Let's pray this doesn't like dox me real quick. Hold on. There we go. That did work. I was indeed a mastermind. Yes. Viveros was in fact a mastermind, which means that, in fact, Papa is our first winner, not a victim. Hold on. What's our... There we go. This is what I was saving this for. Yes, this was not, in fact, part of Puppo's narrative. Puppo is not to be executed here. Puppo had been confident that Viveros was the mastermind right from the jump. Like Hikaru said, it was obvious that the odd one out would be a bonus mastermind after they said at least 3. Honestly, he kind of half expected Viveros to just be a dummy, not a real person. After the talent show was announced, Puppo began concocting his plan. He had ordered an explosive gel from the producers, and while Viveros had been out with Camelliaah, he snuck into his lab to coat the insides of the shot glasses with it. That way, after Viveros poured the shots and then lit them on fire, the liquid in the glass would insulate the explosive gel. But as soon as he tipped it back, the gel would be exposed to the flame, catch fire, and detonate. The other shot glasses that had been coated would also explode, vaporizing the gel and leaving no trace behind. Puppo had honestly been hoping more people would struggle in the talent show, or that someone else would demonstrate a more clear affinity for explosives. But he didn't really mind if he didn't have a strong defense. He was confident that Viveros was a mastermind, and it all hinged on that. That had been the plan of the ultimate good boy, Puppo Lostfeld. Where's that one? There it is. And with that, Puppo does get to graduate, flipping a double bird to Fubuki as he's escorted out the door. The others, who are a bit shocked at how quickly things have escalated here, stay up to discuss everything that just happened. Most were honestly surprised to see Puppo go for first blood, with a handful of others admitting that they kinda did have similar plans to gun for Viveros, given that they'd also suspected him of being a mastermind. One topic that people kept returning to was that of the masterminds. The bonus mastermind was out there. Also, let me swap to this. One topic people kept returning to was that of the mastermind. The bonus mastermind was out, but there were still 3 more out there. Who would kill next? Would they get another mastermind? Each one that died would eliminate another golden ticket out of there, but the longer someone waited to strike, the better their odds of striking correctly were. The conversations kept going in circles, and eventually, everyone went to bed. And that brings us to the end of chapter 1. Also, okay, so to answer your question earlier, Arya, yeah, I reran the simulation until I died first. that was always part of the plan. It didn't matter who killed me. I just had to die first because I thought it would be bullshit if I made it any amount of distance ahead of anyone else. That was purely why. I needed to fill a slot, but I didn't want to... The simulation was remarkably friendly to me, frankly. Anytime I lived, I did make it to like the last couple. So I was like, no, I just need to... It wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be fun if I won my own game. I'd be like, oh my god. But yeah. I didn't reset for Puppo to win it though. I reset until there was only a single kill because it also was really, again, insistent on doing double kills. It doesn't like having one person. Yeah, Puppo... Putting yourself to win. It would have been really funny in its own way, but I don't think I'm the kind of person that people would find the humor in that for, you know? Yeah, that was also the idea, is that I kind of wanted to like explain the mastermind twist pretty early on. Just have it be something that people could sort of like figure it out. Yeah, okay, Arya is, for people who aren't aware, Arya has also done the Hunger Games simulators, which would also be a really fun one to do, but I think that one also kind of gives less room. Like there's not a class trial component to that, which is the fun part of this one, I think. But yeah, also the reason why I made all the simulations, I have the shareable links. I'll send those out to everybody after we're done with this. So they can play around with it as much as they want. But the reason I didn't send that out is because people who got the final kills and stuff like that, that would kind of reflect, roles that I had in mind for people. Not necessarily that like a killer was the, black or the mastermind or whatever, but just like I use them to construct a narrative, and I think if you can see it all simplified without all of the like flavor text added around it, make it kind of hard. But yeah, so I had to do a lot of resets to get around where I died first and there wasn't a double kill to start, which took forever. But yes, so also I had to make the little winner asset for myself, and I'm very proud of it. I showed it off the other day on stream too. I think it's very good. But yes. Oh my gosh, so much dancing. Also, Demi, I need to DM you one of these days to figure out who you got that from. I need one of those. They're so cute. I need some sort of like little pixel dance. Either that or like a noodle spinning emote. But anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed the first chapter. I hope it was silly and fun. Someone double kills one as mastermind. Yeah, so long as one of the people dead, like whoever the blackened is, they're responsible for both of the deaths. If any of those people are masterminds, then it counts. So long as you are responsible for the death of a mastermind or like are the blackened for that chapter. Double kills are kind of like risk reward, where like if you can hit a mastermind, then you're set, but you can make a mistake. Hi, Julian. You missed Puppo exploding me and then getting out. You essentially double your odds, yeah. But also like if you fuck up, then it just makes it easier for everyone else because then they have them. Puppo's execution, I don't know. I struggled to come up with one for you, if I'm being honest. There were a lot of sort of like vague ideas that were bouncing around in my head, but nothing that was like specific, I guess. Dog agility course of death. No, probably would have been something more along the lines of like, honestly, I probably would have gone with like a replay of your lore. I really don't know Pablo's lore. I believe it was that you were a dog who got hit by a car and then got isekai'd into being who you are now. So it would have been something similar to that. You get hit by another car, you turn back into a dog, and then get hit again, and that's where it goes. Something like that. I didn't think about it too much, though, because once I had this, I don't usually... The way I write the scripts for these as well is that I write it all in one go. I don't, like, go back and edit it for the most part. I, like, go back and add some details sometimes, or, like, I'll write the trials, and then I'll go back and write the chapter to kind of explain it. But yeah, an endless isekai loop would have been really funny. I'm talking like Frogger, Brian Family Guy. But yeah. It's my son. Anyways, yeah, so whenever I'm writing these out, it's literally like the first thing that comes to mind. Like I pretty much just don't stop typing, especially because it's been such a panic for the last week to get all these done. So like I wake up, I get to my computer, and I'm just typing nonstop. Again, this one is, what was it, 17,000 words? Also, we're gonna run the ad right now. Everyone can go to the bathroom, get some water and stuff because it's about to run anyways. And then once the ad ends, we'll come back to the next chapter. But let me check. How many words were all four of these chapters of writing together? Thank you for the follow, Starlight Penguin. Welcome in. How's your day been? Also, yes, check out the video essays. We've got Despair Downpour. We've got Frozen Frenzy. Fall of Hope. Let me open up a calculator because I can't do this shit in my head. So, oh god, it's taking forever to scroll up. So this one was 16813 for Summertime Stars. For Fall of Hope, it was 11,393. Frozen Frenzy was 14,670. And Despair Downpour was 12,530. Did I shrink that? Oh, I think I... Okay. Disclosure on that one. Some of it I kind of had to improvise because I couldn't really figure out how to write it. The last bit, the Russian roulette bit, that one was all just like improv, which I was very proud of. It seemed like the tension of that one was good. Anyways, I've written 55,413 words for all of this. That's a novel. People have enjoyed it, so that's the fun bit. Loony, your end will come when it's funniest. That's what you said, right? You gotta stick to it. There we go, another 20 seconds of the ad, and then we'll get back to it. But yeah, I will say, out of all of it, mine was the only ending that I like legitimately rigged it, where I was like, I have to die first. That was the only time where I was like, this person has to be dead at this point. Everything else was like I said, unless it was just like an outcome where all my friends survive to the end type deal, then I would mostly do that. Yeah, Looney's gonna get the Jim Prentice end, which is where you die off screen, but in real life. Jim Prentice was the former premier of Alberta, and after he lost an election, and it was very dramatic, he like stepped away, and then he died in like a plane crash that nobody knew about. It was really weird, honestly, how little people cared. Kind of sad, but he was also an asshole. Quick. Nobody's allowed to hand. No killing my participants. Only I'm allowed to do that. And the other participants are allowed to do that. Should have joined if you wanted to kill Loony. Anyways. Where's my pen? Masterminds before after. I decided the masterminds based on the first round and how people performed. Because I didn't get all of them done at the same time. The last group was the one that I didn't have, like I had the simulation for the first two groups done before I had everybody signed up for the third group. So it was all kind of a little bit all over the place. Like a group is not a thing. Yeah, exactly, Fubuki, but we'll get to the math of it later on. Anyways. The end of chapter 1 has happened. Let me turn off the sad music. And we'll move on to chapter 2, where of course my deadass shows up first. And also this music is too loud again. Fuck, where is it? I turned all these down more earlier and I thought they were fine. And then for whatever reason, it turns out they're a lot louder than I thought they were. But yeah, so something that Fubuki is alluding to is that each group has one mastermind, which means that if you know you're not the mastermind and your group's mastermind is still alive, excuse me, then Fall of Hope people have a 1 in 4 chance of picking somebody else from their own group, and they can improve those odds by getting a double kill within their own group. And for the rest of them, it's 1 in 5. That was also part of the reason why I kind of wanted myself to be like an independent party in all of it, because then it doesn't feel like it's like my death doesn't affect any other group. This music is still very loud. Hi, Lila. 2 more left? Not necessarily. Puppo might have been a mastermind. It might not have been. There's still there were at least 3 to start with. They predicted 4, including myself. So who knows? That's also the risk. If your mastermind is gone, you might just start killing people completely incorrectly, which would be very funny. But anyways, we're on to chapter 2, Loose Threads. That's my yeah, if you are the mastermind, you wouldn't want to kill off anyone in your own group. You'd be targeting the others. I am having a good night. I hope you're having a good night. I hope everyone's having a good night. But yeah, so a few days later on day 9, the remaining ultimates are still playing a little bit cautiously. I mean, there was no rush to act before they could be confident of their targets, so the focus right now is on information gathering, and they continue to go about their days. Julien is badgering Hikaru to go back to their old working arrangement with Hikaru as his informant, which Hikaru is slowly being worn down for. The masterminds do know that they're masterminds, yeah. they've been acting accordingly. And after this is all done, we'll do like a whole like wrap up where I'll explain kind of like what role they were playing throughout their games. Because I do have all of that in mind. That's part of the 50,000 words of bullshit I've written. Anyways, Julien has been badgering Hikaru to go back to their old working arrangement with Hikaru as his informant, which Hikaru is coming around to. Masterminds do not know who each other are, or at least they haven't been told by production. They can figure it out themselves like anyone else can. There was a small emergency that day when Fossil accidentally bumps Fran off a dock and into the ocean, but thankfully Rain is there to save the day, diving in, swooping her out. The rest of the Ultimates, while chatting, are mostly spending time indoors, trying to stay cool and out of the heat. And the day ends pretty peacefully, with the Ultimates going to bed relaxed and, most importantly, still alive. On the morning of day 10, or at breakfast, Haya asks if anyone would like to go on a walk with him around the island, which Yukihime immediately agrees. Haya asks if Fubuki would like to join them, which she also agrees to. Haya doesn't say it out loud, but senses that Fubuki is maybe feeling a little bit of mixed emotions about Puppo getting out of there. Probably a lot of anger. Might be good to just take a walk. Reminds me of microwaves. Yeah, the whole island is actually in a microwave. This is the glass plate that's in the middle of the microwave. That's what you guys are at. I was, incidentally, at the beginning, if you noticed when I like stumbled over my words and I was like, and they'll find new, or something. It was originally New Islands. It was supposed to be a ripoff of Danganronpa 2, and then I realized I don't care to do that. We'll just have one island. Anyways, Fran makes a point of thanking Rain for saving her yesterday in front of the other Ultimates, trying to maybe repay the kindness, trying to sort of, launder the reputation a little bit. But so far, doesn't really seem to be moving the needle. Throughout the day, or after Haya, Yukihime, and Fubuki leave for their walk, other Ultimates, especially from Frozen Frenzy, start to become suspicious that the three of them might be scheming something. Julien and Hikaru meet, with Hikaru finally agreeing to go back to finding out info for Julien. Fossil and Loony meet, agreeing to stick together for the next few days and play it safe, while speculating about who the masterminds might be. True, Julien's here. Also, yeah, Julien, rules are there's a mastermind from each group. If the mastermind gets killed, the killer gets to escape. So if it's you, you might get out. That's how Puppo got out. He killed me, who was the secret special bonus mastermind. Anyways, Cottony, Nyantsume, and Camelliaah spend the day together. Fran, Boba, and Ashton do as well. And Jaewon and Rain both end up spending time alone in their dorms. I feel like this music is still too loud, but I've turned it down a lot. Whatever. Who can never be sure? As the sun starts to go down, though, the Ultimates start to get a bit concerned about Haya, Yukihime, and Fubuki, who've been gone for at least a couple hours now. It's not too loud? Okay. I have you guys turned down a little bit, too, which I think is part of it. No, it's because I have you guys turned down negative 7.2 decibels. So for me, it sounds louder, and I thought earlier it was fine, but I worry. We'll leave it like this. If it ends up being too loud, you guys can tell me. Not that I trust anyone to. This is gonna be like when I was playing Yakuza, and nobody told me that the screen was, or the chat and everything, all my on-screen assets were frozen for 3 hours. Anyways, the other Ultimates are concerned about Haya, Yukihime, and Fubuki, who've been gone for at least a couple hours now. However, soon after they start thinking about maybe heading out for a rescue party, the three of them return. Fubuki mentioned that the walk probably would have taken like maybe an hour or so, but if they'd stayed on track, but they decided to follow a few side trails and explore the island a little bit more, and that's why they were out long, don't worry. Exhausted by another hot day, the Ultimates go to bed. As the Ultimates make their way to breakfast, everyone without fail is complaining about the heat. And upon arriving at the dining area, discover that the AC isn't working. Ashton goes to check on it, but before he can get out of the room, an announcement comes through once again. They've stumbled upon their next incentive. A heat wave is about to hit the island, and the producers have decided to shut off their air conditioning until such a time as someone dies, whether from a heat stroke or a murder. There's no point trying to fix the units either. They just straight up cannot be turned on until the producers decide to do so. The Ultimates honestly kind of just roll their eyes at this. Like, compared to some of the other incentives they've had, this is pretty mild. They can probably make this. Okay, well, apparently not super mild. God damn, Julien. Anyways. Haya, Yukihime, and Fubuki go for their walk once again, this time bringing water bottles with them to stay hydrated. They make the walk around the island in about an hour, as Fubuki had predicted. The other Ultimates continue hanging out as they had the day before, but Rain had been invited to spend time with Fran, Bobaccino, and Ashton. Ryza is now hanging out with Fossil and Loony, and Jaewon and Puffy are hanging out as well. The whole thing is a beach episode. So just to clarify, that means that Rain, Fran, Bobaccino, and Ashton are together. Jaewon and Puffy are together, and who was it? Ryza, Fossil, and Loony are together. Also, I forgot to mention, sorry, yesterday, Puffy and Ryza notably are back to whatever feud they'd previously had and are avoiding each other. That was what I said. I apologize, I'm dumb. Again, it's been so long. I would love to sleep in the ocean. I mean, Stara might have too. There are a few fish people who didn't make it out of your group. Anyways. Throw me back in. I mean, you're still alive. You're spectating. Mortal soccer bounces. Jesus. Yeah, you're watching from the hotel room. Anyways. What was I saying? Yeah, so that's how everyone's hanging out. Oh, I didn't want to make it too horny because I wasn't sure about all of this, but yes, you are a voyeur now. The Ultimates head to bed, unexcited to have to deal with the lack of AC and sleeping all sweaty and gross, but nonetheless, they do all manage to sleep. At breakfast, the Ultimates comment on the heat definitely getting noticeably worse today. Maybe the lack of AC would truly become a murder mode if it kept up like this, they start joking. At least, they hope they're all joking. Most of the Ultimates make plans to continue hanging out at the beach under umbrellas, dipping in the water to cool down when needed, but Fubuki, Haya, and Yukihime decide to head out on their walk again, saying the path is mostly covered in trees anyway, so the heat's not too bad. The day begins peacefully enough, with the 14 Ultimates hanging out on the beach. Soon enough, wait, where was it? Soon, however, Loony's ears perk up. Is that someone shouting? No sooner does he think that than Haya emerges onto the beach, panting and shouting in a raspy voice. The other Ultimates rush over with Hikaru offering him a sip of his water to try and deal with the raspiness. As soon as Haya can speak, he says that they've been about halfway into their walk when Yukihime and Fubuki had suddenly collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. He hadn't known what to do about it, so he'd ran back to the resort for help. The other Ultimates immediately head out to get to where Haya said they collapsed, but the heat makes it hard to keep up a fast pace. However, soon enough they arrive, and when they do... I need to time this better, I'm so sorry. They find Fubuki and Yukihime dead on the ground. No, Fubuki. Oh, Papa, are you sad to lose your rival? Yes, Yukihime. Can't believe you're dead. And you can say that she tried to do this. It's because Papa wasn't there. So, I mean, maybe Papa killed from outside. Anyways. Is this the one that we had? No, this was not the... This was the right one. Fubuki and Yukihime both died not of heat, as it turns out, but of a poison that the investigation documents say takes roughly 10 minutes to take effect. Both of them seem to have spilled their water bottles when they collapsed, but evidence of the poison along with other substances was found in both of them as well as in Haya's bottle. The walk around the island, as stated earlier, takes roughly an hour in total, and the time of death for both was roughly 40 minutes before the official body discovery. Hi, Goblin. A poison? Who gave him the water? Well, that's what we have to figure out. Or maybe someone put the poison in the water. They had gone for their walks with their water bottles before. Anyways, wait, did I take a note of this? I did not take a note of this previous prediction. Okay. Let me just save the screenshot of that before we start the new one. So, before we begin with the class trial, we're going to set up the prediction. Who is the Blackened of Chapter 2? We can review some details about who was where if anyone would like me to. Or like what people were up to in the previous days, but no more information will be provided, just a recap of the old stuff. Or maybe an unreliable narrator, who knows? God, there's not really a good way to like just do alternating patterns for this group, because too many of you are already dead in the wrong places. Also, thank you, Mid. I appreciate that. Yes, go follow all the lovely people who have been part of this. I very much so do appreciate it. And also the artwork. I love, everybody has such cool designs. I love them a lot. Yukihime's is one of the ones that I like. The colors of it are so pretty, the little like halo thing. And Fubuki, I don't know how to describe like that sort of orangish pink kind of colors. It's such a good color scheme. I love it. 2 secretive peeps are both dead. Again, the chapter, what was the chapter called? Loose Threads? The chapter titles are always an indication of who dies. Like we can, yeah, there's so many good designs that make me sad when people die. Okay, yeah, right now they're dead. But when they were alive, they were very colorful. Yeah, there's so many good ones that I really, really like. There was, that was part of why I was like really sad to lose Maze so early in Frozen Frenzy in particular. There's something about it that I really liked a lot. All of them are good. It makes me sad whenever I have to kill anyone off because I'm like, fuck, I want to keep you around. You're pretty. Stay on my screen. Anyways, how do I do the order of this? I'm trying to find, like, I want to randomize it, but I don't know how to randomize it with this. You know what? Wait. I don't know. Let me see if this works. Just pick like 3 people, I guess, from each row, and then we'll do 3 people from each of the top rows, and then we'll do all 4 of the bottom, or no, 3 from each row and then a random. That's right. Oh wait, no, I'm dumb. I can't count. Fuck. Okay, we'll do 2 random people from each row, and then I don't know. I'm just picking people at this point. Who fucking cares? Okay, fine. So, we have a couple left. Maybe. Who knows? We'll see. But anyways, so the named people for chapter 2 for the prediction are going to be Julien, Jaewon, Camelliaah, Loony, Hikaru, Cottony, Astion, Haya, and Rain. If you don't think it's any of those people, you can also vote for other. Other means that anyone who is not named, if they are the guilty party, you will get the points for guessing them correctly. We've got 10 minutes on the prediction. Just to recap what happened. Fubuki and Yukihime had both died of a poison that takes roughly 10 minutes to take effect. Both of them spilled their water bottles when they had collapsed, but evidence of the poison inside the water bottles alongside other substances were found in both of them, as well as in Haya's bottle. The walk around the island takes about an hour in total. They were about halfway through it, and the time of death for both was roughly 40 minutes before the official body discovery. Does that all make sense? We're all on the same page here? All right. Let me find you're just playing dead. It's fine. Let's get into the class trial. I was supposed to say they didn't drink their water. All the water bottles, sorry, not all the water bottle, or all the water bottles that had at least some drinks out of them, I should say. Or at least Haya's did. The other 2 they dropped them, so they don't know how much they might have drank. Anyways, that's not really important. At the class trial, Haya is still clearly a bit disturbed by witnessing the deaths of their 2 friends, huddled up and shuddering at his podium. Puffy tries to kind of comfort him, pat him on the shoulder, but realizes maybe it's better to just leave him be for now. Camelliaah is the one who starts out the debate by mentioning the water bottles didn't just have water. They had been borrowing some leftover supplies from Camelliaah's talent show for their water, such as edible glitter as well as some flavor add-ins. The poison they said takes only 10 minutes to kick in, so. Fran asks if it would have been possible for the poison to have been added or mixed in with one of those, which Camelliaah says is definitely a possibility. However, before anyone jumps on Camelliaah for it, they would like to remind everyone that the leftovers from their talent show performance had been left in the kitchen ages ago, so anyone could have had access to those. Hikaru asks if they ever learned more about the poison, to which Ryza says the only details were that it takes roughly 10 minutes for it to kick in. Rain, hoping to kind of stay on everyone's good side here, points out that they were at least half an hour into their walk by the time they died. Shouldn't the poison have killed them closer to the resort, or what? Haya, through tears, insists that he hadn't touched the bodies once they collapsed. As soon as he saw them fall, he instantly ran back for help. Aston says, this makes sense. They would probably line up at the time of death. 40 minutes would be a reasonable amount of time to run back, grab help, and then run back. And they were with them for 20 minutes of that, which further solidifies it. Loony asks if the two of them had been acting strange at all up until that point, at which point Haya shakes his head. They had gone on that exact same walk a couple of times so far, and the only thing that really changed was the heat. Julien asks if there was anyone else who had been in the kitchen that day. Haya confirmed that he had been while making breakfast, but hadn't seen anyone else until Fubuki and Yukihime had come by for their daily walk. He hadn't been in the kitchen the whole day, but that was what he saw. Nyantsume confirmed that they had also seen the group headed out on that same route multiple times before, around that same time. To them, everything seemed pretty much on par. Jaewon then asked what everyone had been putting in their water bottles. Maybe that would give a hint about how they'd been poisoned. Haya said that they had each kept their own personal water bottle either in their room or on their person at all times, fearing something like this happening. They'd filled it from the same filtered source that Haya had prepared breakfast with, meaning that if the water had been poisoned from there, it would have killed everyone. Then, everyone put different edible glitter and flavors or whatever in their water before heading out. Ryza brings up that all three of the water bottles did have poison in them, meaning that either all the add-ins had been poisoned or it was something else. Haya concurs, saying that they also didn't always pick the same flavors each day, but the things they used today weren't brand new. They were all trying different flavors, all that sort of stuff. They were doing water talk shit. Those things where they pour in, just basically Kool-Aid mix and edible glitter. And they're like, oh my god, it's water. And it's like, that's juice. I'm so sorry. I got in a fight with my sister once because I was like, they're just making juice. And she was like, I don't know why you get so mad about this. I'm like, I'm not mad about it. I'm just baffled that we keep calling this water. Anyways, that's not important. Aston asks if there's some way that a release mechanism of some sort could have been added into the water bottles or installed in them in some way that would have let the poison out. Yeah, exactly, man. Asbestos cups. No, lead. You got to mix it in your, what are they called? The Stanley cups, which were a big thing for a while and threw me off for ages because I kept thinking they were talking about the Stanley Cup trophy. But anyways. Yeah, asks if there's some way that a release mechanism could have somehow been installed in the water bottles, but Jaewon shakes his head. They were just simple plastic water bottles, there wasn't anywhere to hide anyone. And, as Haya had said, they'd kept them on their person or in a locked room at all times. Nyantsume suggests that maybe there was a release mechanism in them, but that the person who had early access to the crime scene had erased the evidence. They are ugly. Especially, okay, where's this music so I can turn it off? Can I just say, just have a fucking... carry a bag. Why are you attaching things to your Stanley Cup? Why do you... No, I don't talk too much. This is a deserved rant. If you ever see those TikToks where you're like, oh my god, I'm getting ready for my day out, and they spend 30 minutes making this fake-ass water that's just juice and glitter, and then they put all these accessories on it where it's a little, if you've ever seen the ones that's it's a ring around the top that you can put snacks in, there's a phone holder, there'll be a thing for holding your credit card, there'll be all these accessories that they attach onto it, and it's I think you need to stop. Somebody is stealing your money by making you think you need this, and you need to stop. Oh, they annoy me. Yeah, get ready with me while I pack my Stanley because it's a cup, and I seem to think that this is a purse. Anyways, back to the death. Anyways, yes, like I said, Nyantsume suggests that maybe there was a release mechanism, but that the person with early access to the crime scene had erased the evidence. This brings a new wave of tears from Haya, with the others giving Nyantsume a dirty look. However, Nyantsume persists. If anyone could have tampered with the scene, it was Haya, right? Through the sobbing, Haya insists that he doesn't know how to do anything like that. He's just an ultimate innkeeper. Plus, his water had been poisoned too. He also could have died. That makes Hikaru pause. Now that he thought about it, why didn't Haya die? But before we can get there, Jaewon interrupts. He noticed that by the time they got there, Fubuki's and Yukihime's water bottles were still kind of cold, right? There was still some condensation around the side. How is that possible? It had been over an hour since they left the resort by that point, and nearly an hour from the time they got them dropped to the time that they found them. How is that possible? Hikaru nods in agreement, asking if maybe the release mechanism wasn't a mechanical mechanism. What if it was something else? Puffy, trying his best to be gentle, asks Haya if there had been any ice in the water bottles that day. Haya shrugs, saying he doesn't remember. But Boba interjects, saying that that seems like a pretty simple detail to remember. Either there was or there wasn't. And it was a hot day. It wouldn't be abnormal to have put some ice in the water. But again, hot day, you would remember if you've been drinking ice water on a trail. Haya insists he doesn't remember, but Nyantsume ignores him, asking if anyone else had used ice that day, to which everyone says no. With that, Nyantsume is confident. The ice must have been used to kill Yukihime and Fubuki. But who did it? Nobody wanted to be the one to make an accusation. Could have been anyone. Haya, still sobbing, insists that it wasn't him. I mean, he put the ice in his water bottle too. There was poison in there too. But before they can discuss it further, the announcement interrupts. It's time for the voting once again. I need there to be a way for that to like fade out. It annoys me that it just instantly dies. Anyways, we'll give a few more seconds for people to vote, cast your predictions, who you think done it. We'll go 15 more seconds, we'll say. I like that this time there's the same, we're gonna close the submissions now. I like that the same number of people have voted for each person. There's 3 voters for each. They just all cast different amounts of points. There were 6% of the points were cast towards Loony, 7% towards Other, and 87% towards Haya, with everyone else who was named Julien, Jaewon, Camelliaah, Hikaru, Cottony, Ashton, and Rain getting nothing. So, who was it? Who done it? Who did it? Loony does. I'm surprised Fossil hasn't been getting more votes throughout this, honestly. But anyways. Oh god, I almost clicked on the wrong thing again. It's time to see who done it. Who did it? Who killed Fubuki and Yukihime, the ultimate ninja and the ultimate magus? Why is that word so hard for me? Anyways, let's do a trial. Let's do a vote. The other votes? I'm not sure. Viveros is dead, as we know, has been known. Julien voted for Haya. Nyantsume voted for Ashton. Let me turn this down a little. Ryza voted for Julien. Jaewon voted for Camelliaah. Camelliaah voted for Loony. Or no, yeah, Loony, sorry. Fuck, I forgot. Fubuki is dead. I can't remember who it was who voted for Fran. I'm getting lost. Fran voted for Rain. Loony voted for Haya. Hikaru voted for Rain. Voted for Fossil. Papa is a winner. He's escaped. Yukihime is dead. Cottony votes for Nyantsume. Ashton voted for Fran. Puffy voted for Boba. Haya voted for Nyantsume. Fossil voted for Boba. And Rain voted for Haya. Which means someone got the most votes. There's not even a tie this time. So who was our blackened? Haya, the ultimate innkeeper. I can't believe you, Haya. How could you do this? There's so many sources in here. I can't find anything. Haya's, oh yeah, also, Haya drew their own art specifically for this. Like that drawing was done for, they were Haya was the last person added because he needed the time to finish it. It's such good art. I love it so much. It's so pretty. You can also commission it. I've gotten some art from him. I know some of my friends have too. His VGen is also linked there if you'd like to go check it out. Cannot recommend highly enough. Super sweet. But let me manage our prediction, choose our outcome, hand it over to the Haya voters. I kind of want to be able to predict or compare the predictions after this and see who got more things right. Is okay. All right. So the question this time is going to be, did Haya kill a mastermind? And I'm going to offer a few options. It's going to be yes, Fubuki, yes, Yukihime, yes, Both. No. So, there are, in fact, 2 victims in this case. There's Yukihime, there's Fubuki. Is one of them a mastermind? Is Haya going to be allowed to escape too? Doesn't miss Haya. Haya will be missed. Haya's been preparing all your food. So now what are you going to do, huh? Also, God, I again, love all the designs of people in this. Haya's is so pretty. I'm like, buyout. Wow. God, it's brutal out here. Alexa, play Brutal by Olivia Rodrigo. Also, I kind of did things out of order last time. I didn't do the climactic reenactment first. I should have done that. I got lucky enough. Oh no. Wow, nobody's optimistic here for Haya's odds, are they? Actually, what's the prediction looking like so far? 98% no. Jesus, you guys. Papa wasn't the one who voted for Fubuki. Nobody thinks it was just Yukihime, though. Interesting. Anyways, we've got a little bit more time on the prediction. Also, we'll pause the ad and then we'll do it after this. We'll do it in between chapters so people can get their water and everything. Also, for this one, everybody does get a screen that's either them as the blackened or them as a survivor like this. Unlike with the previous ones where they were only for the blackened. Because in the previous ones, it didn't matter who the victim was. Because none of you killed a mastermind. Okay. Excuse me. So, I think the prediction is closed. Yes. So, there was 1% of the vote went to yes for Fubuki, 9% went to yes for Yukihime, 1% went to yes for both. It was all just one person, but different people put different amount of points. 89% said no, neither of them were. So, what happened here? Well, let's discuss. Let's explain. Toffee horrifying. What is this? Yeah, exactly. That's for the first group. That was actually my logic, was that I made screens for every person dying, and then I was like, that's too much work. We can't be doing that. Thank you for the hydration check, Fossil. Anyways, how did Haya do it? Okay, music. Can you get your shit together? Oh, I think my stuff is lagging out a bit. That's fun. Anyways, okay. Haya wasn't naive about their odds in this game. There were a lot of strong people on the island with deadly abilities, and he was likely an easy target. So, after the death of Viveros, he decided to take action. After trying to analyze the other ultimates, he concluded that Fubuki and Yukihime both seemed to fit a similar archetype in terms of being relatively quiet, having a dangerous ability that they could have used for self-defense if needed, and that they'd both been randomly targeted on their seasons. Maybe they shared some similarities because they were both masterminds. Or at least maybe one of them was. Fearing that people would start killing off masterminds before he got a chance, he concocted the plan after seeing the weather report indicating a hot day on days 11 and 12. It had been his idea to go for the walks, hoping to lure them into a false sense of security. The poison had been a small amount of powder frozen into ice, which released into Fubuki and Yukihime's water not long after leaving the resort, thus why they died more than 10 minutes away from it. Haya had made a separate tray of safe ice for himself as well, which he put into his bottle to not arouse suspicions from them. And after they collapsed, he'd slipped a small baggie of powder into his bottle to make it look like all 3 of them had been targeted. And that's how Haya, the ultimate innkeeper, killed Fubuki and Yukihime. But, were they right? Well, let's see. Our first victim, Fubuki Shinko, the ultimate ninja, was... Wait, no, hold on. This was the wrong music for this. We had this one. If it'll play ever. There we go. Fubuki was not a mastermind. Fubuki was just another survivor trying to make it to the next day. Working 9 to 5. What a way to make a living. And now there's no more living to be made because she is dead. But that's not the only one. What about Yukihime? If Yukihime was a mastermind, Haya still gets to live. Or were they? They were not. Womp womp Haya. Haya is in fact the black end of this chapter. Not the first murderer, but the first one who doesn't get to win. 0 for 2, exactly. Tragic, I know. Let me also... Wait, did I not take a screenshot of the last prediction? I did, okay, good. Wait, where's the... We'll do this. I don't like having silence, so we'll have this while we wait for the execution. 89% of the vote was correct, so you guys really had no faith in Haya's luck, which is fair. And you know what? Who can blame Haya? I would understand it too. So double would be worth it. Maybe. Let's see if they think about that. But for now, it's time for the punishment. The execution of Haya, the ultimate innkeeper. Poor hospitality. Haya finds himself in his old inn, filled to the brim with dummies dressed up as customers, blabbering about nothing to each other. Suddenly, one of them approaches the counter and yells some gibberish at Haya. Confused, he asks them to repeat themselves, but the dummy only continues saying nonsense. Haya tries getting them a drink, offering them a room key, offering them a bowl of pretzels, which the dummy eventually grabs and takes away. But immediately, more dummies begin crowding the counter, demanding things in nonsense languages as Haya desperately tries to guess what they want. Sometimes he's able to guess right, and they walk away. But as he struggles to meet their demands, the pileup of dummies trying to get what they need just grows and grows. Suddenly, Haya realizes that some of the dummies at the front can't get out even after being served. They're being pressed too hard against the bar to turn around, meaning that Haya can't get to the ones behind them either. For a second, he feels relief. He can't fulfill orders he can't receive. But then, the wood of the counter cracks audibly, and he realizes they're creating a crowd crush. No sooner does he think that than the counter cracks again, and then there's a low groan as the bolts attaching the counter to the floor begin to give. Panicking, Haya looks for a way out, but the dummies have completely crowded out every area. And then, a moment later, the counter gives, and the wave of dummies flies towards Haya. The only thing he can do is close his eyes before the weight of hundreds of dummies smashes him into the wall, leaving nothing but a paste. The plays of minimum wage workers, so true. Crowd crush inside of it. Well, I hate to tell you this, these are not realistic locations. A paste, yeah, it's brutal. But anyways, so let me just put on the Moon on the Water one. We're gonna run the ad now because it needs to run again. Go get your water. I'm gonna need to refill my water as well. And then we'll move on to the next chapter. I'm excited for this next one. This one's fun. Okay, go get your stuff. I'll see you. Thank you for the pin or the pings mint as well. I will say the paste wasn't written. That was an improv that I probably I felt like I needed to say something, but it was a really dumb thing to say. Anyways, get your water, go to the bathroom, enjoy yourself. I don't know if you're going to enjoy yourself getting water or going to the bathroom. Don't be weird in the bathroom. See you guys in a sec. Okay, we're back. Let me recalibrate real quick. The ad is also done. I don't like that my phone can track me while I'm like all the way out of my office. It's uncomfortable. Jesus, Loony. But yeah, okay, so let's go over the numbers again real quick for anyone who's doing the math at home. Actually, wait, also, when we do the prediction video, explain that. That emote, is that Joel? Or Joel? It scares me. I don't like it. Anyways, Joel, I don't remember. I just know that you've shown me when I panicked. Gave me anxiety. Anyways, where is it? Yeah, so the numbers are from the Frozen Frenzy group. I think everyone's still alive, right? None of them have died. We've got Julien, we've got Ryza, we've got Loony, got Hikaru, got Puffy, and got Fossil. So that's 6. The Fall of Hope group, Nyantsume, excuse me, Jaewon. Sorry, I don't know why I'm like dying. Camelliaah, and Cottony. That's 4. And then yeah, 4 from the last group. Right. Okay. So let me just make sure, where is this? We'll figure out where that one will go later. Sorry, my sources are a little bit mixed up here. 3H4. Where is this? Why are all my sources all mixed up? Hold on. There we go. Okay. And also let me make a note so I can put the timestamp in. 157. Perfect. Okay. So, as has been stated, we're down to 14. We've lost Viv, we've lost Fubuki, we've lost Puppo, we've lost Yukihime, and we've lost Haya. Speaking of, in chapter 3, titled Behind Our Backs, chapter 3 is called Behind Our Backs. The Ultimates have just finished watching Haya's execution and turning their attention back to one another. The Ultimates realize something with horror. Yes, while the Ultimates had been distracted by Haya's execution, one Ultimate had been executing something of their own. A plan. When the execution had ended, they turned back to discover Cottony dead on the ground. Investigation documents take a second to prepare, given how unexpected this was. But, meh. Sometimes things happen unexpectedly. It's All-Stars. They're playing to win. But soon the documents are there. Cottony died from being stabbed in the temple, killing her instantly. There are no broken bones on the body, suggesting that she didn't dead drop straight down. She also didn't dead drop. Here's qualification of VTubers. Other than that, there's really nothing for it. All they can do is start the next class trial. I want to do at least one that was like an instant kill in the courtroom. I thought that would be fun. Sorry, Cottony. I wanted the reverse of a normal genre of chapter 3. Who was in the back of the crowd at the time? They were all focused on Haya. Also, speaking of, we have how many people alive again? 13 now, yeah. So we're still gonna have a couple of others. Let's see. Who is the black end of chapter 3? Yeah, Fall of Hope group is really just taking shot after shot here. We'll do alternating, then we'll just throw a rain on at the end, I guess. We can do that. Oh, wait, no. 1, 2. Yeah, I guess, because then we'll have 9. Whatever. So, Julien. They're very hopeless. The fall. I mean, it is the fall of hope. Hope falls. Unlike Cottony. Cottony seems to have gone to the ground pretty gently. And we'll do Julien. We'll do Captain Ryza. Camelliaah. Fubuki's dead. Loony Frinkelboom. I feel like I end up mostly including the same people, but I just try and alternate it the same way each time. Oh, wait, no, that won't. Because with the death of Cottony... I don't like having to try and sort this out. I don't know how to do the math. We'll do 2 from each row. How about that? Because I think I want to pick different people than have just always been thrown in. We'll do Nyantsume and Jaewon. We'll do... You haven't been part of these very much. We'll keep Camelliaah. We'll put in Fran. Oops, not Fran 1, just Fran. Oh, that's right. I forgot that my arrow keys are the hotkeys for that, which is why I keep fucking that up. And then we'll put Hikaru Hayashi, and let's do Lifer. And then, I don't know, we'll put Fossil. Actually, we can put that whole row, can't we? Puffy, Fossil, Rain, and then other. Okay, so the named people are Nyantsume, Jaewon, Camelliaah, Fran, Hikaru Hayashi, Asian Higglifer, Puffy, Fossil, and Rain. If you think it was any of those people, you will be able to predict them. If you think it was not one of the named people, which would mean Julien, Ryza, Boba, Loony, I think those are the only ones who aren't named right now, then you'll vote for other and you'll get all of those. But it's time for our trial to begin. Let's get into it. God, that's so... I really wish I had a better way to transition that over. No pushing people into lockers. You're in a class trial. Act like it. So, as stated before, while the Ultimates were distracted by Haya's execution, and Ultimate had been executing something of their own, a plan. When the execution had ended, they'd turned to discover Cottony dead on the ground. The investigation documents revealed that Cottony had been stabbed in the temple, killing her instantly. There's no broken bones on the body, suggesting that she didn't drop straight down. Other than that, there's nothing for it but to start the trial. And instantly, the Ultimates began turning on each other. Who had a knife? Who had an opportunity? Why would anyone do that? Yeah, everyone is exhausted. The last trial wore them out enough, and now they have to do it again? Hikaru points out that there was no murder weapon found, meaning that whoever was the killer likely kept it on their person. However, Rain suggests it's possible that the weapon wasn't a conventional one. I mean, maybe it was a knife, but the document doesn't reveal the details. And as has been previously noted, if there's no details, it's usually relevant. Jaewon points out that Fossil probably doesn't know where to store anything sharp enough or long enough to do this, so they can probably be crossed off. Fossil, nodding, says that that's what they did during the war. Nobody acknowledges this. Puffy points out that Hikaru has some sort of a stick thing in his hair. Would that maybe work? Hikaru reaches up and touches his hair, having completely forgotten that it was even up there. Rain, however, jumps on this. He knows bad acting when he sees it, and that was some piss-poor acting. Plus, nobody just forgets about something like that. Hikaru couldn't have been sleeping with that in and just forgotten about it just out of force of habit. He would have had to have put that in every morning, and we're just supposed to believe he forgot it existed. Hikaru scoffs, but is initially struggling to come up with a defense for this. I mean, of course it's dumb to forget that, but that doesn't mean it's impossible in a high-pressure moment after a long day to forget something simple. Puffy, meanwhile, ignores Hikaru and goes straight to Julien. What info has Hikaru gathered for you about Cottony? Surprise, Julien stammers that he doesn't know what Puffy's talking about, but Ryza cuts him off. The two of you worked together last time, and we've seen you touching base this time too. Presumably you're trying to figure out who the masterminds are, so spill. What did you know about Cottony? Hikaru lets out a frustrated sigh. He'd been trying his best to be covert, but Julien's not exactly the sneaky type. Hard to sneak around when you're that big. Yes, they had been gathering information, but no, they didn't have anything indicating that they thought Cottony was the mastermind. She'd mostly kept to herself and hadn't really done anything that would set off alarm bells, so as of the moment at least, she'd been pretty low on the suspect list. Look, unfortunately, Monarch, you happen to have big breast, boobs, jugs, and titties, and your breasts and boobly are all around the place. It's hard to not notice you. Monarch is snatched, just also very muscly. Anyways, Rain counters that would indicate that she was actually more suspicious though, wouldn't it? After all, the mastermind is someone who's deliberately trying to not draw attention to themselves. So someone who's blending in a bit would seem like the one, right? Julien, after a moment, says that makes sense in a way, but also that's kind of unhelpful logic. Like, even if that did make sense, there were other people who'd been pretty chill, like Boba or Astion, But Hikaru interrupts, stammering that he didn't actually suspect either Boba or Astion, that's Julien's just saying shit. And Julien, realizing his mistake and potentially revealing his top candidates for Mastermind, shuts up. Jaewon suggests taking a step back and thinking about this for a second. As of right now, there were at least 3 masterminds at the beginning, and 1 died, Viveros. Before Cottony's death, we'd also lost Haya, Fubuki, and Yukihime, and Puppo had escaped. That meant that, at the time of the murder, there were only 4 people left from Fall of Hope, all 6 of Frozen Frenzy's people, and 4 from Despair Downpour. If someone was hunting masterminds, they'd most likely pick from either Fall of Hope or Despair Downpour if they were firing blind, because process of elimination would indicate the best odds there. Rain concurs, adding that anyone from either of those groups who wasn't the mastermind would also be more likely to pick someone from their own. After all, if you know you're not the mastermind, then the odds within your own group are 33% instead of 25%. Boba interrupts to argue that this assumes it was random chance, but nothing about this indicates that it was a random execution. Killing in front of everyone like this is way too risky for a guess. Even if you thought you had 33% odds of getting it right with a guess, that's still 67% odds that you were guessing wrong. Like, why would you take that on unless you had to? Or unless you knew something different? Someone who wanted to take a shot in the dark and kill Cottony could have done it whenever. Like, they could have done it throughout the night, could have done it on a walk, I don't know. But they chose to do it right now. That means it was someone who was confident that she was a mastermind. Or that they had found a way to pin it on someone else. Nyantsume once again points out that Rain has killed someone in a class trial room before, and that if anyone was bold enough to do it, it would be him. Rain argues back that they're only suggesting him because they're obsessed with blaming him, but there is no proof. Camelliaah, who had been pretty quiet up until now, spoke up. Cottony was not the mastermind of their group. They were confident about that. They'd stake their life on it. And when they'd spoken to other Fall of Hope Ultimates, they'd expressed that they also hadn't thought it was Cottony. Unless everyone was lying even when Cottony wasn't around, there's not really a big reason for them to have been lying about that since day 1, and it probably wasn't a Fall of Hope Ultimate. Rain rolls their eyes. There's only 3 of you left now. You, Nyantsume, and Jaewon. If it wasn't Cottony, it's one of you 3. So which of the 3 do you think it is? Camelliaah is taken aback by the question and doesn't respond. But thankfully to them, they don't have to, as Nyantsume steps in to point out that Rain had been pushing awfully hard for this theory, and fixating pretty hard on putting the blame on one of the Fall of Hope Ultimates. What's more, this was a pretty big deviation from their demeanor just a few hours ago, when they had been trying to be more reconciliatory. So what's changed? Rain argues that they're confident it was one of the 3 Fall of Hope Ultimates, and he's getting frustrated that they think they're trying to give him the runaround. And also, again, long day. But Jaewon interjects. I don't think you're telling the truth. I think you narrowed down the likely masterminds from each group, but hadn't wanted to act until you'd gotten more confirmation. I bet you had thought it was between Fubuki and Cottony, and with Fubuki dead, you decided to act first before anyone else could take out the person you were confident was the mastermind. Is that close? Rain immediately rejects it, but before he can make the argument, Jaewon presses on. Over his protests, he says, in fact, I bet the reason for the attitude change in the last trial was to try and convince its you turned over a new leaf, just in case it turned out that Fubuki was a mastermind and you had to start trying to figure out the masterminds from other groups. Hikaru adds in that Rain's probably getting nervous. Once the mastermind from a group is dead, suddenly the survivors from it become a much bigger target. With Yukihime gone, both groups had become smaller at the same time, meaning that if Cottony was the mastermind and someone else had killed her, especially someone from your own group, suddenly it put the Despair Downpour Ultimates at highest risk. Astion goes to dispute this, saying that it maybe has some logic to it, but that's still a real leap. There's no evidence indicating that Rain did anything. Nobody saw anything. He admits that he had been nervous about the numbers turning against them too, especially since the Frozen Frenzy group was still fully intact. If any masterminds die, it immediately makes the Ultimates bigger threats from the groups that still have one. And the fewer survivors there are from a group whose mastermind hasn't been eliminated would mean that someone might just wipe the rest of them out. Rain, meanwhile, finally finds the words to properly defend himself. If all this was truly the case, then why wouldn't he go for someone from his own group? Even if he was confident in Cottony as a mastermind, he could have sweetened the odds by taking out or Fran or Boba. Ryza interrupts them. You don't even seem like you're able to bring yourself to seriously suggest murdering any of them. I think you still feel some guilt over what happened, or some sort of bond with them as survivors from the same game. Rain yells back, demanding to know why he wouldn't double kill the Fall of Hope Ultimates then. Simple, Nyantsume argues. If you were wrong about Cottony, you had no confidence in picking one of the rest of us, and if you'd gotten it wrong with a double kill, then someone else could have likely finished off the final 2 from our group. given that the Frozen Frenzy group is larger and has some pretty strong people, they'd have the better chances of winning that race, and you'd be dooming the others from your group. Rain once again disputes this. There's no reason to argue that it's Rain over anybody else from the Fall of Hope group. All the proof they have that it's not one of them is Camelliaah saying that it definitely couldn't be one of them. Like, not even saying that just they didn't do it, that none of them could have, which is absurdly naive logic for this game. It's a killing game. People are going to kill to get out of there. One of them could have done it. And that, yes, that's right. And that also is fully discounting the Frozen Frenzy group. Just because the people from the smaller groups might have more of a chance of firing within their own group, if you're accusing Rain of trying to fire for one of the Fall of Hope people, then the same logic holds for the Frozen Frenzy people. They have equal odds to Rain of killing someone from that group. Why wouldn't they take the shot before their group starts to get whittled down? Julien asks who from their group would be suspicious then, and Rain immediately points to Puffy. Puffy is a blood magician, a sangomancer. Everyone keeps on pretending that that's not a weird thing to have a power over, or that that's not a dangerous thing to have a power over, but it very much so is. Like, you all just believe him when he says that he can't do anything with blood unless it's outside of the body, but he didn't kill anyone last time. You don't know that. Puffy's a bit taken aback. He doesn't really have a defense to this. You can't really prove a negative after all. But before we can dispute this claim, an announcement interrupts them. First, new rule. No more murdering in the class trial room. And second, it's time to vote. So let's... are the predictions done? Yes, they are. Okay. So, Nyantsume, Camelliaah, Fran, Hikaru, Rain, and other all have 0% of the vote. Jaewon has 2% of the vote. Astion has less than 1%. 10 points from Monarch, which if Monarch wins, it's a 1 to 450 point return. Oh shit, what do you mean, oh shit? Puffy has 11% of the vote. Fossil has 87%. Almost all of which came from Yeti. And that's where it stands. But who done it? Who did it? To into the story. Hell yeah. You know what? That's honestly a pro. My bad. I don't know if it's your bad. It's funny. But anyways. Yeah, it could really be anyone. Everyone had equal opportunity. They were all in the same room. You're out of points. I mean, maybe you'll win. Maybe it was Fossil. They did write off Fossil pretty early, but it would be very funny if that was the twist of this, that Fossil had in fact killed Cottony and just like everyone just assumed not. But anyways, enough laughter, enough ha-has, enough silliness. It's time to be serious and figure out who was it who killed Cottony, the ultimate sweet talker, right behind their backs. Viveros is dead, as he has been for a while. Julien votes for Rain. Nyantsume votes for Rain. Ryza votes for Nyantsume. Jaewon votes for Loony. Camelliaah votes for Nyantsume. Boba votes for Camelliaah. Oh, fuck. The audio broke. Fubuki is dead. Fran votes for Camelliaah. Loony votes for Rain. Hikaru votes for Ryza. Puppo is a winner and has gotten out alive. Hime is dead. Cottony is dead. Astion votes for Nyantsume. Puffy votes for Fossil. Haya is dead. Fossil votes for Ryza. And Rain votes for Fossil. We have a tie between Nyantsume and Rain. So, who was it? Oh shit, the audio is slightly desynced. Oh no. It was Rain! I apologize if the audio was thrown off. Yeah, true, Bo. It could have been Puppo, but Rain thought it might be Cottony. The color. It's a very... Rain's art is also lovely. I think Rain got the art specifically for this, right? Nobody predicted Rain. There were no votes for Rain. So if you predicted that one, Nyantsume, oh, you would have cleaned up on this one. There were so many up for grabs, but unfortunately, nobody voted for Rain, which I'm genuinely surprised by. I really thought that more people would pick up on that. I thought that one was too obvious. Let me, hold on. Okay. So, how'd they do it? Also, where is my, there it is. So, this one was a pretty straightforward murder, obviously. Rain had grabbed one of Fubuki's knives while they'd been investigating the previous murder and hidden it in his shirt. He knew that the next class trial would settle the 50-50 he'd had in his mind. The other's theory had in fact been correct. Rain had narrowed it down to either Fubuki or Cottony as the Fall of Hope mastermind. Remember, all of the Ultimates have watched the other seasons. They know what happened there. And Rain had been making observations. And as soon as it was revealed that Fubuki wasn't the mastermind, Rain had decided on his course of action. While everyone else had been focused on the execution of Haya, Rain had crept up behind Cottony and stabbed her hard in the temple. Picked because anywhere else might not have killed instantly, or might have made enough noise to make the others notice. Thankfully, the broadcast of the execution was loud. So he gently let her body down to avoid drawing any focus and then went back to pretending to watch the execution. And that's how Rain, the ultimate actor, killed Cottony. So obviously that wasn't possible. Exactly. But were they right? We have to do another prediction. Did Rain kill a mastermind? Yes or no? Do it for 2 minutes. So I hate the predictions don't actually go for 2 minutes when I set them. It's like 3 minutes for some reason. Interestingly, there are more voters for the no side, but they're putting less points on it than the yes side is. Secret third minute, you get a special bonus. Hi, Tarth! Oh, my bestie, the ultimate survivors from your group are having a rough time. I mean, Pepple killed me, but the rest of your group just keeps dying. Who else have we lost? We've lost Cottony, obviously. We've lost... Pepple killed me and got out. Cottony got murdered by Rain. Fuck, how am I blanking on everyone? Who else was in the first group? Oh, Fubuki. Fubuki also died. That was in the last round. Sorry, things have moved fast from here. All right. I think the predictions are done. Yes. Always play responsibly when gambling. Exactly. But now it's time to see if you won your gamble. Was Cottony a mastermind? Yay or nay? I should have done an animation for this too, but I don't have the energy for that. No, they weren't. Womp womp. To Rain's shock, Cottony was not, in fact, a mastermind. He had gotten it entirely wrong. And thus was the blackened. Again, 7 people in total voted for no. Let me put the... 7 people voted for no and 5 voted for yes. But the yes camp spent a lot more money on it. So it was 67 for yes and 33% for no. Rain sent last string. That's fair. You know what? Fate gives and it takes. Yeah, oh my god, Demi, are you cleaning up on this? can't believe that you know so much about Rain, even though you weren't even there for very much of it. But yes, to Rain's shock and horror, Cottony just wasn't a mastermind. There was another person. And once again, Rain has killed an innocent. We're so back and keep gambling. Love that for you. But, as has been what the fuck is that? I need you to stop it. Rain did make a lot of yeah. Well, Rain was mostly just feuding with Shotaro. Anyways, we found out our blackened. We found out that they are not immune. So now it's time for the execution. Titled Lights, Camera, Action. Rain opens their eyes to find themselves on a cheap-looking set for some sort of old Western movie, complete with cardboard tumbleweeds and a wall of old-fashioned saloon doors seemingly leading to nowhere. They realize that they're holding a plasticky-feeling revolver and wearing a thin vest with small pouches concealed all over it, and remembers that those are squibs, little packets of fake blood that explode to make it look like you got shot. Before we can process what this means, a dummy kicks through the saloon door and fires. Rain screams, almost out of instinct, but after the ringing leaves his ears and the dummy walks out, he realizes there's only a squib that bursts. Soon another dummy kicks a door in and Rain fires at them first, sending them flying back out. As the dummies pop out of more and more doors, Rain shoots them all back, somehow firing bullet after bullet out of the 6-shooter. And while the dummies sometimes got a shot off first, it would just burst a squib and Rain would keep moving. At one point, though, he begins to wonder just how many squibs he has left. And in that moment of distraction, another shot rings out. Rain fires back and the dummy flies out, but this time, Rain feels a warm feeling spreading from their hip. Looking down, they notice that that wasn't a squib. That one was real. They drop the gun as they fall to the ground, trying to put pressure on the wound as the pain starts to sink in. But the dummies aren't done yet. They keep kicking in the door, firing again and again at Rain, even as he desperately tries to hold up his hands to defend himself. Eventually, though, Rain goes limp, as a staticky, robotic voice from outside the doors says, "Looks like there's a new sheriff in town." Okay, just make sure to edit, or I sometimes mess up with the pronouns sometimes for everybody, but make sure that everybody is also, as best as possible, keeping up with them. If you're unsure, you can always ping their name and it will show them there. But yes, with that, we lose Rain, our ultimate actor. And, of course, Cottony, our ultimate sweet talker. Loony is alive. But is this only because Loony's being set up for an even funnier death down the road? Or will Loony win it all? Who's to say? Would it be funnier for Loony to live or for Loony to die? That's the real question. Actually, we're going to run the ad now, get it out of the way. But while the ad is running, we're going to run a quick poll. Is it funnier if Loony wins or if Loony dies? Shotaro has an O at the end, Beppo. We'll run that one for 2 minutes as long as the ad is running. Go get your food, get your water, get your rest if you need to. Or not rest. Why am I saying the thing when people raid? Go get your snacks, go get your water, go to the bathroom. Kyoko was asking. Wait. Oh, hold on. Wait. Yeah, sorry. God damn it. It's a struggle. There. Shotaro Kobayashi was the ultimate investigator. Fuck me. Me first. For either, I guess. I didn't want to say I'm in danger. Yeah. This one was really, I was trying to, okay. When I was doing this, one of the things that was kind of a struggle for me was I wanted to have an all-stars twist. I wanted it to just be something. Originally, it was going to be that I was going to put, it was going to be the same basic twist, but I was going to have 2 masterminds come out of each group. And so that was, like, I was going to try and write it with pairs who would come out of it. So it'd be 2 masterminds plus me, and it would be like a team thing. Kind of like Traders, you know, like the show where, like, the traders are trying to make it as far as they can type deal. Like the traders have to try and make it as far as they can while voting out the innocents, and the innocents have to try and vote out the traders. And at any point, the group can call for an end to the game. And then if it's only survivors left, then they split the prize pool. But if there's any traders left, then I think they get to split it. I think that's how that game works. That one's a little bit more complicated, which is why I didn't run with this, because also like that would involve extra votes and stuff like that. That was even like in the second group. That's why the odd one out one. That twist was originally going to be them voting for each other, but I didn't want to run extra votes. I am dead. Puppo killed me first, and I was a mastermind, so Puppo got out. It would be funny if Puppo was the mastermind and they were all fighting over nothing. Yeah, can you believe Puppo would do something like that? That's so mean. Oh my god. I'll say the ad's about to run. Let me see. How did the poll go? How did people vote? 60% said that it was funnier if he lives. This is real rich coming from the group that insisted on voting for Loony at every opportunity, regardless of if it made any sense or not. But fine. Still decided that. It was, don't worry, I rigged it. I was planning to die from the start. Oh, did Leo cast all the votes trying to protect Loony? Anyways. After the execution, the ultimates from both the Fall of Hope and Despair Downpour, acutely aware of how dangerous things have gotten for them now that the math of the situation is out in the open, and that the math has gotten even worse, quickly rush back to their rooms and lock the doors. The Frozen Frenzy ultimates, meanwhile, stay behind to talk about what this might mean for them going forward. Poetic Justice is W Shotaro. Oh, I should have done that. That would have been better. I should have... No. It should have been like a film noir, like detective thing, and Shotaro was like the bad guy bursting it, or the detective coming in to shoot the bad guy. That would have made, oh, that would have been way better. God damn it. Anyways, chapter 3 is over. Where is this? We're on to chapter 4, Living on a Prayer. Mute that. Voted for before he dies next chapter. I feel like most of my execution ideas have been good, but definitely, again, this is why if I was going to do this again, I would start, like, this would be a much longer term project where I'd, like, get everyone to submit their shit and, like, spend some time thinking about it, because, again, 50-something thousand words or whatever, or what was it? 55,000 words for this? It's just a lot. And pretends what happened, fair enough. But yes, anyways, we are now on to, oh, I think this music might be a little bit too loud. Let me turn it down a tiny bit. But yes, you can see our roster throughout here. So far, we only have one winner. Only one person has actually managed to escape. We do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dead people, leaving us with 11. We've got Julien, the ultimate monarch. We've got Nyantsume, the ultimate funeral director. Ryza, the ultimate swashbuckler. Jaewon, the shaman. Camelliaah, the mixologist. Boba, the cyborg soldier. Fran, the dapper bomb. Loony, the jokester. Hikaru, the info broker, or broker, sorry. Brielle was the info broker, sorry. Astion, the tuner. Puffy, the sanguimancer. And Fossil, the ultimate silly puppy. Lunex was so mad that Boba lived through the last one. I think that'll keep, more than anything else, I'm pretty confident that that will keep Boba alive. Because as soon as you want someone to die, they are going to survive. Also, we're down to 11 now. Do we want to do a vote for who dies next? We can start doing predictions for who dies next. We're getting close. No, we won't do that with one person missing, because then we can't fit it all. Anyways. Pat. If Mastermind kills themselves, do they win? I mean, the sweet release of death might be a prize in and of itself. Maybe the people who are getting killed, maybe I won. I didn't have to play this goddamn game. Anyways. Also, let me keep track of the days. This is what day were we on before this? Because it was a long time ago that they were actually going through their days. Okay, day 12 was the last day before the previous murder. So, we're skipping ahead in time a little bit to the morning of day 16. By this point, the Frozen Frenzy Ultimates have effectively taken over the island. The others live in fear of each other and of the Frozen Frenzies, knowing that they're all vulnerable thanks to the odds of any of them being a mastermind. While the Frozen Frenzy group knows that targeting someone else would likely look, while the Frozen Frenzy group knows that anyone who's trying to target a mastermind would likely look for one of the safer bets. Connie died real fast too. And, well, and I didn't have to deal with the stress of or of playing the game, though. So I guess that's the difference. Where is this? Why can't I find this? Also, let me know if the audio is too loud or too quiet, because I feel like it's loud, but I don't know if it's just me. Anyways. The Frozen Frenzy Ultimates eat breakfast and then leave. After they're gone, the other Ultimates creep out one by one to try and snag some food before running back home. Some of them kind of want to make some contact with one another, but there's just too much suspicion. For the Ultimates in those groups, one of the other two people in their group must be a mastermind. While the Frozen Frenzy Ultimates are hanging out together, or also, yeah, so the numbers are 3, 3, and 3, 3, and 6. Wait, no, so that's 12. Wait, what? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, I can't count. Why did I think that there were 11 left? Anyways. So while the Frozen Frenzy Ultimates are hanging out together, another argument blows up between Ryza and Puffy, with the two both storming out of the room. The others, at this point, just kind of tired of whatever fucking beef they've got going on, continue hanging out throughout the day. After the Frozen Frenzy group goes to sleep, the others once again try and sneak out to get some food, some water, and other things that they realize they were missing. On the morning of day 17, once again, Frozen Frenzy Ultimates are the only ones who meet for breakfast, although Ryza and Puffy are sitting as far apart from each other as possible while still staying in one room. Oh yeah, thank you. The others try to theorize about who might be the mastermind in the other groups. Notably, by this point, they had long since decided that the topic of who the Frozen Frenzy mastermind might be was off limits to preserve the peace. As the day goes on, the others continue to skulk around trying to avoid attention, but for the most part the day seems to pass without incident. At night, the other Ultimates discover that the heat wave must have broken sometime during the day. Given that... Oh my god. Hi Raiders! Hi Draco! Welcome in! Hi, how are you? Hold on, let me give a shout out at Draco. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. How was Roblox? How are you doing? What were you up to with it? This is the winners or the survivors only. They've made it so far. Thank you for doing the shout out as well, Papo. Yes, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Viveros. Ryder stream, play a whole bunch of stuff. Hi, Kavu. Hi, Draco. But yeah, so we've actually just finished off a murder. We're just on to chapter Tax Fraud Tycoon. Hell yeah. If billionaires don't have to pay taxes, neither do you. That's the rules. As soon as Galen Weston pays his fair share, so will I. As long as I make enough money to get out of that. Or get out of the low income tax bracket. Ran over the Lambo. Oh no. A loser's bracket would be kind of funny. We'll bring people back though, don't worry. When we do this again, everyone will be allowed to enter again. Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, I got access to Deadlock a while ago and I haven't had time to play it very much, but it seems fun. Yes, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Viveros. I'm a Friday streamer. I play a whole bunch of stuff, usually a lot of shooters, a lot of visual novels. I also make video essays over on YouTube. If that's your thing, you should check it out. So wait, I just realized my old pinned comment is gone. What? Where did that go? Papa, did you remove my old pinned comment? Can't believe you would do something like that. I know, Loony, we will. What I was going to say is, usually I play visual novels and first-person shooters and stuff, or I guess shooters in general. But right now we're doing a fun little Danganronpa simulation where we put a bunch of people into a website, simulated them, and then wrote some stories about who killed who and why. Just like that with you. Why did I post that again? Oh, I accidentally Control Shift or Control V again. There we go. I think that's the right thing. If you'd like to check out the previous streams, including the one that the lovely Draco was part of as well, you can go check that out there. Yeah, for right now, we're doing our Summertime All-Stars. We're picking our people. We've so far... Or wait, what chapter are we on again? We are on chapter 4. Living on a Prayer. We have had 3 murders. Papa Lostbelt murdered me. Haya murdered Fubuki and Yukihime. And then Rain murdered Cottony. We're down to 12. There are 3 people left from your group, Draco, so one of them still could win. But we'll have to wait and see. Also, thank you for the raid as well, Kafu. Welcome in. Thank you, Papo. Yes, okay. So, before we get too distracted for too long, where were we in here? Oh yeah, so at night on day 17, the other Ultimates had discovered that the heat wave must have broken sometime during the day. They'd been staying inside, and given that the AC had come back after the deaths of Fubuki and Yukihime, they hadn't really noticed until they stepped out and noticed that it had been significantly cooler at night than the previous days. Where is this? On the morning of day 18, as per usual, the Frozen Frenzy Ultimates make their way to the dining area in the morning, with the other Ultimates staying in hiding. They immediately sit down at the table and begin talking, except, again, for Ryza and Puffy, until Fossil gets hungry and heads to the kitchen, only to burst out seconds later, telling everyone to come in immediately. Puffy pass that time. Okay, Draco. The other Frozen Frenzy Ultimates rush into the kitchen to see what Fossil's talking about. And they find Fran, the ultimate Dapper bomb. Or at least what they think is Fran. Where is this? The body discovery announcement plays as they walk into the kitchen covered in shattered glass with the microwave door blown out on the floor. The scene is too gruesome to describe even for me, but the investigation documents reveal that Fran must have died around 1 a.m. that night after being microwaved on high for 3 minutes and 30 seconds. The other Ultimates, having heard the announcement, filter into the kitchen one at a time, with Ashton and Boba both being especially horrified to see yet another member of their group being eliminated. After a brief investigation, the class trial will commence. Thank you for the jacket, Redeem Raccoon. Yeah, so in my defense, Fran's ball is indestructible from the outside, and the only way to do it, or to kill her, according to her own lore, was for the bomb to blow up. And I didn't really know if I wanted to do that. And so the options for a kill on Fran were honestly really limited. But yeah, okay, let me set up our predictions. We've got 11 people left, right? Yeah. Oh, wait, yeah. Also, let me just put the dead marker on them. Thank you for pinging Fran. I think someone did also. But yeah, I apologize to the Raiders who've come into maybe one of the more awful things here. I've also to try and teach everyone how to escape the microwave, but if you remember, tragically, Fran was not able to use that demonstration because it requires limbs. I think you did, Mint, and I remember trying to be like, that's so interesting that you have that theory. Anyways, let me see here. Make sure I screenshotted the previous prediction, which was about Rain killing a mastermind. Okay, so who will we not name here? You know what, we'll leave out the last, because we need to keep 2 people unnamed. We'll leave the last Despair Downpour people. So that doesn't mean that they didn't do it. That just means that they won't be named. If you think that one of them killed Fran, though, you can vote for other and get both of them. Who is the Blackened of Chapter 4? We've got Julien, Vallentine. No worries, right? Oh, nice. Thank you. I'm glad that they've been helpful. Nyantsume, Ryza, Jaewon, Camelliaah. I'm always worried that I'm gonna accidentally put in the wrong death marker at one point and reveal some, or it'll look like I revealed something. People will be like, "Oh my god, so and so died," and it's like, or I just made those portraits for everyone. And sometimes I kept accidentally activating them. Part of why it took so long is that it's a very repetitive task. Again, actually, hold on. Let me set up this and then I'll tell you guys about that a little bit more. Boba. Oh, no, Boba's part of the group that we're not including in this one. Loony Frinkelboom. Loony Frinkelboomer. Hayashi. Not Astian. Puffy. Fossil and other. Okay, so just like every other round, you have 10 minutes to make your prediction. If you believe it's one of the named people, which are Julien, Nyantsume, Ryza, Jaewon, Camelliaah, Loony, Hikaru, Puffy, or Fossil, you can vote for them. Fran was Despair Downfall, yes. 2 left. The 2 who are left, Ashton and Bobaccino, are not named, but if you believe it's one of them, vote for other and you can get them. When I say this was a repetitive task, though, let me just find it, because I think I talked about it also on Twitter, maybe? But yeah, so I had to make a lot of PNGs for this because I don't really know how else to do it. These are all basically just glorified slideshows that you're seeing on here. For Summertime Stars, there are 946 PNGs made. And they're all just subtle differences, which is why I sometimes am worried that I've put in the wrong thing at the wrong place. But yeah, okay. So, to reiterate what happened in the murder investigation, also that's just for this one, that's all the other ones have their own bullshit. That doesn't include sort of composite things. You should see how many layers are in some of those. Jesus, my computer was struggling. Anyways, to reiterate the details of the murder, the kitchen was found covered in shattered glass by Fossil initially, who called in the rest of the Frozen Frenzy group to see what had happened. The scene was extremely gruesome, as happens when something gets microwaved, but the investigation documents reveal that Fran had died around 1 a.m. that night after being microwaved on high for 3 minutes and 30 seconds. The other Ultimates, who had been in their rooms at the time, came down when they heard the announcement, filtering into the kitchen to see the scene, I guess is the most charitable way we can describe it. We're down to just 2 people from Despair Downpour, 3 from Fall of Hope, and all 6 remain from Frozen Frenzy. Good job, guys. Although, if you've ever watched Survivor, you know that this is not necessarily the best case scenario, because the majority alliance that gets too far doesn't seem to do too well a lot of the time. But, no time for that. Because it's time for the Moira. Who done it? Who did it? Frozen Frenzy are all... That would be real... That should have been the twist of one of the groups, is that all of them were masterminds. I mean, they don't get to leave. It goes on to the final one regardless. So for the people who weren't here when I explained the rules at the beginning, I guess I should say, in the previous ones, top 6 get to leave. This time, that's not the case. It's last man standing. Only one person gets to be the winner that way, but other people can win by killing off masterminds. Like one random guy who wasn't a mastermind. Yeah, Fossil was the only non-mastermind. Anyways, at the class trial, Ashton and Bobaccino, the only remaining Despair Downpour Ultimates, immediately turn on the Frozen Frenzy ones. The rest of us were living in fear while you guys walked freely, so it clearly must have been one of you. Who else would have had access to the kitchen? Fossil immediately got the most votes. Only from one... Papa put 10,000 points on Fossil, Jesus. Anyway, sorry, what was I? So clearly it must have been one of you. Camelliaah, Jaewon, and Nyantsume concur. Someone from Frozen Frenzy must have just picked the most vulnerable person they could find from the other groups to take a chance on them, which is especially low behavior. The Ultimates from the 2 groups are ganging up on the Frozen Frenzy Ultimates, who are, at this point, in disarray. They all had come to that same conclusion themselves, but they didn't know what to make of it. After all, none of them believed that any of the others would do that, right? However, Loony is the first to offer a proper theory. There's only one person in the game who's talked ever about microwaving people literally at all, and that's Fossil. Fossil, who had been at that moment staring blankly forward and drooling slightly, immediately snapped to attention. They were insulted that Loony would pick them at all. They'd been friends throughout all of this and had regularly, mostly, stuck by one another. The microwave thing is just a little bit. They never, literally would stick someone in a microwave. Jesus Christ, Loony, do you really think that low of me? Loony, and frankly everyone else, is a little taken aback by this. Fossil had rarely contributed to class trials in the past, and when they had, they'd usually said something silly and then rolled around on the floor. This time, they were not only forming full sentences, but were actively getting engaged, and getting angry. Loony apologizes, but Hikaru stops him. For one, last time someone suddenly started acting out of character, it was a sign that they had just stabbed someone in the temple. But also, there's absolutely no reason to dismiss this idea just because you're friends with them. This is one of the risks of your whole team making it this far. You start to believe that they must all make it to the end. You're not used to the idea that one of them might have done something wrong because it hasn't happened till now. By this point, all of us have had a friend or an ally do something horrible. Fossil wouldn't be the first to surprise us, it'd just be the first in this game. Puffy interjects to say that he's disappointed to see them turning on each other so quickly. They had all agreed to kill, and if they'd already decided not to trust each other, then it must have meant they'd never trusted one another. Ryza blows up at Puffy, berating him for thinking that you could just trust someone in this environment. Like, do you really believe them when they said, "I promise not to kill"? Really? Do you also believe everything is on those little mailers that politicians put through your mailbox? Puffy retaliates in kind, saying that if Ryza truly doesn't trust any of them, then why bother acting like he's part of their group? If you're gonna be like this, we don't want you here anyways. Julien, seeing himself still as the leader of this little group, tries to calm them both down, saying that they need to remember they're still part of one big team. But this argument is clearly just scratching at a bigger conflict between the two of them, as it is impossible to get a word in edgewise. After a minute or so of just yelling at each other, digging up all kinds of old beef and old grudges, Loony pulls out a cartoonishly big hammer and slams it on the ground, with the vibrations causing everyone to lose their footing for a second. With the group thoroughly shocked into some silence, he gives them a second to calm down before he starts speaking. Somebody killed Fran. In no way was this accidental, given that they were fucking microwaved, but there's 5 people in this room with a much stronger motive to kill Fran than anybody in the Frozen Frenzy group, and that's the people from the other smaller groups. In fact, there are 2 people with the strongest motives, Astion and Bobaccino. Jaewon concurs with this logic. Like had been established in the previous trial, if you know you're not a mastermind, but there's still a mastermind from your group that's alive, then you have better odds of taking a swing within your own group if you're part of the Fall of Hope or Despair Downpour. Really, with any group, but those groups are the smallest right now. Astion pushes back, saying he would never kill Fran. That felt like taking just a massive cheap shot. They're a head in a ball. They weren't able to do anything to stop anyone. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Bobaccino concurs, saying that they regret never telling Fran how important she'd been to keeping them all together previously. Since she'd been, ultimately pretty harmless, most of the people from their group had kind of flocked to her as a safe person. He was confident that no one from his group would have ever killed Fran, meaning that it had to be someone from the other groups. Camelliaah reiterates Loony's earlier theory. Fossil has repeatedly talked about microwaving people, and when they had given that demonstration in the talent show, they had only shown how to escape if you had limbs that you could use to get out of there. Never. Bleh. Fossil, I really wanted your character in this to represent who you are in the real world, which is somebody who will say bleh 90% of the time, but then occasionally put forward a just regular sentence and it shocks everyone a little bit, and then you go back to bleh. Anyways, yes, Camelliaah reiterates Loony's earlier theory. Fossil had repeatedly talked about microwaving people, and when they'd given that demonstration in the talent show, they had only shown how to escape a microwave if you had limbs that you could use to get out of there. Fossil would know that Fran was the only person who hadn't been provided with a tutorial on how to escape a microwave that they could actually use. Fossil, growing frustrated, stresses that the whole, silly puppy thing is mostly just for fun. Yeah, that's their title. And yeah, they commit to the bit. That's what being the ultimate means. But it's an absurd bit. It's meant to be funny. They're not actually empty-headed. Nor are they a murderer. Microwaving someone like that would be fucking horrifying. Jaewon rebuts this. Yes, killing someone by throwing them in a microwave and hitting the popcorn button would be pretty awful, but it's not like there's a non-awful way to kill someone here. We've honestly seen worse, I think, and the argument that you're not a murderer doesn't prove anything. Everyone's going to argue that they're not a murderer. But Loony heard something in there that caught his ear. Nowhere in the evidence documents did it mention the popcorn button. Jaewon says that was the setting the microwave had been set to, right? High at 3 minutes and 30 seconds. That's the popcorn setting. But again, Loony reiterates, the evidence documents didn't say that. They said the time. Jaewon brushes it off. Whatever, I make popcorn from time to time. I know the button sets it to 30 or 3:30. I just made an assumption. But Hikaru latches onto this. Nobody who actually makes microwave popcorn actually uses the popcorn button. It always burns it. It's not the right number. If you're making real popcorn, you'd use a popcorn machine, which there was one in the kitchen. So you were making microwave popcorn, and those bags have their own instructions on them. 3:30 on high would have been burning all your popcorn. Jaewon facepalmed and laughed, saying no wonder his popcorn was just always burnt. Doesn't mean he killed someone, it just meant that he was really bad at making popcorn. There's, I guess, nod. That kind of makes some sense. But Camelliaah quietly says they had never smelled burnt popcorn in the kitchen. To which Nyantsume agrees, saying there's no way that they wouldn't have noticed that. It's a pungent odor and it lingers. You're lying, friend. But before Jaewon can muster defense, the announcer comes in. It's time for a vote. Jaewon would never do anything as cool as what happened in that trial. That was something else. Fossil, how did you have 100,000 points? Jesus. Anyways, we're going to leave the submissions open for, let's say, another 20-ish seconds or so. Microwave a head in a ball. Five. None of these have been the right amount of time. I'm just saying too much time, or saying a small amount of time to make you rush. But 5, 4, 3, 2, and submissions are closed. For the VoD's crew, Julien, Nyantsume, Ryza, Camelliaah, Hikaru, and Puffy have received no votes. Other, which were Astion and Boba, received less than 1% of the vote. Loony received 2% of the vote. Fossil received 7% of the vote. And Jaewon received 91% of the vote. with 122,000 points being spent on Jaewon. 100,000 of which came just from Fossil. If you're right, you guys are going to get some pretty good points out of it. But if you're wrong, someone else might make some money. Or it might all go in the trash. You guys have repeatedly thrown them all in the garbage. Excuse me. But anyways, how did it go? Did they really vote? Or no, did they really vote out the blackened? Was it Jaewon? Or was it someone else? Let's see. I almost clicked the end one instead of the voting one because I am still a moron. So, Viveros is dead. Julien votes for Loony. Nyantsume votes for Jaewon. Ryza votes for Camelliaah. Jaewon votes for Fossil. Camelliaah votes for Jaewon. Yeah, I died first. Boba voted for Ryza. Fubuki is dead. Fran is dead. Loony votes for Astion. Hikaru voted for Julien. Puppo escaped as a winner. Yukihime is dead. Cottony is dead. Astion voted for Jaewon. Puffy voted for Astion. Haya is dead. Fossil voted for Loony. And Rain is dead. Making an application for doing this again in the future. What do you mean? An application? Like a whole separate like program just to run this? Honestly, that'd be kind of nice. It'd be helpful. But who was our loser? Who died? It was Jaewon. Jaewon was our blackened for chapter 4. That would be fun. We'll have to see how the next one goes. Sending the resume. Sure, do that. It was in fact Jaewon. Sorry, my like all the music that I use is like further scrolling, or I have to scroll down further for it. It makes it harder for me to find it. Let me choose our outcome real quick. It was in fact Jaewon. I don't know what to do if I like click the wrong button for the predictions. I don't know if that just like fucks up everything. I don't know if there's a way to like cancel it. It's been tempting sometimes to like pick the wrong person and be like, see, you guys guessed wrong. Just kidding. No, you didn't. I mean, you made, what is that, almost a 10% return? That's not bad. Those are decent decent gambling returns compared to the losses you would have had. But anyways, how did Jaewon do it? Well, I mean, the how isn't that hard, but let's get the details of it anyways. So, Jaewon, like the others from the smaller groups, had been mostly keeping to himself. However, one ultimate had been exploring a bit. Fran had taken to rolling around in the air ducts to look in on the other ultimates and see what was up, since it would keep them both safe and informed. At least, that was the idea. A few nights back, Jaewon had heard the sound of the ball rolling around in the vents, realized what it was, and begun to construct a trap. He figured that if Fran was rolling around and spying on people, it might just be because she was the mastermind. Found in moisturized box. God damn it. Anyways, Jaewon loosened the screws around the downward-facing vent in his own room, and when Fran rolled over it, she fell straight through into a laundry bag stuffed with sheets to muffle any sounds she might make. Jaewon, after making sure the coast was clear that night, ran to the kitchen. He knew that she was the ultimate Dapper bomb, so no matter what he did, he wanted to make sure he was far enough away before Fran went off. So, he tossed her in the microwave, hit the popcorn button, and ran. However, something he got wrong is that that's not what causes Fran to detonate. The bomb can only be set off by compliments. A fact that makes Astion and Boba both feel a little guilty because it means they clearly never complimented Fran enough if they never accidentally set it off. But otherwise, the ball was supposed to be indestructible. Usually. The head inside, meanwhile, is not. The microwave quickly boiled the water and Fran with it, and the expanding heat eventually caused the glass ball to explode outward. By the time it happened, Jaewon was already back in his room, securing the vent and prepared to pretend nothing was wrong. That's your mirror message, you wrote that in lipstick. And that's how Jaewon, the ultimate shaman, killed Fran. We're all safe anyway. Oh, yeah, no, like yeah. I mean, you still would have shot, I mean, the ball wouldn't have actually exploded. It was impenetrable. This was also a detail that Fran specifically mentioned to me. that's how the bomb detonates, is from compliments. So, or getting flustered from compliments, which I thought was very fun. But yeah, okay. First seasons, yeah, they're struggling. They're not doing too hot. But that does bring up another question. Was Fran a mastermind? Which one of these is the one that we wanted for this? What were we using? I think, which one? Were we using that one for this? I think so. We'll keep it on this. It's a fun song. Anyways, so you take the screenshot of the chapter 4 predictions? Yes, perfect. So, did Jaewon go a mastermind? Yes or no? We'll just do like a 2-minute vote, as we have before. I don't hate you guys. You guys are my inaugural season. I would never do something like that. Just imagine it's like when Lindsay Lohan called, was it Paris Hilton the C word? And the paparazzi immediately were like, did you just call her that? And she's like, I never said that. She's my friend. Me getting my girl listening to Katy Perry. I think listening to either of those people is enough for an execution, but sure. I wish I was better at rigging, so I could have really made my model like, think this shit, bitch, you know how to fart. I don't know what it is about Ice Spice that makes her think that she just needs to rap about shit all the time, but like, maybe chill. It's getting weird. It's fucking weird. My friends are talking. Keep in mind, this won't confirm if Jaewon is a mastermind or not. This will only confirm if Fran is. I'm really glad that I didn't accidentally hit an arrow button and reveal, because it would have felt really bad if I ruined my own spoiler. Or ruined my own predictions. Only one person, only Mint thinks that Fran was a mastermind. We have 6 people who voted for no so far, but the predictions are still open. Only for another little bit though. Vote fast if you want to vote. Get some points back if you lost them all earlier. Yeah, I really wish I could have rigged my model better so that he was a little bit more bouncy when I like do all this. I'm assuming best security is mastermind. That's understandable logic. All right, prediction is over. We have 4 people voted for yes, with a total of 18% of the points spent. Mint spent 250. There were only 10 points spent by each of the people. Ophelia put the most points into no with 500, but 6 people in total put together a collective of 1.3k points. So, who's right? Oh, someone had to be able to get out of my point. Fuck. Anyways. Let's see. Was Fran the ultimate Dapper Bomber mastermind? Yes, they were. Yes, Fran was in fact the mastermind of the Despair Downpour group, and I was kind of shocked that nobody really thought about that earlier, because it was the exact same logic that Mint had, which was, well, I mean, it was partially that logic, but also partially the logic that the way that, again, when I send out the simulations and stuff, you guys will be able to see how everyone voted a little bit more consistently, but like, I really did try and do that. First season has Puppo. Oh yeah, no, it's the only one to have winners, that's true. Both Jaewon and Puppo are from season 1. So, despite the fact that season 1 is getting kind of slaughtered, they are also winning. So, anyways, where was the one that I was looking for in here? Where's Moon on the Water? There it is. So yes, Fran had, in fact, been the mastermind of their group. And the first one who was actually a real participant in the games, not just someone added in at the end. Or as a surprise in this one. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Voted last minute. Good call. But yeah, okay. Boba and Ashton. Yeah. Really, the first and the last groups are struggling. Nobody in the middle group has died yet. They're still up at 6. Anyways. With that, Jaewon is a winner. Jaewon gets to leave. He does so without acknowledging anybody else in the room. Just walking out with his escorts. Or his escort group. Not escort. Fuck off. It's been a long day. They make the simulation. I promise you they didn't. Legitimately, this was one of the ones I've talked about it a few times. I didn't want it to look like I was just like favoring my friends, which is why when I finally got one where I died first, and then it felt like multiple people I knew won or were the first 2 winners, I was like, uh-oh. But I was like, you know what? At some point I kind of just have to let it be what it is. So yes, Jaewon has won, becoming our second winner alongside Puppo Lostfelt. Ashton and Boba released breaths they hadn't realized they'd been holding. It was a mix of emotions. Betrayal over discovering that Fran had been a mastermind all along. Sadness at her death regardless. Anger at Jaewon for murdering her. And relief that they're now at significantly less risk because there's no longer a despair downpoured mastermind. Camelliaah and Nyantsume, meanwhile, are terrified. There's only 2 of them left. Is the other their mastermind? Surely. Unless... who knows? The Ultimates, still full of anxiety, head back to their rooms. And with that, we are done with Chapter 4. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 left in it. Keep in mind, Chapter 5 was the end for the first group last time, and the other groups only had a murder at the beginning of Chapter 6. So none of them really got much further than this. So they're kind of getting to the end of their experience, but things also changed. Anyways, we are at the end of a round. I need to run to the bathroom and refill my water as well. So we're going to run the ad now, get it out of the way. When we come back, we'll begin with Chapter 5. Also, you know what? Let me just have it cycling through. Hold on, where is it? We'll turn on the nicer music instead of the kind of depressing stuff. Let me make sure I get the right one here. There we go. Right. Yes. Chapter 5. We'll do this. I'll go back to the music from before. Anyways. Okay. See you guys in a sec. Run the ads. Go get some water. Go piss yourselves. Have fun. Well, don't piss yourselves. Go piss, comma, yourselves. Anyways. See you guys in a sec. Also, Fossil, you get one warning. Next time you post Katy Perry lyrics, well, Woman's World lyrics, anything from recent Katy Perry, it's a bannable offense. I'm kidding. But also, maybe I shouldn't be kidding. You're messing V2A. What does it even? It hates unions? What? I'm gonna have to start banning you for stuff for real. Anyways, also, hi Dragoon, how are you? I'm doing good. I'm a little bit tired. Let me figure this out. What are we at? We're about to start here. Speaking the truth, Jesus. Anyways, with that, we move on to chapter 5, Self-Sabotage. I was gonna call it Inner Saboteur, but that felt too corny. Piss was like a solid, I don't know, well, it wasn't solid. 7 out of 10 as well, I guess we'll say. Oh, nice. I actually been, okay, I think I talked about it on Twitter. I'm kind of thinking about going back to school and seeing if I can maybe become a psychologist. I think that would be something that would actually kind of be in my interests. I never would have thought about it while I was in high school, but it is actually a career path I thought about a lot. If your piss is chunky, see a doctor. Like yesterday. Okay, not. Ugh. Also, sludge isn't. Is sludge chunky or is it just like viscous? I think it's something different. Like cholesterol don't have fair. Okay. I really wish I could do a poll to ask who you guys think will win, but I can only have up to 5 people in a poll, even though predictions can have up to 10 options. But that does mean that we can do a prediction for the next kill, I think. Or no, we can't, I guess, because we'd also want to have a slot for a double kill, right? Wait, am I counting this wrong? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, we have 10, which means that we can't do them unless there's a double kill. So that feels like that would be kind of a waste. Fossil, Jesus. Anyways. God damn it, you threw me off. Oh yeah, so we're on day 19. I think they ended on day 18 last time, right? Yes, they ended on day 18. 10 people's left, but I was gonna do one for the next victim, but there's not a way to do, like, there's no way to say that 2 predictions were correct, and there's only 10 slots in a prediction, so there would be no way to make, or to have a contingency for a double kill if there was one. We'll start doing those for the next round though, I promise. Anyways, so yeah, they ended on day 18 last time. On the morning of day 19, at breakfast, the day after the trial, Nyantsume asks if they can say a few words. After being up for much of the night, trying to deliberate on things, they wanted to suggest a theory to the group about the mastermind situation. Namely, is it possible that more than one mastermind has already been removed from the game? Or more than 2, I guess, technically. More than one real mastermind. Have a question? Sure, ask and shoot. The others are a bit confused about this and start muttering about how the announcers have been confirming who was or wasn't a mastermind. But Nyantsume stops them. The announcers have been... no, if the mastermind kills someone who is not a mastermind, yes, they would be executed. If the mastermind kills another mastermind, then they get to leave. There's no confirmation on the status of the people who kill, which is the conversation they're about to have. Or no, the people who do the killing. There's only confirmation on people who get killed. But yeah, like I said, the announcers have confirmed if the victims were masterminds, but not the killers. Nyantsume goes on to say that Pablo and Jaewon both won without their statuses being confirmed, and Rain and Haya likewise died without any confirmation. Hikaru suggests that maybe they just wouldn't have been executed if the mastermind, they wouldn't have executed the mastermind if they'd been in the blackened. After all, that is their guy, but Nyantsume shakes their head. The rules of the game still allow a mastermind to be executed. There wouldn't be a rule for that if there wasn't a contingency for that happening. And they are allowed to murder them as well, which feels like a pretty important detail. 2 masterminds, or at least 2 masterminds, have died. If they were there to protect their people, they would have protected their people. So there's no reason to believe that a mastermind would be spared. Loony disputes this. If a mastermind was executed, isn't it likely that they'd at least, like, say something on their way out the door? Like, if it had been Rain, wouldn't Rain have said something like, "Fuck you guys, I'm the mastermind"? I don't know. Maybe not, though, said Camelliaah. Maybe it's, like, in their contract or something? To which... Hikaru responds, do you really think they cared about their contract in that moment? But ignoring Hikaru, Camelliaah continues. Plus, there are 2 people who left and weren't executed, Puppo and Jaewon. We have no idea about whether or not they were masterminds, but it isn't off the table. In fact, it would make a lot of sense. It would explain Puppo's behavior during our game towards Fubuki if he had been a mastermind. And Jaewon just microwaved someone. That would indicate someone who might be a little bit cruel. Nyantsume, relieved to see that their Hail Mary move might actually be landing, pushes further. Puppo went after Fubuki every single round except the first in our last game. And then the producers deliberately targeted her by kidnapping her during the 5th chapter. If Puppo was the mastermind, it would make some sense that she would be the one singled out to suffer during that game. And, Hikaru says, warming to the idea a bit, Puppo did strike first this time, and it was some degree of an elaborate kill. He'd seemingly never seen Vivros do anything before 3 or 4 days before he killed him, but he still knew about those flaming shots. He'd never seen the performance before. So is it possible the producers fed him some info to help him do it? Or maybe they even informed the masterminds about Vivros in advance somehow. Julien rejects this. Why would they inform the masterminds about Vivros? They specifically said that they didn't. There's nothing to gain from that. It would just mean that one mastermind would kill him first and remove 2 masterminds from play at once. But then a light bulb goes off for Bobaccino. No, that makes perfect sense. It guarantees that a mastermind gets to escape, meaning that we'll end up spending the whole game hunting for 3 remaining masterminds instead of 2. In fact, Boba goes on to say, with Fran gone, there'd only be 1 left, the Frozen Frenzy one. Nyantsume adds that there are 4 members of the Fall of Hope who haven't had their status confirmed: Puppo, Jaewon, Nyantsume, and Camelliaah. One of the 4 of them has to be the mastermind because both Rain and Fubuki have had, or not Rain and Fubuki, Fubuki and Cottony have had their status confirmed. Therefore, one of the 4 of them has to be the mastermind. There's 50-50 odds that it's one of the ones who killed a different mastermind and escaped. If anyone tries to kill either Camelliaah or Nyantsume, or even tries to kill both of them, they might still be getting it wrong. And when it comes to Despair Downpour, we know that their mastermind is dead, so killing Boba or Astian wouldn't get you anywhere, wouldn't give you your golden ticket. Suddenly, the vibes are really shifting. Whereas the Fall of Hope and Despair Downpour ultimates have been the outsiders at the start of the conversation, the Frozen Frenzy ultimates now have the target placed squarely on their own backs. Sure, the smaller groups would be easier to pick off, but someone in the majority group is a golden ticket out of this place, maybe the only golden ticket left. So who takes advantage of it first? Throughout the day, Ashton and Boba spend the day together trying to process their feelings about everything that's happened, and potentially process the idea of being in a new power position that they are, as they're in the only group guaranteed to have had their ultimate eliminated. Nyantsume and Camelliaah meet to discuss what they'd said at breakfast. Were they truly confident that Puppo or Jaewon had been the mastermind? Well, maybe? They couldn't really believe or bring themselves to believe that the other was the mastermind, so it made sense that one of the 2 killers from their group had been, but they knew those people. Didn't seem in character for them. The Frozen Frenzy group, meanwhile, is just in complete disarray. Despite mostly maintaining their peace throughout the season and forming a remarkably solid strategic alliance, they are solidly fractured now. Hikaru and Julien are off scheming together, Loony and Fossil are off scheming together, and Ryza and Puffy are both on their own trying to make a plan because they still hate each other for reasons that have not yet been confirmed. As night falls, the Ultimates head back to sleep. The change in the dynamic from just a couple days earlier being clear to all. Get Monarch. Why are you so insistent it's Julien? You're being silly. I keep on feeling like I'm seeing something flashing on my screen and I'm worried. Anyways. Yeah, I said, as night falls, the Ultimates head back to sleep. The change in the dynamic from just a couple days earlier being clear to everyone. Astian, being the first Ultimate to wake up on day 20, starts to head out to get breakfast when he starts to get a bad feeling in his stomach. He continues to walk towards the dining area, keeping a cautious eye out for whatever was making him feel this way. But as it turns out, he would have had to have been blind to miss what he soon found. Ashton screams for help, and soon the other Ultimates arrive to find Boba's body slashed viciously to pieces on the path between the dorms and the dining area. An investigation. Wait, where's my music for this? Yes, we've lost Boba. Oh, wait. Yes, that's the one that we're going for. An investigation document is produced, stating that Boba had died of blood loss after being repeatedly stabbed and slashed in the back, chest, and head. While no killing blow is identified individually, it's clear that the cumulative effect was enough to kill. The body looked like it had been mauled by a bear. The others investigate, and then take a quick break to get some food. While Ashton stays behind to mourn his friend, the others head to the kitchen to grab some food before beginning their investigation. At least, that was the plan. Upon arriving, they notice Ryza sitting at one of the tables leaning forward. He must have fallen asleep at the table or something. Julien runs up to grab him by the shoulders, shaking him to wake him up. But then, Ryza's head flops back, and Julien sees the blood seeping out of the open wound in his neck. Immediately he calls for the others. There's been a second murder. I'm really glad nobody pointed out that I didn't move the slideshow forward to show the dead portrait or dead things on their portraits, because I really wanted to drag that one out just a second longer. So, the combined investigation documents now, with both of them, say what they said before about Boba. Boba had died of blood loss after being stabbed and slashed repeatedly in the back, chest, and head. No individual killing blow was identified, but it was clear the cumulative effect had been enough to kill. The body looked like it had been mauled by a bear. Ryza had had his throat slit, but his head had been tilted forward, meaning that the blood hadn't sprayed out, mostly just seeping down his shirt. Both ultimates had died at some point in the night, but specifics are not made clear. And after an investigation into both murders, the class trial begins. So, blood. Did I take the screenshot of this last one? Let me make sure. I did, okay. So, starting a new prediction. Oh my god, we can name everyone now in the predictions. Who is the Blackened of Chapter 5? We've got Julian Vallentine. Right. Nyantsume. Scared. Oh no. Everybody's so creative. Hikaru Hayashi. Steven Haglifer. Puffy. And Boss, that's everyone, right? Julian, Nyantsume, Camelliaah, Loony, Hikaru, Astian, Puffy, and Fossil. Our final 8. Tears still on the tears. That's so mean, man. Alright, so that's our prediction. So again, one more time to repeat the details of the case. Astian had found Boba's body on the path between the dining hall and the kitchen. Boba had been killed at some point during the night. R.I.P. Boba. Slashed to pieces, stabbed in the head, back, and chest, looking like they'd been attacked by the bears, the specific language used. It was vicious, like a mauling. Hold you for comfort. Hi, Lunax. Yeah. Unfortunately, your hate was not enough to keep him alive. There are other haters out there. Also, yes, for the people keeping track at home, this is our first victim from the Frozen Frenzy group. And so we're down to 1 left from Despair Downpour. We've got 2 left from Fall of Hope. And we've got 5 left from Frozen Frenzy. But who done it? Who's the killer? Oh yeah, I said also with Ryza, they found Ryza second in the dining hall. Originally thinking that he was just asleep. He was slumped down, sort of head forward like he'd passed out. But when tipped back, neck was sliced. Go for it, Julian. What's up? did put the right thing up there, yeah. Doing Illusions Lounge. You should have requested one from the producers. You can always have a cocktail, though. I mean, you could have had a better one if somebody hadn't killed the bartender, but... Anyways, let me just make sure I've asked everybody, or found everything in here. Yeah, usually I've tried to have the bodies found together, but this one was fun to have them separate. Walk in to help the Shaman. You're confusing... You're confusing Julien for Tetris. A little mixology. But yeah, okay. So, I did start the prediction, right? Started the prediction, reviewed the murder. Let's get into it. God, I like this. This is such a fun bit. Call tarnish. Boba's dead. God damn it. I believe you guys are in a call talking about this. Anyways, immediately as the trial begins, Ashton is pointing fingers at anyone and everyone. He's alone to spare Downpour Ultimate left. And there had been no reason to kill Boba. They all knew that the final mastermind was in Frozen Frenzy. So why did one of you do it? The others try and calm him down a bit, but he refuses to listen. And honestly, understandably. He demands answers, and eventually Hikaru asks where everyone was that night. Sorry, I looked down at my notes. Everyone claims to have been in bed all night, but Ashton lashes out again, saying that clearly somebody here is lying. However, nobody really knows where to go from here. There really aren't that many people left alive, and somewhat paradoxically, it seems like it makes it harder than before to narrow it down. After a few moments of silence, as they try and figure out what to do about this, Nyantsume tries to tackle this from a different angle. Maybe this wasn't about any mastermind. Maybe someone's just playing the game straight. Like, it's just a killing game. You can get out by killing people and then leaving. Maybe they killed Ryza and Bobaccino just to try and escape the island. Astian immediately says that if that's the case, then Puffy must be the killer. He's had beef with Ryza ever since their season. Puffy rejects this immediately. For one, yes, they'd had beef, but there is a big gap between fighting with someone and murdering them. And also, second, that wouldn't explain Boba's death. If anyone had a reason to kill Boba, it was Astian. You'd be the least suspicious person if your only remaining groupmate died, and then you just kill Ryza to put the blame on me while also taking a shot in the dark at the mastermind. And for a third thing, why would I kill the person that I very publicly had beef with? That is, in fact, not a good strategy. Kind of puts all of the attention on me. But Astian furiously denies this too, saying that he had never killed anyone or even come close. The Frozen Frenzy Ultimates pretended they were better than everyone, but in reality, they had all sat there and let Hikaru's plan kill Stara, hadn't they? In fact, Hikaru had repeatedly made cold-blooded plays to save himself. Why couldn't he have done it? Hikaru immediately pointed out that there's absolutely no reason to suggest that. The only times he'd played cold were the times where it was for the greater good of his little family away from home. He protected them as best as he could, that's all. He hadn't wanted Brielle to do what she did, he tried to stop her. He hadn't wanted Stara to die, but someone else was going to have to die before their game ended, and Stara was the one they could get rid of in one vote. We talked episode, basically. Also, I don't know if I said hi earlier, Mitsu, and also hi, Lunex. Anyways, Julien agrees with Hikaru's logic. If anything, Hikaru had been, frankly, frustratingly non-assertive during their game, trying to make friends and play passively. Whenever you find intel, it usually wasn't much more than Brielle had, and he would insist on playing casual, careful, safe with it. Hikaru takes the backhanded compliment and runs with it. Nobody's alive in this game right now who made it this far by just being a perfect angel who never got their hands even a little bit dirty. We have all voted to kill our friends, and we've learned that there were plenty of evil people right under our noses. Loony points out that they're not getting anywhere here. Somebody killed Ryza and Boba. We should be focused on that. Whatever interpersonal beefs we have can be resolved later. That's not what's on trial here. Actually, Nyantsume says, do we know that they were both supposed to die? I mean, Ryza's death very much so looked like an assassination, but Boba's looked spontaneous, vicious, angry, but maybe most importantly, unplanned. He was just killed in the middle of the walkway and left there. That body didn't even try to make an attempt to hide it. Camelliaah adds to that the documents didn't reveal who died first, or necessarily when in the night it happened. Maybe Ryza died first and Boba came after. Then Fossil pipes up. What if, and hear me out here, what if Boba was the one who killed Ryza? Astian immediately goes to defend his friend, but Hikaru speaks first. That would make sense to some degree, but then why would someone kill Boba? Fossil puts forward 2 theories. The first is that someone cared a lot about Ryza and had witnessed the murder, so killed Boba for revenge. The second is that 2 people worked together to try and kill Ryza together, or someone worked with Boba to kill Ryza, sorry, and then that person killed Boba so they could become the Blackened and get out of there. The third is that the other person had been planning on killing Ryza, but Boba got there first, so they killed Boba after. Camelliaah asked why anyone would kill Boba after witnessing the murder of Ryza. I mean, surely you just keep the testimony and present it at trial to prove that Boba did it. You know, get rid of another Blackened. Otherwise, you're putting yourself at way more risk. Not necessarily, Julien says. If someone was planning on killing Ryza, there's a good chance it was because they thought he was a mastermind. If Boba killed Ryza first, then it wouldn't matter if they could get us to vote for Boba, he'd still get to escape. However, if someone killed Boba, they would become the Blackened for the whole case, meaning that they could take credit for Ryza's death. Puffy again points out that we really have no proof that this is tied to any sort of evidence of a mastermind. People could just be playing this game straightforward. Like, everyone seems to be pretending that that's not how this works. That's not, you know, it's all just about hunting for masterminds. People are trying to kill to get out. They can do it with a mastermind, but that isn't the only way or the only reason. Ashton, ignoring Puffy, remarks that that would mean that they would need to figure out who might have thought Ryza was the mastermind. And immediately, Julien and Hikaru say that that he wasn't even on their list. Like, fully had crossed him off ages ago. Hikaru then adds that Loony and Fossil had been hanging out a lot together, but they weren't really sure of the nature of it all. Fossil says that's just ridiculous. If Julien's theory was correct that Boba killed Ryza and then the true Blackened had killed Boba, that would mean the killer would have to be someone who had the ability to do that. Like, why are you pointing at Loony or Fossil? Like, for one, if they were accomplices, one of them would have revealed it, but also, Fossil can't do that to a human body. In fact, if you look around the room, there aren't very many people capable of that kind of thing. I mean, killing Ryza, sure, but what happened to Boba would require some degree of strength. And Hikaru agrees. He'd been thinking the same thing. He turns to Puffy and Julien and asks which one of the two of them did it. Both obviously immediately deny it. And while Hikaru says that he believes Julien, he doesn't believe Puffy. No, the wounds aren't. With Ryza, it was one clean, like, throat slit. With Boba, it was, like, mauled. Not too much. But yeah. Anyways, he turns to Puffy and accuses him. Or Hikaru turns to Puffy and accuses him, sorry. After all, they had all constantly been hearing about how all he needed was blood outside of the body to do his magic. Well, this time, there was some blood outside the body. Outside of Ryza's body, that is. So he used that to form some kind of weapon to kill Boba? Puffy says, like, that's ridiculous. What? No. There's no proof of that. Camelliaah retorts, though, that there's no way for the others to have done it, really. Frankly, nobody else would possess the ability to, or the strength to do the kind of damage that was done to Bobaccino, or the ability to find the kinds of weapons that would seemingly be necessary for repeatedly brutalizing someone like that. But Puffy insists that that's not true. Julien is strong enough. Julien says he might be strong, but he didn't have the weapons capable of doing that. But if they've learned anything about Puffy, he could have easily formed a weapon from blood. But at this point, the announcement interrupts them. It's time for a vote. Oh god. Let me check the prediction. So for the crew back home, nobody voted for Julien, Nyantsume, Camelliaah, Hikaru, or Fossil. 2% of the vote went to Astion, 8% went to Loony, and 89% went to Puffy. Has there been a single round where Fossil and Loony have been, like, named where one of them didn't receive votes? Anyways, what interesting predictions. They seem to think that Puffy done it. What if it's all an elaborate ruse? You guys don't know what kind of knives people have. Yeah, Loony, you always have haters. But are your haters just coping, or are they right? It was way too messy for you. Okay. The first one wasn't messy. Anyways. Where is the donut? No, not the end one. Voting video. There we go. Vivros is dead. Julien votes for Hikaru. Nyantsume votes for Hikaru. Ryza is dead. Jaewon has escaped. Camelliaah votes for Puffy. Boba is dead. Fubuki is dead. Fran is dead. Loony votes for Camelliaah. Hikaru votes for Fossil. Beppo has escaped. Yukihime is dead. Cottony is dead. Astion votes for Nyantsume. Puffy votes for Astion. Haya is dead. Fossil votes for Puffy. And Rain is dead. Also, can I say, after Sylvie made the comment on stream about the way that I say so-and-so is dead, I'm like really nervous about sounding weird with it, but I think it's making me sound weirder. But who was it? It was Puffy, the ultimate Sangomancer. It's a tie, but the tie always breaks in favor of the blackened. And in this case, that's Puffy. So, wait, hold on. Let me find the... Where is it? I should be moving all these sources higher up. Or I could delete the old ones. I don't really want to do that. I like having them here. Anyways. Let's choose our outcome. The blackened was, in fact, Puffy, the ultimate Sangomancer. Oh, no, this is the wrong one. We need to do the explain the Moira first. Not this music. We need... So, how did Puffy do it? Well, the Ultimates had gotten the theory mostly correct. However, Puffy had not perceived Ryza as a mastermind. He'd been planning to kill him as soon as he got the chance to get some revenge for their beef, which he is still not disclosing. Because why would he? So, when he had seen Ryza sneaking out that night, he jumped into action. He tailed him to the dining area, but before he could act, he saw someone else race by, killing Ryza, slicing his throat, without so much as making a sound. Puffy had ran up to the body, and initially had just been frustrated someone had stolen his kill. However, it didn't take long for him to realize why someone else might kill Ryza. He must be the mastermind. And if Puffy acted quick, he might be able to steal their golden ticket. As the Ultimates had theorized, Puffy used some of the blood from Ryza's neck to form a pair of jagged swords before chasing Boba down, catching him on the pathway and attacking him viciously from behind. Was it necessary to be that brutal? No. But Puffy had a lot of pent-up aggression that initially would have been taken out on Ryza that still needed an outlet. So without even thinking about it, he tore Boba to shreds. Once he was done, he simply allowed the swords to fall out of their solid form to go liquid, melting back into the pool of blood around Boba before heading back into the dorms pretending nothing was wrong. And that's how Puffy, the ultimate Sangomancer, became the Blackened for this case. But was Puffy correct? Or I guess rather, was Boba correct? Was Ryza a mastermind? And did Puffy make the right call by killing him? Let's do our predictions. Actually, hold on, wait. I'm gonna slide this back to like here. Make sure I don't accidentally push a button in the wrong direction. Starting a new prediction. Did Puffy kill a mastermind? Says yes, Ryza. Yes, Boba. Yes, both. Or no. Let's keep it open for a couple minutes. If you know why a couple of those answers are silly ones, don't say anything. It'll be funny if people guess wrong. So Boba had managed, or had followed Ryza out as well, and had basically just managed to get in the kitchen, slash his throat, and run. He's the ultimate cyborg soldier. He's got some abilities. Sorry, now that one, I struggled to find the way to explain that one, because again, this is one of those things where it's like, I really wish that I had thought to make like a map, even just like a shitty like Microsoft Paint map of what the areas look like so I can kind of explain them. But that would have been so much fucking work for all these different locations. Like I said, next time we'll do one location for each round to keep it simpler so people can kind of become familiar, I guess, with the area. And also so I can have a map for it. Stuff you go. Yeah, exactly. It's none of your business. You don't know. Yes, Astion is truly the victim of all of this, the only survivor from this group. How long is this prediction going on for? Submissions are still open. Cast your votes, cast your ballots. Lock myself in my room. Oh fuck, this is going on for a while. Okay, submissions are finally over. Our prediction has 15% voted for Ryza. One person is Eagle. Voted for Ryza being a mastermind. The remaining votes, 7 people, voted for no. Nobody voted for Boba or both. I was hoping that one of you guys would forget about that. But now's the moment of truth. Yeah, Puppo really got out of here quick. Took the easy fight and left. So, Boba was, in fact, innocent. Unsurprising to us all. But, the real question, Captain Ryza, were they a mastermind? Lock myself in Immortal's room? Goddamn. No, Ryza wasn't. They're too silly. I mean, Fran was a mastermind, and Fran was a head in a ball. Let me choose my outcome for this. Which means that Puffy was in fact our blackened. Oh, wrong one. We'll do this for now. Poor Puffy. We'll never get to know what happened between Puffy and Ryza. Surely it was something worth it. Surely. Or maybe not. Maybe it was just silly beef. Who's to say? I will say, I had originally written out what their beef was over, but I think after everyone was like, oh my god, I think Ryza was like, I wonder what happened between us. I was like, I think it's actually funnier if I just like, just never say. But anyways, okay. He's gonna go to the bathroom, but it's okay. We'll get through this next bit because it's not just enough to identify Puffy as the blackened. It's time for an execution. The execution of Puffy, the ultimate Sangomancer, thicker than water. Puffy finds himself dropped into a giant clear tank of water, and after surfacing and catching his breath, he looks around to find that the tank was in an otherwise plain white room. A little confused that nothing was happening, Puffy just treads water for a while, trying to figure out what the punishment was. However, soon he gets frustrated and begins looking around. It's already bad enough they're killing him, they have to waste his time too. What he didn't know was that his own impatience was what would kill him here. There was in fact a small drain, maybe 3 inches across, letting the water flow out of the bottom of the tank into a second tank in another room. Or rather, the water was being pulled out of it, because thanks to fluid dynamics, that I can't really explain right now because I'm also bad at it and can find a diagram for it, it was creating intense water pressure. So long as Puffy had stayed near the surface, it's possible he wouldn't have had to worry. But as he explored under the water, he found the tiny drain and went to look closer. It's hard to really notice how fast water is moving without something to provide contrast. And in a fatal mistake, Puffy poked a finger near the hole, only for it to get sucked in and ripped off nearly immediately. Puffy yanked his hand back and instinctively went to scream in pain, only to catch a mouthful of water. Disoriented, panicking, he tried to swim away. But this time it was his foot that got too close. and the water pressure was so intense that it began pulling him with tons of force into the tiny gap, crushing Puffy to death nearly instantly. I don't know if Puffy can or not. I didn't really think about that. I feel like this one was what I had in mind for Puffy for the whole time. I wanted to use thicker than water, and I wanted it to be the fluid dynamics, like, because this is why, like, it's really like pool filter, or like the pool, where is this? Hold on, let me turn the like filters in pools are a little bit scary, because like if you create a vacuum on it, it can genuinely kill you. It can suck you in and rip parts of you off, and it can like fully like. When I was looking this up, the Wikipedia page for it specifically notes. Actually, let me find it. Hold on. Let me find my history because I can't remember exactly what the Wikipedia page was titled. Where is it? Pool suction draining injury. Yeah, so it says pool suction drain injury, also known as suction entrapment, occurs when the drain of a wading pool, swimming pool, hot tub, or fountain sucks in a swimmer's jewelry, torso, limbs, hair, or buttocks. You might be thinking, a little weird that they mention ass. The reason for that is because in some cases where the buttocks is entrapped, victims are disemboweled. Because obviously it's a vacuum, but there is one area that it can pull some pressure out of, the area of least resistance. Yeah, it's not good. In the United States, 147 incidents were documented between 1985 and 2002, of which 36 were fatal. 1982, the Consumer Product Safety Commission reported that 5 children were disemboweled by drains in wading pools and urged pools to install covers on drains. Which is like terrifying. Keep in mind, a standard 8-inch main drain can develop up to 350 pounds of force, which could hold a person underwater in tight grip until the suction is released, which can drown the entrapped person even if there are people trying to pull them out. This is why drains have been set up to have shutoff valves, dome-shaped drains that are less likely to create a suction effect with the human body. They've done their best. But like, this is why having those filter covers on is really fucking important. Anyways, yes, new fear unlocked. I wanted to have blood thicker than water, and I thought it'd be funny to have puppies for that. Yeah, do not stick your dick in that. Time for palate cleanser. Back to murder. Yes, back to murder. We have our what is this now? The top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh my god, we're so close. Thank you for the pings, mate. Or mint? I'm struggling. I think I confused mint and Maplewood together. Anyways, after the execution, Ashton leaves the room in a state of shock. The only remaining despair downpour ultimate. You couldn't believe Boba would even attempt something like that. And now he was all alone. Camelliaah and Nyantsume, somewhat relieved that no one was really trying to push one of them as the mastermind, everyone kind of stuck with that, left the room shortly after. Julien, Hikaru, Fossil, and Loony eye each other suspiciously. One of them was a mastermind, and that puts them all at risk, most notably from each other. The others had a 1 in 4 shot at best, or 1 in 3 shot at best, even with a double kill. But if one of the Frozen Frenzy ults did it, their odds would be even better. And that's where the end of Chapter 5 happens. And an ad is about to run, and I need to go to the bathroom. But we will set the next section up before I go. Boba could have waited out, but remember, there is only one survivor of this. The odds are not great. Let's get the Chapter 6 opening bit. I was worried that I put the murder on that one, but the murder one's also blank, thank God. Hold on, that stuttered. Let me see if I can fix it. There we go. God, there's so few people left alive. Isn't that tragic? Isn't that so sad? Anyways, so I'm gonna run the ad. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Go piss, girl. Go get some water. Go get a snack if you need it. We'll start the next chapter when I get back. Okay. So many dead people. Also, yeah, I mean, you've survived pretty well, Nyantsume. Anyone who's made it this far has survived at least, what would it be now? Because we're on to we're going to start chapter 6 soon. So they've survived like 10 class trials to get to this point. Then for execution, it's been a hell of a ride. I mean, maybe that's how it'll end, man. Who knows? I think we're back from the ads. So let's officially begin chapter 6. Go big or go home. Oh, wait. Please. Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't miss something. Also, just to keep track of things, the last murder happened on day 20. Hope through despair and let multiple people live. I mean, multiple people already are living. Jaewon and Papa both got out. Anyways, on the morning of day 21, when the 7 surviving ultimates arrive at breakfast, Nyantsume dryly remarks that, by this point in their first season, they'd already been down to 6 and got to leave. For Loony, Hikaru, Fossil, and Julien, their game had ended by now too, although it had required the death of Stara or the murder of Stara by whoever their mastermind was. At least it was credited to their mastermind. Astion was the only one that had really like any sort of a chapter 6 that was distinct from their chapter 5, but even then, this was the first time anyone had actually made it to a breakfast in a 6th chapter. The others ignore them. Nobody was in a talking mood. Camelliaah didn't want to draw attention. Astion was still grieving his friends, and the Frozen Frenzy Ultimates were still very much so suspicious of one another. Hold on, this still feels loud. I don't know if it is. Standing in my room. After a tense breakfast, they all go their own ways. Over the day, the Frozen Frenzy Ultimates are split between Julien and Hikaru versus Fossil and Loony, who each approach the Fall of Hope and Despair Downpour Ultimates respectively to try and figure out if any of them know anything about the others. After all, there must still be a mastermind from their group. They don't believe it's one of them, but which one of the other two could it be? However, they remain tight-lipped. The Frozen Frenzy Ultimates hadn't shown any compassion for them when they'd been in a scary position, when they'd felt like they were on the outs, so they felt no need to return the favor here. Despite their efforts throughout the day, the meetings seemingly end fruitlessly, as everyone goes to sleep, and nothing seems to have happened. But, overnight, 2 Ultimates do sneak out to have a more in-depth discussion. Who they were and what they said, though, is unknown. God damn it, Fossil. On the morning of day 22, on their way to breakfast, Julien and Hikaru make a plan to divide and conquer. It's possible that either the Fall of Hope group or Astion, the only part of the Despair Downpour group, suspects one of them or the other, so it might be best for them to act separately and see if that makes anyone feel a bit more comfortable talking. Even though we know that we're not the ultimate, or we're not the masterminds, no one will say it if we're here. Yeah, hi Yuna, welcome in. How are you? Are we having a good day? Since making friends whenever needs to die. I mean, yeah. Easier to kill a friend when they're close to you, I guess. Keep your friends close, your enemies closer. I don't know what I'm saying, we're just saying words. Anyways, like I said, Julien and Hikaru make a plan to divide and conquer. Camelliaah and Nyantsume are already at breakfast by the time they arrive. Astion comes after, and Fossil and Loony don't show up at all. A little bit concerned, they go looking for the pair, but it doesn't find long to find them. Find them alive, I mean. They're just a bit slow getting out of the door because Fossil needed to recover from war flashbacks. It happens. Julien and Hikaru do their best to maintain a neutral expression here. It would have made things a lot easier if one of them had picked off the others. Yeah, Hikaru's still alive! I don't know if Hikaru's here right now, but I hope so. Also, guys, again, you could say nothing but nice things about everyone's design. Hikaru's is so great. It's so hard to make like a really bold orange color look good. But like Hikaru's design pulls off really, really well. I feel like it's rare that I see, like, especially like, you know, like a deep orange. Like, it's one thing if it's like a lighter orange, like a sort of like a peach kind of shade, like what Fubuki had. But like Hikaru has like very deep oranges, which is like hard to make work, and it's very, very good. Props to their artist. Where was I? Sorry, I'm getting distracted again. Yes, they found them alive. They were a bit slow getting out because Fossil had a war flashback. Julien and Hikaru do their best to maintain a neutral expression. It might have made things a lot easier if one of them had been picked off by the others. As the day goes on, Hikaru meets with Nyantsume and Camelliaah, and Julien meets with Astion. Fossil and Loony keep to themselves. After lunch, they swap around a bit. Julien goes and meets with Camelliaah, and Hikaru continues speaking to Nyantsume. Loony and Fossil go to speak to Astion. This is just like the war. For once, that's appropriate. At night, the Ultimates return to sleep. Except, once again, for our mysterious schemers. Who is it who's running out alone? In the morning at breakfast, Nyantsume, Camelliaah, and Julien eat together, while Fossil, Loony, and Astion eat together. Hikaru eats alone. He'd planned to speak to Astion, but he didn't want to rock the boat with Fossil and Loony right now. After breakfast, Hikaru finally finds a moment to pull Astion aside and chat with him. The day was a bit overcast, with occasional sprinkles of rain, so they spend the day in the lobby of the resort, seeing the others occasionally walking past them as they head back to their rooms, meet with each other, whatever. You know, they're just sort of chatting. Originally it was about strategy, but at a certain point, it was just kind of talking it through. Astion, no. Astion, you are with Hikaru. Anyways, after a few hours, however, they hear a scream from in the dining area. They rush over, terrified of what they'll find, and hear the body discovery announcement as they're already as they're on their way there. Where is this? They rush over, terrified of what they find. As they burst in the door, they find Nyantsume, Fossil, and Loony huddled together on the ground. As they rush over, they see what they're huddled around. Sorry, I timed that wrong. The bodies of Camelliaah and Julien. Oh no, it's Julien. Julien, you've died. Oh no. Yes, the ultimate mixologist and the ultimate monarch have died. Where is this? Sorry, I ended up scrolled all over the place. Kill all the women. First of all, Camelliaah is non-binary. So, I think you owe them an apology. But also, I didn't. The simulation killed people. I just decided how it happened. God damn it. Anyways. At the end of the death noise. Yeah, we're down to just 5. Nyantsume, Loony, Hikaru, Astion, and Fossil. So, the details of the murder documents. Camelliaah has had her throat slashed, while Julien has been stabbed in the side of the neck with a steak knife from the kitchen that's been left in place. According to the documents, the two died just minutes before the body discovery announcement at most. Nyantsume's suit is stained with blood, which Loony and Fossil state is because they had found them and been trying to staunch Camelliaah's bleeding when they'd arrived. And, after investigating, a class trial begins. So, prediction time. Who done it? Who killed the two of them? I mean, you might have been alone, but who knows where everyone else was? Wait, did I get this last prediction in? I did, okay. I keep on forgetting. I don't trust myself. Who is the Blackened of Chapter 6? I'm getting down to the wire, too. Things are getting serious. So, our remaining survivors are Nyantsume, Loony Frinkelboom. There are representatives from each row still in it, though, so that's at least something. You're not all, you know, the first row didn't get wiped out or anything. Sorry, after Loony, it's Hikaru Hayashi, and Fossil. It's kind of intentional. I want it to be a little bit confusing and disorienting and try and keep track of where everyone is. Killed Also, hi, Snorator. Welcome in. But yes, the pair of silly dogs don't, no, Fossil, don't at people who aren't here. So not Swell. I like Swell. Oh, I can put like 5k on Fossil for me? Jesus. Again, just to restate the case or the details of the murder, Aston and Hikaru had been in the lobby of the resort. They heard a scream. As they were running over, they heard the body discovery announcement. As they came in, they saw Nyantsume, Fossil, and Loony huddled together on the ground around the bodies of Julien and Camelliaah. Camelliaah had their fuck, I got that wrong. Sorry. Had their throat slashed, while Julien had been stabbed in the side of the neck with a steak knife from the kitchen. The two died minutes before the body discovery announcement at most. Nyantsume's suit is stained with blood, which Loony and Fossil state is because Nyantsume had been the first to find them and had been trying to staunch Camelliaah's bleeding when they'd arrived. You have haters. Are people already voting for you? 50-50. I mean, it's only 10 points for each. That could easily be skewed. Anyways, it's time for a class trial. You voted for yourself? Did you really? You have haters. The haters are you. All right. Let's see. Before anyone can say anything, Aston and Hikaru immediately declare themselves to have an alibi in each other. They had been in the building's lobby the whole time, and everybody at one point or another had walked past and seen them there. That meant it had to be either Loony, Fossil, or Nyantsume who did it. Nyantsume seems like a little uncharacteristically shaken, saying that they had never actually watched the life leave someone's eyes before. Almost like they forgot they were thinking out loud. But realizing what they'd said, they clarified that they had left to go for a walk and clear their head after talking with Julien and Camelliaah. And when they came back, they'd found the two bleeding on the ground and rushed to try and help, screaming for someone to help them. That was the scream they'd heard. They'd assessed that Julien was already dead, while Camelliaah had been holding on to life for just a moment before their death. That was what they meant. Fossil and Loony confirmed that they'd been on the beach when they heard Nyantsume's cry and rushed over, finding them with Camelliaah's head in their lap. That was when the body discovery announcement had played, but it took a minute or so for them to get there. Since only a single announcement played, Camelliaah must have been dead by the time they got there as well. Nyantsume asks how that can be confirmed, and Fossil says it's because when 3 people find a body, the announcement is played. Since since only one announcement played, that must be the case. Nyantsume slams a hand on the podium. Like, that can't be true. Somebody is lying here. One of you killed them, because I certainly did not. The other two pairs look at each other. They were each other's alibis. Aston and Hikaru said that they'd been in the lobby, and Fossil and Loony said they'd been on the beach. In fact, Loony says, there is only one person here without an alibi. Nyantsume. Well, it didn't go through your neck, it just stabbed you in the neck. Doesn't matter how thick it is, it doesn't have to go very far. Look at the sand in her snouts. There's no sand in the snouts. The alibi's a lie. Nyantsume is frankly shocked at the accusation. They had been on a walk. More importantly, Camelliaah was their ally and friend throughout this entire thing. They were the only person left from their group. They had absolutely no reason to kill them. And, maybe more importantly, why kill Julien? Again, absolutely no reason to do it. Aston concurs, mentioning that Julien had also been Hikaru's ally. Even if Hikaru had somehow had the opportunity to do so, that wouldn't really make sense. But Fossil and Loony had no real attachment to either victim. In fact, they seem to have a bit of a grudge against Julien. Fossil points out that doesn't make any sense. Neither Loony nor Fossil had any reason to provide an alibi for one another. If one of them had done it, the other would benefit from exposing that and protecting themselves. But were you together the whole morning? Hikaru asks, but the answer never comes. They maintain their silence. The others, unable to poke a hole in logic that isn't being provided, fall into an easy silence. There wasn't really a reason for this to happen, or an explanation for how. Hikaru suggests that maybe it's possible that one or the other did kill them. After all, the other might just be providing an alibi hoping that the rest of us find the secret out. Or maybe one of them had a secret about the other that they were holding over their heads. What if Loony and Fossil really weren't together the whole day? The group couldn't come to a decision. They had no idea what was going on either way. There was no way to prove who was where. There weren't enough people around to see each other. The only people who had an alibi were Ashton and Hikaru. It felt like nobody had any idea where things were going. Nobody had an explanation. Or at least, most of them felt there was no explanation. For one person, it was time to reveal their most tightly guarded secret of the entire game. Hikaru speaks up, announcing to the room that he is not, in fact, the ultimate broker. Never had been. Frankly, the fact that people hadn't picked up on that when he and Brielle had the same title was a little shocking. No two people can have the same ultimate because, obviously, then one of them wouldn't be the ultimate in that field. The others, struggling to pick their jaws up off the floor, don't know what to make of this. Finally, Nyantsume gets the words out. If not the ultimate broker, what are you? Smiling, Hikaru states that his true title all along had been the ultimate mob boss. Why do you guys think he was so bad at gathering intel? That's not really his job, he had a guy for that. During the first game, he'd mostly just used Brielle's information to try and make educated guesses. Fossil interjects. What does this really have to do with any of this? Hikaru, wanting to have his moment in the sun, revealing this secret after so long, laughs. He's not going to have this monologue broken up. For one, he explains, Julien wasn't really an ally. He was useful, but he served his purpose. His usefulness was not indefinite. Eventually, this game was going to have to end. There could only be one final stand, and Julien was just too dangerous to keep around. So it was you, Loony shouts. Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense, says Ashton. Hikaru, you've just revealed your real ultimate. You revealed that you were the ultimate mob boss all along, which I want to state that was actually something Hikaru said. Hikaru submitted that, and I was holding on to that the whole time. I was very excited. There was even a hint towards it in the end of the last one, that Hikaru had managed to get away with his secret. But anyways, Hikaru responds that no, he didn't kill Julien, or Camelliaah for that matter, but he had set someone up to kill them both, planted the thought in their mind, helped them set it up, and made sure they were confident they could get away with it. They've been plotting throughout the night, making plans on how they could get away with it, and they never quite realized just how badly they were being manipulated. Who are you talking about? Shouts the group. That is, all except one of them. The one who just realized what had happened. However, I'm not going to say it. We're going to close the prediction in a second. Cast your votes. Who do you think Hikaru scammed into doing this? Who did Hikaru pull the wool over the eyes of? Did you? I don't know. Has to be false. We'll give you guys... How long do you want to go? We'll give it another 30-ish seconds. It's a big plot twist, so we'll give that one. Also, yeah, I hope you're having a good day, Hikaru. It has to be fossil. I mean, I guess technically it was me, Loony, so that's fair. Ashton, did you just vote for yourself? No, it was Felix, okay. Alright, let's, 10 seconds left, we'll say. Because I keep on forgetting to actually keep track of the clock when we're doing this. So, who is the Blackened of Chapter 6? So to flashback, Hikaru responds no, he didn't kill Julien or Camelliaah for that matter, but he'd set someone up to kill them both, planted the thought in their minds, helped them set up the plan, and made sure that they were confident they could get away with it, without them ever realizing that these thoughts were even being planted in their head. They never realized how badly they were being manipulated. That is, until this very moment. So who was it, the group shouts? That is, all except for one of them, the one Hikaru points to. Nyantsume. Nyantsume, eyes wide, doesn't even reject the accusation. They're in shock. Were they really played that hard? The announcement rolls in. It's time for the vote. Viveros is dead. Julien is dead. Nyantsume votes for Fossil. Ryza is dead. Jaewon escaped. Camelliaah is dead. Boba is dead. Fubuki was dead. Fran is dead. Always playing one step ahead. Loony votes for Nyantsume. Hikaru votes for Nyantsume. Puppo has escaped. Yukihime is dead. Cottony is dead. Astion votes for Nyantsume. Puffy is dead. Haya is dead. Fossil votes for Astion. And Rain is dead. This is like I think the only majority vote that happens in any of this. Who do we think done it? It was, in fact, Nyantsume, the ultimate funeral director. Also, can I just say, your design is so good. It's really, really nice. I like your design a lot. Sorry, anyways. Right now we need to focus, because it's time to explain what happened. So, how did Nyantsume do it? Why? Well, when Hikaru had finally gotten a chance to speak Nyantsume alone, they'd revealed they never actually believed that Puppo or Jaewon had been the masterminds, which meant they'd believed it was Camelliaah all along. But they weren't sure if they could trust their judgment. Besides, there wasn't any rush, right? Like, if the others believed the Fall of Hope mastermind was gone already, then they could pick Camelliaah off at their leisure. Hikaru agreed with Nyantsume, saying that he also thought that they were the mastermind, but adding that he had thought that Julien might be too, proposing a plan where Nyantsume would kill Julien and then Hikaru would kill Camelliaah in the next trial for them to both escape. Nyantsume, hoping to protect their odds and also not interested in protecting Hikaru, like why would he, or why would they, betrayed Hikaru, planning to kill them both at the same time to hopefully guarantee an escape. What they didn't realize was that this was all part of Hikaru's plan. He didn't believe either of them was a mastermind, but he needed the Fall of Hope ultimates out of the way and couldn't do it himself if neither of them were masterminds. And getting rid of Julien would also help him get one step closer. Hikaru made sure to convince Julien to spend time meeting with Camelliaah and Nyantsume, knowing that Nyantsume would use the opportunity to kill them both if they were alone. Was it maybe a bit obvious from Nyantsume? You know, the only person who was alone? Sure, but in their mind, it didn't need to be a secret. Odds are pretty good to Nyantsume that at least one of the victims would be a mastermind. They were using the information, after all, of the ultimate broker. And that's why Nyantsume, the ultimate funeral director, killed Camelliaah and Julien. Wait, no, wrong one. There we go. Isn't it tragic? Isn't it so sad? How could you do this, Nyantsume? And how could you do this, Hikaru? Betraying your friends like that. Poor Nyantsume. But you're right, Helicopter. It's not over. Also, by the way, for the people at home who are curious about the prediction, the way it went was 0% of the vote went to Hikaru. For some unknowable reason to me, 34% of it went to Astion, 1% of it went to Loony, 62% of it went to Fossil, and only 2% of the points went to Nyantsume. Which means that some people are about to get a whole bunch of them. Actually, there weren't that many spent this round, but still. The blackened was indeed Nyantsume. Your life saving. Oh no. I will never financially recover from this. But that's okay. Because we have one more chance for you to get some points from this. Did Nyantsume kill a mastermind? So there's yes. Camelliaah. Yes. Julien. Yes. Both. And no. Somebody gets to college. Great question. That sounds like somebody else's problem. Start the prediction. Also, I guess we're down to 5, right? No, I can't do it. Or I guess this would have been 5. I should have done I meant to do a prediction at the start of this, or a poll seeing who people thought would win. But yeah, we're down to 4. Whether Nyantsume survives or not. Thank you for the hydration check, man. That's true. The dogs have made it all the way to the end. Well, actually, have any dog boys died in this one? I can't remember who else a dog boy versus a cat boy or whatever. 40% of the survivors are puppies so far. Wait, no. Oh. Puppo got out. Is Rain... I don't know if Rain is a dog. That's what I'm confused about, is I can't always tell from the ears from people. I think so. But I'm not sure. But yeah, Puppo did live. As did Jaewon. Anyways, how far are we along in this prediction? I really can't keep track of time to save my fucking life. I think we're about halfway through. Blue and or silly dog, true. I mean, to be fair, getting this far doesn't mean you get out. It's last man standing. Come on, I need this poll to end. I need to know what's happening. Also, goddamn, a lot of points bet on Julien being the mastermind here, huh? Oh, it's not on Twitter? Okay. So gonna die. Nobody ever has any faith in themselves. You made this far. You can go a little bit further. You know, wait. Then did you... Oh, you weren't even the highest bidder on the Julien one. Anyways, okay. The prediction is closed. For the VoD viewers, less than 1% of voters, but still Lila voted yes for both. 1% of the vote went to yes, Camelliaah. 7% of the vote went to no. And 92% of the points went to yes, Julien. Yes, Immortal Monarch. God damn it, boss. Did the Ultimate Monarch not tip you off? Anyways. Let's see. Let's figure it out. First up is Julien. Nope. Julien was just a guy all along. So a whole lot of points just got lost. But that still leaves one more. What about Camelliaah? Immortal is innocent? Yeah, Immortal was innocent. And also I think has the record for the fewest votes across it all. But no. No masterminds in the bunch. Isn't it sad? Wait for what? What do we have to wait for? Nyantsume is the black end of this round. Make your own funeral. Well, funny you should say that. Masterminds either Nyantsume, Jaewon, or Puppo. True. So yeah, that is the last of our Fall of Hope Ultimates, by the way. We're down to 3 from the Frozen Frenzy group and 1 from Despair Downpour. But we can also guarantee that more people have survived from the Fall of Hope than did from Despair Downpour at this point. So last, yeah, we'll see. This is why, by the way, I had established earlier that there's a rule against them killing in the court or in the class trial room now. Let's see. The execution of Nyantsume, the ultimate... Wait, no, hold on. I need to get the music going before we do that. Where is it? Which one of these is the one? There we go. The execution of Nyantsume, the ultimate funeral director. Sampling the wares. Nyantsume wasn't worried about an execution. For one, death comes for us all, but for another, their cat powers gave them 9 lives. They didn't have all of them still, but who minds? So when they found themselves strapped into a cardboard box on a conveyor belt, smelling and feeling the heat of a cremation machine, they braced for pain, sure, but they'd be back soon. The flames ignited the box and Nyantsume, burning them inside, and sure enough, they emerged back again on another life. They wondered if the producers knew how many lives they had, only to be answered with, maybe, but we'll keep trying, as they were whisked away to experience more and more burial rites. They were launched off ashore by Viking dummies who set fire to their boat. They were placed in a metal box and dropped in the ocean. They were strapped to a rocket and launched into space, and each time the cat came back. But internally, Nyantsume was counting down their remaining lives. And with horror, realized they only had 1 left. One last time they awoke, this time strapped to an operating table in a cold clinical room. A dummy in scrubs walked up and began powdering their face, and Nyantsume realized this was the preparation of the body. No sooner did that thought cross their mind than did the dummy put away the makeup and bring out the needle and thread. Nyantsume screamed as their eyes were stitched shut, but soon their mouth was clamped and stitched as well, leaving them unable to scream or release the tears from their eyes, as the dummy cut into their body, removing organs and other perishable parts before pumping them full of formaldehyde. After all, the body must be presentable at the funeral. The torture continued for what seemed like hours as the life left Nyantsume's body. Before long, the surgeon was done, and the lights were out. When they came back on, Nyantsume's body was presented in a beautiful mahogany coffin in front of rows and rows of dummies dressed in black, grieving as though they'd lost a loved one. Oh, suddenly that's where we draw the line. Fran got microwaved. Anyways, here we are with our final four. Fran did get microwaved and it was gross. It was bad. Anyways, once again, we're gonna run the ad as we head into chapter 7. Go get your water, go to the bathroom, go piss, girl. And yeah, also thank you for doing the shoutouts again, Mint. That's a VTuber. Fran only got microwaved? I mean, yeah, but like, okay, look, I've had to come up with a lot of these over time. So, oh, Tamus. Okay, I was supposed to be like, damn, brutal. Yeah, I mean, like, tame in the sense that there's not, like, that it's a very, like, I guess the horror of this one is that it was very, like, slow and methodical. Where is this? We'll turn on the sad music again for a bit. Yeah. I feel like getting pumped full of formaldehyde would be pretty painful. Like, definitely brutal, but like, yeah, definitely less action-packed than some of the others. I'll say, what was your question, Monarch? Oh, Nyantsume just stabbed you both, or slit Camelliaah's neck or throat, and then stabbed you in the neck with the same knife, and then like left the room for a sec, ran back in and was like, oh my god, they're dead. 25 tiny grams of the one gun in sale bag. Look, sometimes the most brutal death is the one that passes by fast. I mean, Cottony just straight up died. Self-report. Yes, okay. Get your water. Come back. Be prepared. Because also, I'm going to start a prediction. Who's our final survivor, I guess? Okay, no. Because at this point, it's not really worth predicting who dies. And it's not worth predicting who the blackened is. So we'll just say who died next. Also, yeah, did I make a mastermind? I did get that one. Okay. Nope, I didn't actually. Cool. For once, it was a good idea for me to check. Okay. God, there have been so many predictions this time. Oh, I forgot to actually say this. Nyantsume did not kill a mastermind. Hikaru's scary. I mean, Hikaru's the ultimate mob boss. Maybe you should be scared. Alright. This prediction is going to run. We're going to start it before we really get into the next chapter, because I want it to be a quick one. Who is the ultimate survivor? And by this, I mean, like, the person who is the last man standing, not, like, the people who, like, Puppo and Jaewon don't count. Oh wait, that just restarted that. Fuck, I forgot about the arrows. We just want to open for 5 minutes. I think that's about fair, right? I trusted you. Why would you trust someone in this? They're trying to kill you. That seems like a skill issue. Who says you're getting your last meal? Okay, I think we're back from the ad. I think we're good to go. Wait, what's the time on this? Okay. All right. I can't remember what this music was for this, but we are on to chapter 6 or chapter 7. Sorry. The end. That's the main character. Who's to say? Maybe I mean, again, very excited for the end of this when I can reveal who my main characters were throughout it. Because I had a main character set for each of the original 3 runs alongside the mastermind, and I want to talk about it. Cuts black, yeah. We're gonna go out like, is it The Godfather that goes out that way? Or I think it's something else. No idea. Sopranos, that's what I'm thinking of. Thank you. Do you want a third try, Julien? Best drink of the day, coffee time. Oh my god. Don't even talk to me till I've had my coffee. Anyways. We'll let the prediction run while you guys figure it out. I had a girl behind me. I don't know that name, I'm sorry. I've seen the like screenshots of it, but I don't know the whole thing. Why am I getting spanked? That seems so mean. Wait, what's the prediction looking like so far? The ultimate survivor. Okay. So damn, the one time that Loony and Fossil are not racking up the votes is for them to be the winner of it all. Who says only one of them lived, man? So I got some time for this. I think I live no shot. Yep. Okay, well, I said that, then immediately everyone threw the points at them. Demi threw a lot of points at Loony. Mitsuru threw all the points at Fossil. Prediction's still going. Make your choices. Make your bets. Going for so much longer than I thought I would. You know what? Yeah, it takes some time. I mean, nobody thinks that they make it far in this. There was nobody at any point just come in and been like, yeah, I knew I was going to do this, because it's random chance. The odds aren't great for anyone. But look how far you've all made it. Only 4 of you left, the top 4. What do you have to say to little Fossil? What do you have to say to 3-year-old Loony? Just imagining me walking back as if I didn't die and being like, by the way, like just holding up the portrait and being like, what do you have to say to little Ashton? Valid. I mean, yeah. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. It's very that. Prediction's almost over. Goddamn, no one has any faith in Hikaru. Yeah, Bo got there on pure willpower. This is fun. I'm glad that people are still tense up for here. Come on, prediction, end. I want to let it run out of time, but also maybe I should have made it less time. We'll see. To do a double snake move. I mean, yeah, Hikaru has revealed that they are the ultimate mob boss. I wish I had thought to actually change the cards to reflect that, but unfortunately I kind of forgot and then it was too late. But that's okay. We all know. And besides, it's the last chapter. There's only so much that there's left to do. Also, I'm mad that in my dashboard it has the wrong amount of time left for the time or for the prediction. Like on my end, it says 1.5 minutes. Wait, Hikaru. Oh, Hikaru. There's 2 people who voted for Hikaru, so at least you're not alone for yourself. Also, yes, go follow all these lovely people. I mean, except for Fossil, who you really can't because Fossil didn't submit any socials. But you can follow their Twitch because they're in the chat. All right. Submissions are closed. When the question was, who is the ultimate survivor? The answers were 1% of the points going to Hikaru Hayashi, 18% of them going to Loony, 29% of them going to Fossil, and 52% for Astion. And I'm so curious how you guys will interpret what's about to happen. Astion, they believe in you. Hikaru, unfortunately, they don't believe in you. I'm dragging this out a little bit because I kind of don't want it to end. But we shall see. Evil puppy and do evil thing. Maybe you've been an evil puppy all along. Anyways. Like I said, we're on Chapter 7, the end. After the trial, the Ultimates filter out of the courtroom. Or filter kind of downplays it. Astion sprints back to his dorm room. Everyone here's a fucking psychopath. I don't want to deal with it. I'm staying in there until it's over. Loony and Fossil, who had previously been working together, also leave separately. Loony leaves first, also sprinting off. Not sure who to trust. Maybe Fossil are making out. God damn it. Leaving just Hikaru and Fossil in the room. Hikaru, looking at those beady little eyes, is unsure what kind of darkness might reside behind them. Or maybe they're just a silly little guy. Who's to say? After a moment, Fossil leaves first, leaving only Hikaru in the room. They just revealed their trump card, their hidden ability. But would it be enough to get them through this? The others in their rooms are thinking similar things. For Astion, he tried his best to keep everyone safe, to protect his friends. And not only had they gone one by one in 2 separate games, but they kept killing even when they didn't have to. For Loony, the fears were just getting worse. Now he knew what it must have felt like for the members of the other groups when their numbers dwindled, and when they started to fear that the people they were close to might have been the masterminds all along. Fossil returns to their dorm, does a backflip, rolls around a little bit, and says bleh. And Hikaru, the last to return to their bedroom, just sits on the bed and thinks, what more could have been done? Or, what more should they do? I'm trying to make it a moment. Also, so at this bit, it's not writing. I wanted to add more drama to it. So this is improv for a little bit. Some of it is, some of it's not. The important bit here is that all 4 of our final ultimates, the ultimate jokester, the ultimate silly puppy, the ultimate tuner, and the ultimate mob boss, are gonna have to figure out their way out of this. And one ultimate has a plan. As the 4 go to sleep, one of the ultimates sneaks back out and begins slowly pouring out a canister of gasoline. Next episode. Anyways, one more ultimate heads back downstairs and begins emptying out the tanks of gasoline that they had prepared, making sure not to douse the floors that people are on. After all, they might smell it and wake up. But then again, 2 of them couldn't get out anyways. This person had barricaded their doors. But who? And why not barricade one more? Soon they light a match. And as the flames begin spreading through the building, one of the ultimates hears a knock at their door. Oh, fuck, I was trying to meet that in time. Ashton opens the door as the knocking continues, scared of who it might have been, and not necessarily relieved at who they found on the other side. I'll put the music back on. I thought it would be better to have it in silence, but I don't think it is. Anyways, Ashton, not necessarily comforted by who it was on the other side, but before he has a chance to react, they grab him by the arm, pulling him out of the building as it burned. The other two doors, barricaded, were having those barricades tested. The two stuck in the building had smelled the smoke, could feel the flames. But who was who? Who was it who pulled Ashton out, and who was left inside? Who are our final victims? And the first is Loony Frinkelboom. But a second door was barricaded too. It wasn't just Loony. It was Fossil, who I just now realize has their eyes blocked by the dead thing. Yes. The two dogs who'd made it so far burned alive in the hotel where they'd stayed. Meaning that the one who rescued Ashton was, of course, Hikaru. Outside, the two wait, and wait, and wait. Not for Loony and Fossil to join them. Hikaru didn't have to say what happened. Ashton could figure it out. They just waited for the building to finish burning. Eventually, on the morning of day 25, the fire burns itself out while the sun rises. And when it does, the two go to breakfast. A new announcement blares. It's the final two. While there's no way to have a real vote, they must head to the class trial room one final time regardless. The two arrive at the class trial room, empty except for the pair of them. But obviously, a vote can't continue with just two people. They'll vote for each other. And they know this. The trial isn't meant to last long. The trial isn't meant to really expose anything. Hikaru must be the final blackened, having set the fire that killed Loony and Fossil. All Ashton asks is, why? And Hikaru explains that with the death of Julien, the goal hadn't really been to tell Nyantsume who the mastermind was, obviously. Why tell someone else? Use that for yourself. Hikaru needed somebody to filter it down until there were only two other people remaining from the Frozen Frenzy group. That way, easy double kill. Whichever one of them was the mastermind, they got them both. At least, assuming the mastermind's still alive. Which brings them to the question of, are they? I mean, obviously, Ashton feels pretty, mostly okay, all things considered. He didn't kill, he didn't die. And of the final two, he must be okay. But what if Hikaru's wrong? What if somebody else had been the mastermind for their group all along? What if there'd never been a mastermind? There's nothing for it but to simply progress to the vote. A vote with an obvious outcome, but where some truths might finally be revealed. It's time for the final class trial of the Virtual Killing Academy. Summer's Time Stars. Who is our winner? Ignore the fact that I made a really dumb mistake in here. What if it was me? That'd be so funny. So Viv, dead. Julien, dead. Nyantsume, dead. Ryza, dead. Jaewon, a survivor. Camelliaah, dead. Boba, dead. Fubuki, dead. Fran, dead. Loony, dead. Hikaru votes for Astion, the only option. Puppo has survived. Yukihime is dead. Cottony is dead. And Astion votes for Hikaru. Puffy is dead. Hai is dead. And we keep going through the process. Fossil is dead. Rain is dead. Fuck, the audio got messed up. It depends on if you kill the mastermind or not. We have to make it all the way through. And as they knew, Hikaru Hayashi was indeed the Blackened of Chapter 7. What they didn't know was if he would live. Where is that song again? It's time for the reveal. Oh wait, no, this is the wrong music for this. Hold on. There we go. The first victim. The ultimate jokester, Loony Frinkelboom, was in fact an innocent. Which, if Hikaru is meant to survive, means that this next one has to come up their way. That's right. Fossil was, in fact, the mastermind of Frozen Frenzy Group. Yes, the whole time. Oh, that one was such a fun one. The Junko of the season, so true. Fossil, look. Nobody ever sees it coming. Anyways, with that, Hikaru becomes the third winner of the group, having killed one of the masterminds. Just like with Puppo and Jaewon before them, he's escorted out by producers, giving a smile to Astion, knowing they'll see each other soon, presumably unless something happens. And with that, Astion is left alone in the room. The ultimate survivor of the Virtual Killing Academy. Wait, where did I have this? Hold on. Sorry, fuck. The winner! Congratulations, Astion! I mean, bittersweet victory. A lot of people dying. Not necessarily a great thing. But you do get the title of the Ultimate Survivor, so there's that. Let me manage that prediction. I think that's actually the last slide in this. Oh, there we go. But these are our results. Mastermind, Jaewon, fuck, microwaving Fran. That's understandable. Mastermind known for Fall of Hope. Yeah, so there's some fun details that we have to reveal. Some fun facts. Some information. Because while we do have 4 winners, we have Astion, we have Puppo, we have Hikaru, and we have Jaewon. One of those 4 was in fact the mastermind of the Fall of Hope group. Someone who had been, frankly, extremely antagonistic throughout their entire first round, and I don't think anyone predicted them. Who could it be? It was indeed Puppo. Puppo Lostfelt was the Fall of Hope's mastermind. Puppo, incidentally, would have known this if they... I think actually, wait, did you submit it in your document that you were the ultimate gaslighter? I can't remember at this point. I'll have to check real quick. I'm pretty sure you did. Or maybe I added that in after the fact. Maybe I'm the gaslighter. Where are you in here? Let me check and make sure. Oh no, you put ultimate good boy or ultimate class pet. I decided that your secret ultimate was the ultimate gaslighter and kind of forgot to do it. But yeah. And with that, the ultimate killing game has ended. Now we'll put it on this little slideshow thing. Yes. All the dead people. Maybe. We'll see. But yeah, okay, so to explain what happened here, the masterminds were just part of the production team. I mean, obviously a lot of this is just Danganronpa V3 concepts. Danganronpa V3. A survivor of the previous game goes on to become the mastermind of the next one. So, Puppo, Fossil, and Fran were our masterminds. Oh, this is just, in this fiction, it's just a reality show. They're just having fun with it. Like, again, V3. But back for reunion winners. I don't know if you want to reunite with Puppo. He did, in fact, participate in setting this all up. And also, I don't know if Ashton's going on with any of you. You've all killed people. Hikaru, you set 2 dogs on fire. Jaewon microwaved someone. Puppo exploded someone. I don't know if Ashton's going to want to reunite with anyone. Exactly. Yes, you murdered for nothing, Nyantsume, but that's okay. Honestly, really surprised that more people didn't think that Fossil would be the mastermind, because that was kind of the whole... Like, the masterminds are generally people who I tried to have either playing very aggressive like Puppo or like very passive. Fran wasn't really part of very much. Fossil wasn't part of very much because the goal was kind of with both of them to sort of have them under the radar. Ashton was the same person. Exactly. Yeah, honestly, the plan wasn't for it to have season-based alliances, but then I was like, as soon as I was like, yeah, everyone has a mastermind, like obviously, then I was like, wait a minute, that would totally make sense that they would work together then. I had a lot of fun with that. Everyone thought it was Julien. It was so mean. I'm gonna read on there. Also, thank you, Mint. I'm glad people have enjoyed it. So, because of how passive I was. Yeah, well, I mean, with you, I was sort of thinking that it was more like you were kind of controlling more than people thought sort of deal, like with the mob boss reveal. Some people also just died. Again, trying to give everyone equal screen time is hard in this. There's a lot of things happening. This character, yeah. But yeah, so let's just review the voting records real quick because we've done it every time so far. The person with the most votes against them, actually, across this entire game was actually Ashton. Ashton had 7 votes against with 1 tie and did get it right 3 out of 7 times. Passive and started yapping more. Yeah. Well, you kind of had to. Like, that's the thing is, as the groups get smaller, there is some degree of yapping. Same reason the Fossil was actually last round. Fair enough. But yeah, Puppo had 4 votes against, having participated only in 1 trial, and was out for... See, I got it wrong. I'll go through the voting record and then we'll explain who the protagonists and everything were. So, Jaewon, 5 votes against, was in 0 ties, had a 0 for 4 voting record, got out in Chapter 4, killed a mastermind. And Hikaru had 3 votes against, was a part of 2 ties, including the last one, and had a 2 out of 7 voting record, getting out in Chapter 7 after killing a mastermind. Viveros obviously was a mastermind, had no chance to vote. Fubuki, Chapter 2, and Yukihime, Chapter 2, both had 1 vote against, had no ties, and an 0 for 1 voting record. Cottony, dying in Chapter 3, had 1 vote against, no ties, never got a vote right. Fran, in Chapter 4, had 2 votes against, 0 ties, and an 0 for 3 voting record. Last vote count. The last vote counts, because, I mean, I still count the votes that the Blackened were a part of that they voted, like that they couldn't vote for themselves anyways, because why not? Yeah, I will say one of the things that made me want to rerun the simulation was I wanted to have Fubuki and Puppo kind of fight it out more, but I don't know. It felt like there was also something fun of like not letting one person or one group kind of like dominate the narrative a bit. I don't know. I liked how it turned out. I thought the simulation was fun to work with. Anyways, Bobaccino died in chapter 5 with 3 votes against, was part of no ties, and had an 1 for 4 voting record. Ryza, also dead in chapter 5, had 6 votes against, 0 ties, and an 0 for 4 voting record. Julien, dying in chapter 6, had 2 votes against, so I think Julien had the fewest votes out of anyone who survived more than like 1 or 2 chapters, because there was, I think, 2 votes in the last one and 2 in this one. Was part of 0 ties and had a 2 for 5 voting record. Camelliaah in chapter 6 had 6 votes against, was part of 0 ties and had a 3 for 5 voting record. Loony, dying in chapter 7, had 4 votes against, 0 ties, and a 3 for 6 voting record. And Fossil, dying in chapter 7 as well, had 6 votes against, 0 ties, and a 2 for 6 voting record as a mastermind. Yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed this. We'll definitely... It'll be a donathon reward, how many we do again in the future, just like last time. But yeah, we shall see. Also, of our Blackened, because technically there were 7 killers, but 3 of them got to escape, which was honestly really nice for me because I didn't have to come up with too many executions. There was only 1 less this time than in the first one. Dogs don't get to live. Puppo lived? Our Blackened were, by the way, Haya, who had 4 votes against, 0 ties, and an 0 for 2 voting record. Rain in chapter 3, sorry, Haya was chapter 2. Rain was chapter 3 with 5 votes against, part of 1 tie, and had a 1 out of 3 voting record. Puffy was chapter 5, had 2 votes against, was part of 1 tie, and an 0 for 5 voting record. And Nyantsume in chapter 6 had, oh wait, never mind. Apparently I can't count. Nyantsume had 10 votes against, was part of 1 tie and a 2 for 6 voting record. So no, Ashton, you don't have the most votes, you're second. I don't know why I didn't remember that. Nyantsume, I think, also has the distinction of being the only person to have a majority vote go against them, because every other time the randomizer only has it be a plurality. Also, thank you guys. I appreciate it a lot. If Peppa wasn't a mastermind, or if Fossil wasn't, honestly, I hadn't really thought of what yours would be. Once I will say, with people who made it to the end, it kind of varied a little bit, because like I said at the beginning of this, like ages ago, I did the simulations for the first 2 groups before I had finalized the roster for the 3rd one, so I wasn't able to do their simulation and do the final one. So I kind of like bounced around the ideas for some people out of the first group, but hadn't really like decided on anything. So like I had an idea for Puppo kinda, but like hadn't really fleshed it out because I hadn't had to. But I'm not sure what your execution would have been. It probably would have been like... Actually, honestly, probably would have been pretty similar to what Brielle got, but just like taking place in a dingy warehouse. But yeah, it's okay. When we do it next time, everyone's free to submit themselves again. Out of the people who've participated, there's definitely obviously a preference for the people who didn't make it very far. Like anyone who made it into the Summertime Stars group, you were in it for 2 streams, so you'll probably not get as much preference, but like, who knows, maybe we'll do more of these. Honestly, they're a lot of fun for me too. This is basically just a creative writing experience where I get to take the simulation gives me like point A and point B, and it's on me to come up with everything between them, which is a lot of fun. You should give a would-be execution to the victims. Maybe we'll do another stream where we do some more stuff. Keeping the record out. Honestly, valid. Or maybe I'll drop you in the next All-Stars one as our filler candidate. The GGB? That would imply you got to 3rd. But no, I do really, really appreciate you guys letting me use your characters for this, letting me sort of have fun with this, and enjoying it yourselves, because honestly, like, it's really fun. It wouldn't be fun for me if people weren't having fun with it. So that's been really exciting, and that's been really cool. Because yeah, like I said, like I had to write a stupid amount for this, like 50,000 something words, plus all of the like the trailer, plus setting up all these graphics and all that stuff, and like it was a lot of work. And I was genuinely a little bit worried that like, because the people who submitted, I basically said like it's like a smash or pass, but you're going into a Danganronpa simulation, and I'll see like how I think you would die, like that sort of thing. And then I don't know, fucking blacked out and did way too much. And so I remember when I was getting the trailer ready, I was telling people, I was like, hey, like I think it was like, I know I definitely told like Puppo and Loony and a few other people where I was like, I really hope people like this and don't think I'm a fucking lunatic for doing this. So it's been really good. It's been really fun. I'm glad that people have enjoyed it. I apologize to all of those who have died. I know that it's kind of sad. I know that it, like, people who sign up for it, and then especially people who die first, it feels bad. Like, it just, It does. I don't blame anyone who was a little bit put off if they were like out first, if they were so excited. But we'll do it again, I promise. We can Papa and Kanye one day. Again, part of me really wanted to keep running the simulations until you eventually did get to kill Papa or vice versa. But I can reveal a couple more things. Okay, so in this round, I know I said that I had set it up so that I would definitely die first, and that was true. The harder part of the simulation, the reason I actually had to run it so much is because I wanted a mastermind to kill me. One of the three of them was going to get the kill first. It was just whichever one of them got there first, basically, and didn't do a double kill. Let's see. Something in my throat. Anyways. But yeah, one of the three of them was going to kill me because I wanted there to be a question of like whether or not there were like how many masterminds are there, because I felt like otherwise it would make it a little bit unbalanced if it was known, especially like after Fran died. I was like, okay, well then, or like in the situation equivalent to when Fran died, I guess, then all of a sudden it's like, okay, cool, so there's a mastermind in the other two groups. And even if people were like, well, maybe a killer was a mastermind, who knows, I feel like that would be a harder sell. So having Jaewon and Papa be part of the same group, you know, say that one of the two of them could be a mastermind, I felt like that one was fun. Oh, victim season. There's a lot. There were 57 people in this in total, and only 4 of them weren't victims. This basically was the victim seasons. And also I was glad that I got, like, one person from each group survived. That made me happy too, because I would have felt bad if it was, like, all one side or another. I didn't, like, rerun the simulation to get that. That was just kind of how it turned out eventually. Because getting the simulation, I don't know if Arya is still here, but Arya's run the simulation. Getting it to try and do anything you want is fucking impossible, especially with so many people. So, like, by the time it had a situation where one of the masterminds did a solo kill on me at the start, I was like, cool, sick, that's what I'm kind of going with. Oh my god, you killed by your own popularity, by your own stunning looks, Leo. But yeah, and like, I know it's a killing game, but like, it's the same sort of thing as anything else. Like, if you wanted to be part of something like this, or like, if you wanted to be part of like, I don't know, a Survivor simulation, and you were really excited for it, and then you went out first, you're like, okay, well, that kind of sucks. So as much as like, I know people were excited for it, honestly, the more effort I put into it, the more worried I was like, oh no, there's all this effort, and some people are gonna get really hyped, like with the trailer and stuff, and then they're gonna show up, and it's gonna be them dead. I'm gonna feel bad. But yeah, I'm glad you guys liked it. Okay, so main characters and stuff. Let me just open up my docs for each group. Sitting in a watch for, aw, that's so cute. Hi everybody. You're all silly. Oh wow, there's so many of you in there. Hi everybody in the watch party. I hope you're enjoying it. Also, yes, if you'd like to watch the other ones, if you'd like to watch the previous streams, they're in the pinned comments still. This one will also be uploaded tomorrow morning. All right. This makes me happy. I think I mentioned at one point, these streams have been like my most viewed streams basically ever. The first one had my highest average concurrent viewership at like 40 something, which is the highest it's ever been, and there wasn't even a raid. Like, it was crazy. And so it's been a little bit overwhelming and like very rewarding, honestly. I know I'm just rambling at this point, but like genuinely very rewarding to feel like, you know, I did this silly stupid thing that doesn't really have like not that I'm like an innovator obviously or anything like that. I don't think I am, but like something that people haven't really done before. Like, it's not really a common thing. It's not like a smash or pass type thing where like people know what it is. So I was kind of unsure if people would show up. I was worried that it would be too much. It was all that sort of stuff. But like, well, thank you, Leo. But yeah, and so having people be so excited, having people showing up, having people enjoying it, I don't know, like anyone who's a streamer kind of knows that feeling of like when people show up when you play a popular game, there's a party that's like, are you here because of me, or are you just here because of the game? And this was the most like, no game is pulling someone in, it's just my own ideas and my own thoughts, and that made me really happy. But yeah, so for our main characters and stuff, do you want to fucking microwave Fran? Okay, I will say with Fran, the difficulty was like, I knew I wanted her to be the mastermind because I thought that would be a really fun outcome. I thought that would be really funny. And I was like, yeah. And so I was really happy that the voting turned out that way for that group. But then the difficulty then was like in the All-Stars group, I was like, okay, because I wanted one of the masterminds to make it to the end. That one wasn't one that I rigged it for. I'd planned to, honestly. But then by the time I got to that point, I was like, I just needed something to happen. So thankfully, Fossil made it to the end. Good job. Oh, you guys are being nice. You're being silly. But yeah, like it's hard to write around the way things work. And with this is one of the things too, is everybody submitted some details about themselves. If I do this again, honestly, I'll have a much better idea of what I'm doing, because this time a lot of this was kind of made up as I was going, especially like the things about PNGs. I just asked everyone for a full body and a profile picture, and ended up using those people's profile pictures because I ended up needing to do something else with it. But like, it was a lot. I'll do them. Aw. Yeah, so if you want to find anybody else, I'm going to leave the commands open in my chat for the next little while anyways. So if you ever want to come back and figure out, like, find the contact info for anyone, find their artists, anything like that, you can just go into the chat and, like, for example, if you wanted to find Felix's, there's all of Felix's. Little cartoon character. Yeah, at some point it was like, because some people also were like, I can't die. And I was like, okay, that's cool for you, but like, I do need to kill people. And I can't make one person immune because they just said it. That would be a little bit much. Monarchs is Julien. Also, yeah, if you need to get some sleep, Hikaru, absolutely. Also, yeah, everyone else, if you need to get some sleep, at this point, I'm basically just wrapping up and chatting about it. And again, the VoD of it will be up on the VoD's channel. You can find it in the pinned comment. I'll also put it here. It says 24 hours. It'll be up at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. But yeah, so like, also some people didn't understand what ultimate artist meant, or like what your ultimate was, and I realized that was because I didn't say it super clearly. Some people had put like ultimate attacks, which was a lot. And so I kind of had to make some stuff up. But yeah, other people said like, basically I said was like, what was your name? What's your ultimate? What's your gender identity? Like pronouns, so I could make sure I got that right. What's your sexuality? And are you comfortable with it being mentioned? Because I was like, some people are flirty, like someone like Zabi, for example. I was like, you know, if Zabi's going to die or kill someone, then that would be the case. You know, there'd have to be something vaguely horny. And so I wanted to be there. Paint thin or something. I think so. That sounds about right. Also, part of it is also I kind of forgot some details about some people. I'll be so for real with you guys. Again, it's so many fucking people. A bunch of different people had sort of different things. Some people put in a lot, like some people wrote like multiple paragraphs, like a full essay about the details about their characters, which was nice. It gave me some stuff to work off of. Some people left me like 3 words and I was like, okay, cool. I will use that as an opportunity to do my own thing. But yeah, for the most part, I tried to like respect everybody's wishes with it, so long as they were, so long as, again, like if it was within the realm of reason. Like if you were someone who didn't want your character to die, I'm so sorry, but you did sign up for the wrong thing. You're gonna have to get over that. Some people were also a matter of like, some people left some really interesting things in there and I just couldn't work with it. Like, for example, Bonnie had said in there, so it was like, Fujoshi can be easily be distracted secretly beyond if I have a crush on someone. And I wanted to include something like that because I thought it would be fun to have someone who's like undercover yandere after Vike had died. And then it just kind of didn't really come up. I didn't really find a way to write it in, which made me a little bit sad because like a lot of people have really cool stuff. Fran had mentioned in theirs, Fran was one of the people who wrote a lot and said, in a situation with my ultimate being known but the trigger is unknown, if they were killed, they're just generally helpful. Giving trivia on nerdy stuff, ends up getting praised too much, would cause the bomb to trigger. Or maybe someone would discover the trigger, use it as an advantage there. Killing, probably by accident, won't kill someone out of malice. All sorts of stuff. There were a lot of really fun ones. One of the things that they had mentioned, yeah, was the microwave wasn't because of just like throwing the attention onto Fossil, by the way. That was something that Fran had mentioned. They said for their execution, you have an option to make my head a physical head in a ball or a projection within the ball itself. If I'm a physical head, you can turn me into a slushie by shaking the ball, or make me explode from the inside by putting me inside a microwave. So I was like, okay. Understood. But yeah, I don't know. It was... One of the difficulties of it also was really like... I mean, I understand with Fran... Like, the people who had the more specific designs were the ones I found were very specific, or like provided the most information about how like to work with the character. Yeah, Fran understood the assignment. Fran was lovely. Fran also drew actually some very nice art. Hold on, let me pull it up. Let me see if I can find it. They drew some lovely little fan art, and it was so nice. And it's a style that I wouldn't have really thought to get for myself ever, which is part of what made it so cool. Where are you in here? This piece. I usually wouldn't think to get a piece that's sort of like very gray like this. But it was so lovely. Fran also draws their own art because they're an artist. Obviously, like all of their stuff for this, all of her art was for this one, so you can find them at Fran. But yeah, it was very good. They did this as part of a set of poses. I think they also did, what's the orange guy from Hollow Stars? Second Wave? Yeah, they did this piece. It was very, very lovely. It was so good. Yeah, and like it completely surprised me. There's such everyone's again, people have been so nice about this. It's made me so happy. It was so cool seeing people get hyped for the trailer. Yes, that's one Aston. The braid is so fun. Yeah, the braid is always in the design, and it's one of the things that I usually that was something that was honestly really touching to me because most artists forget about that. And so having her remember that was just like, oh, you noticed. That's so sweet. Getting a dissertation. Oh no. But yeah, next time also like most of this was all written in the last week. That's why there were delays because I was like writing it and preparing the graphics and preparing the voting videos and stuff like as we were like the moment I went live for any of those streams was the moment they were done. This one was the only exception because I tried to rush it. Killing in program everything. Ooh, that would be really cool. Yeah, we can definitely do that. I would be really like if there's a way to make this easier, absolutely. Because like let me make a new slideshow really quickly and just show you what these look like for your own benefit. Because any given, like even, okay, this bit, the slideshow, this is 19 PNGs. This one's not super difficult to do. It's just a PNG. There's a little glow effect that I wish was a little bit more pronounced that you can kind of see around them when they get highlighted. It's like Aston has a glow around him right now. Puffy has one right now. There was always a glow around them. They always had like a little hue shift or like the color would shift left and right. So they always had sort of the same kind of outline thing. It was a fun idea. I thought it looked cool. And I also, part of the reason why everyone shows up, regardless of whether or not they were dead, like in the voting videos, part of it was because I had a template for it. And part of it was because I just kind of wanted to keep showing the art. I would have felt bad if it was like with Vike or May, for example, especially when the first one's out were people I didn't know. Because I usually tried to control for that, but just with that group, that was the best I could get it to do. I wanted to still show the art. I wanted people to still be like, oh, who is that? I want to ping their name, whatever. I like Yeti. But yeah, I'm glad everyone enjoyed. Oh yeah, no shit. I was gonna say the protagonist and stuff. So protagonist of the first group was Fubuki, which was mostly because of the antagonism from Puppo, because I had in mind that Puppo was the mastermind. And I really looked out with Puppo because it didn't happen in any other group where someone fucking bullied another person, which was really funny to me. And so it was entirely because of Puppo voting for her constantly. That was why she got kidnapped. That was why all that stuff was happening. It was a whole thing. Hell yeah, Raccoon. Also, Raccoon, are you the... I've been confused about it since like, for the whole stream where I was like, you're, what's the name on Twitter? Lou Raccoon. I was like 99% certain, but I was like, I don't want to ask and like be wrong and feel bad, but I'm very confident at this point. You're being poisoned, so I'll be fine. Fair enough. But yeah, also, again, was so glad that like that first stream made me a little bit stressed out because I'd kind of put Fubuki in a bit of a position as like being targeted, written it around that. Your Loop, hell yeah. Loop's art is also very pretty. Go follow them. It's so good. What did I say? Oh yeah, no, but like part of my worry was like, especially with the people that I made a little bit more main character, I was like, oh no. What if either they don't show up, which would feel kind of bad. Thank you for the hydration check, Jirai. Yes, the art is so good. I need to get a piece from it at some point. I'm just very broke. But it's on the list for sure. But yeah, so Fubuki was the protagonist of the first round. The protagonist of the Frozen Frenzy group was actually Stara. Because originally I'd planned on telling you guys who the protagonists were. But then I ended up deciding against it because I didn't want you guys to use that to, in this round, kind of be like, oh, so they couldn't be the mastermind. That makes it easier because what if they left or lived to the end sort of deal, you know? So Star was meant to be the protagonist of that group, and that was sort of meant to be the idea, is the protagonist doesn't survive, leaving the Frozen Frenzy group kind of protagonistless. And also, early on with the Summertime Stars stuff, or Summertime Stars, the idea was like, that would kind of be why the Frozen Frenzy group was actually working together, because it was going to be sort of this idea of like the protagonists kind of get in the way of their groups. But also I was like, I don't really know if that really makes sense. That feels like a lot to cover. And obviously like it's just sort of a made up role. The mastermind makes sense as a role, but the protagonist is only a role if you're telling the story. In universe, it isn't one. So it wouldn't really be necessary to have. And for the Despair Downpour group, it was Rain. Because I like the idea of having a protagonist making it to the end doing nothing, or like, you know, just surviving, a protagonist dying at the end, and a protagonist being a killer at the end. Because again, I thought that sort of dynamic coming into the final round would be really cool. Because it would also mean that all three groups had a different experience and all that. No need for them after. Yeah. And then in this one, Ashton kind of by default becomes the protagonist because Ashton was the ultimate survivor. But yeah, that was why with Sho and Rain, that was why I kind of built that up. I wanted Rain to be very like assertive and aggressive and pushy. I think they also said something about that too. Where are they in here? Yeah, so what Rain had said, the personality of my OC is kind, resting bitch face, a bit tsundere, analytic, a bit quick to trust, which was like some stuff that I kind of had to work around. But the main thing was like, I can see him killing them hands on since he would at least give them that if they have to die. Determined not to die no matter what and prepared to go to great lengths to do that, and unable to hurt animals. And so I was like, perfect, I can work with that. But yeah, everyone was meant to have a different vibe. It was so much fun to write. Yeah, again, it was sort of like, part of it was the struggle of having gotten through so many of these already and needing to like try and find a new way to do it. And with Rain, it's sort of been like, I'd wanted it to be presented as more like Rain being mad that Shotaro kept on not getting it right. Like kind of presenting it as like a reverse Kaide and Shuichi type thing where like Kaide is mad at Shuichi for not figuring it out immediately. Like that was sort of the vibe I was going for. Also, an ad is going to run right now because I've run out of all of my snoozes. I apologize. It'll only be for a minute and then we'll be back. If you need to take this minute to get any water or anything, we're going to keep chatting for a little bit longer. I'm not sure how long. I'm just having fun talking about this, so I'll keep going. But I don't want to say anything while the ad is running and leave people out of it either. Oh no. I don't know. I just, again, like truly such a relief that people enjoyed it. Oh, actually, okay. Something Fossil said to me in the DMs that I will expose. Sorry for exposing you, Fossil. Why is that not running? Hold on. Let's see if I can just force it to go. We'll do 30 seconds instead of a minute and make it easier. Something that Fossil had said was like, why not let like the polls of the chat do it? Like, why not let chat decide, like either secretly or openly, I guess, or Fossil said secretly, but like openly either. That had been one of the ideas I had. Was like, I thought it'd be really cool if at some point you guys could have a say in it, but I was also like, I just can't. The logistics of like making these assets and throwing it all together and doing all of that was just like, there was no way for me to make up an asset on the fly. There was no way for like, and you know, had to just sort of deal with it. It would have been fun. Maybe next time I'll plan around it better and have sort of like multiple endings type deal. Maybe, actually, that would have been a really funny twist if I'd done something like Clue. But the problem with that is also like, because I'd planned out Fossil as a mastermind, if I'd had 4 innocents at the end, maybe that would have worked. But I don't know. But yeah, also, I will say, that entire 7th chapter, the only things I had written, because I couldn't figure out how to end it, and last time people liked it a lot when I was sort of improving it, and didn't realize I was improving it at the end of the last one, with the Russian roulette, I hadn't written that script out either. So I was like, for this one, I'm just going to kind of make myself wing it, because that was fun last time. And all I wrote was, Night 24, the final 4 return to their dorm rooms, terrified of what's to come next. However, soon...
Isn't that sweet?
Popo, don't be silly. Thank you for gifting this up to Loony, though. I appreciate it. Yeah, what I'd written was, the final 4 return to their dorm rooms, terrified of what's to come next. However, soon Ashton wakes up to the sound of someone at his door and the faint smell of smoke. Opening it, a wave of smoke brushes in, and there stands Hikaru, who grabs him by the arm and drags him out of the building without saying a word. Looking back, Ashton can see the entire thing is engulfed in flames. By this point, he's too exhausted by it all to even remark on what's happening. He just lets himself be dragged out by Hikaru. Outside, the two wait and wait and wait. Loony and Fossil never join them. It doesn't take a genius to realize why. Eventually, the fire burns itself out as the sun rises, and when it does, the two go for breakfast. A new announcement blares. It's the final 2. There's no way to have a real vote, but they still must head to the class trial room one final time. And I kind of was like, I don't think I like... I tried to write it, and I couldn't find a way to do it that I liked, so I was like, I don't know, fuck it, I guess. We're just going to improv it. Because, like, obviously the final one, it wasn't hard to figure out who killed them. So it was all about trying to build up the suspense. Yeah. again, that was part of my anxiety was like, are people going to think I'm a little bit weird? Like, imagine some kid came to school one day and was like, hey, I made up Mortal Kombat fatalities of you and also about you. Hope that's cool. Like, that's insane behavior. And I was very worried that people would be like, you're doing a little, like, some of these are a little bit much. It was also, you know, why I was glad that people mostly liked those. A little bit weird, but yeah, that's the thing. Everyone signed up for it, so I was like, at least there's that. But still, like, people might find it a little bit awkward. I don't know. So far, everyone's been pretty positive about it. The ones I was most worried about were ones like Arya and Tetris, where I was like, I kind of made up a lot of things about their personality, and it was a lot. So I was like, I hope you're cool, and they were very happy about it. Yeah, I mean, like, that's part of it too. Like, ultimately, Danganronpa is a game where people die pretty brutally. Yeah, Tetris did get put in a fucking wood chipper. I will say, I think my favorite execution of all of them. Actually, I can't even remember all of them. I'd have to go back and look. There were some that I liked more than others, not because like any of them were bad, I don't think. I think all of them were pretty fun. But like, where is it? Some of them I was just like, I don't know what to do. Squidgies, I think I was so happy with Squidgies. That one turned out really, really well. That one's definitely one of my favorites. I can go through them also. So with Squidgies, that one was mostly just like, that one was based entirely on just like that was, I guess, an original concept. I don't know. That feels pretentious to call it a concept. But like, that was the idea behind it, was like, that one was, I don't think it came from anywhere in particular. Death Muffins was literally named Buried Stars and was based off of Buried Stars. That's how that game begins. Go play Buried Stars. It's extremely good. You'll love, if you like this kind of thing, if this was your thing, frankly, you'll fucking love Buried Stars for sure. Very similar to how that game begins. Absolutely go play it. Also, it made me so happy that Muffin had went back and watched it and was like, I'm so sad. We had this storyline and it's over. And I was like, oh, that felt good. But yeah, absolutely. Buried Stars is so fucking good. Sorry, that's beside the point. Who else do we have for the executions? We had Tarth. Tarth was being... Oh, right, Exploring the Maze. That was right. That one used the robots from Process of Elimination because I couldn't figure that one out. I wanted it to be kind of like that, but also like Ultimate Explorer having to get out. Felix's wasn't really original, but I thought it was fun regardless. I like the idea of having, since Felix had killed Apollo, who was the ultimate martial artist, having like a dummy of Sakura Ogami come in and deliver the killing blow. Just felt like a really fun way to kind of tie them all together. And then Reveries was just the first, like the blast off execution, which is pretty common. I felt like I wanted to have at least one person have like the classic ones. Let me see. In Frozen Frenzy, what were all of them? Maze was an original one, and I was very proud of that one. I put in a lot of work on Maze in particular because I was like, I want the first test in general. I wanted to do a good job for. Mints. Oh, I was really proud of Mints too. That one was one where like the dummies were drawing things, like drawing weapons to throw. Kind of thinking of like the vibes of, like those old like stick fight videos that'd be on YouTube, you know? That was kind of, it wasn't like direct inspiration, but that was kind of what was going through my head when I was imagining it. Yeah, doodle-bobbed them, exactly. For Corritos, Corritos was an original one, I guess, in the sense that like, I mean, I'm sure someone thought of something similar, obviously, but like, there wasn't a particular inspiration for that one. Brielle's, I was really proud of Brielle's. Brielle's was also one of the ones where like, I didn't realize until I was reading out how brutal that one might be. Because that one's the interrogation one where they're like one after another going in trying to get the secrets out of Brielle. And it works for a bit, but then she runs out of secrets and then they kill. That one I was like, as I was reading it, I was like, oh, I may not be the sociopath allegations with this one, Jesus. But then everyone liked it, so that was fine. Your favorite Get Zero. Get Zero Escape, yeah, definitely. Actually, there's usually a bundle of all the Zero Escape games plus Eye of the Somnium files. Also get Eye of the Somnium files. Great fucking game. Super underrated, people are weird. Inescapable. Yeah, check out Inescapable. I did actually, okay, that is the funny thing. I did lift some shit from Inescapable. There's a point in Inescapable where they have a bunch of, each person in the game has like a box hidden around the island that they're on. And the box has a secret in it. And if they don't open the box, then they can redeem it for like $20,000 cash. Yeah, the box, yeah. And so I was like, you know what? That is a good gimmick. That's a good motive. That's a good incentive. It was just done really shitty in that one. And so for mine, I was like, fuck it. We're gonna have multiple boxes for each, there's no limit to the number of boxes. Just kind of everyone's hunting. And it made sense for Bo's character, I thought. Yeah, Zobby's execution also I was very happy about. That one was so stupid. Everything Zobby's chapter was so fun. Actually, okay. For people who know Zobby had taken a bit of a break. Like I'd submitted for this and pretty shortly after took a break, but I still wanted to include him because I love Zobby. Zobby's a sweetheart. And also Zobby's design is really, really good. And so at the time, somewhere around there, Zobby had been like, hey, would it be okay if I took myself out of this? And I was like, you can if you want to, but like you don't feel like you have to like think on it, I guess, for a little bit. Like sort of, I think that you would, I think this would be fun. I think it would be fun to have you in it. I think that you would enjoy this, especially if you come back and are still enjoying this stuff. And so Zobby's 8, and I was very grateful because Zobby's was so much fun to write. The kill on Sylvie was really fun. I was a little bit worried about Sylvie not liking that one, so I was very glad to hear that Sylvie also enjoyed it. Finding from the escape. I mean, to be fair, you and about, what is it at this point, like 350,000 people or something? That video's gotten, I don't, that's another one where also, probably as much as I did with the Danganronpa video, 367,000 views on that one, yeah. So that and this Danganronpa video were easily the two projects that while I was working on them, I told anyone and everyone who I felt comfortable bothering that I thought it was going to flop, no one was going to like it, it was going to suck, everyone's going to hate it, and so far they've done really well, so that was cool. Sure. But yeah, like, yeah, so I used the boxes one from that. I just felt like that would be fun. I didn't use any of their executions because their executions were shit. And also all of their murders were just Danganronpa Chapter 1 for the most part, so why bother? But, who else? Oh yeah, Zobby was the last one in that group, and then in Despair Downpour. That one, part of me worried that it would seem like I had rigged it for Demi to be the first killer, because, again, everyone who knows Demi knows the don't be suspicious. Which I didn't remember until like the other day when I saw it in like a Jenna Marbles watching TikToks video, that actually was not something Demi came up with. It's just something I associate so heavily with Demi. But when it rolled that way, I was like, perfect. Demi dying like that? Excellent. Thank you for the follow, Ever Waiting Sleeper. Welcome in. Yeah, Demi's, I honestly was a little bit worried that one was a bit anticlimactic, but also I thought it was a perfect combination of like silly and dumb and also kind of like vicious in the way that Danganronpa kills are. Like, yeah, next time we'll have an 11037 for sure. Oh no, just, right, yeah. 037, I'm dumb. But yeah, Demi's was the execution where they were on the stage pulled from Zobbies, which I thought was also just kind of like funny. And Forced to Dance, and then the loonies. That is a real thing in Canada, by the way. Assholes will throw loonies and toonies at strippers as like tips. And like they'll leave the clubs with bruises sometimes. Like it's fucking awful. If you do that, when you get hit by a car, it won't be me, but I will be cheering that person on. Anyways, Draco's kill. Draco's kill was one where like I was writing that chapter and I obviously knew that Draco had to kill Jinx somehow, and I didn't know how it was gonna happen. And I kind of like as I was writing it, I was like, I don't know, maybe they're flying together. Oh, I could do that. And like that one was a real rough one. Draco's execution was fun. I liked that one. Kumiho's, that one I was worried people would think I was kind of like just sort of copying out me, like, I don't know, everything. But like, I like the idea of a shapeshifter like getting confident in their abilities of like, oh yeah, I dodged all of these because I'm not that person. That can't kill me. And then just getting taken out in such an anticlimactic way felt very like, it felt appropriate for it. And also meant that I got to revisit a couple of the ones that I really liked. Baji's execution, also really like that one. That one was very silly. The smash with the judge's gavel thing. Excuse me. And then Bose. Bose I was also so proud of. Bose was a lot of fun to write. As soon I was like, because obviously part of the joke is that like people think that Krim is a cowboy. Like he's not, he's a musician, but like the flannel and the hat make it look like that. And so there was a bit where somebody accused Krim of faking their ultimate as the ultimate cowboy or something. Yeah, exactly, man. I thought that was kind of like, what would be the kill of or against the shapeshifter? Like, it's just a kill. Yeah, with Bose, I kind of wanted to play into the joke that we have of Krim being like, people thinking that Crim's a cowboy. And also like bull riding. I'm from Alberta. We do have the Calgary Stampede. Stuff going on with that. That's another thing. I've never actually been to it. But I was like, you know what? What if we had like a rodeo thing? And I don't know. I thought that having the Crim dummy kill Bo felt very like poetic at the end. And what were the ones in this one? Haya's kill I was very excited for because I didn't really know how to make that one work. But I felt like it made sense actually for someone who was like relatively unimposing to swing first, or like to try and pull something so early, because they were like, it needs to be now or it's going to be never, because I'm going to be the one who gets killed, you know? And then the crowd crush one, I don't know, I thought that one was just sort of like an interesting, I didn't want any of the executions to feel like I was just doing the same thing twice, which is why they got a little bit complicated towards the end. Rain's execution, I felt like I could have done better, but I still really liked it. I felt like I needed to like rewrite it or something, but like I didn't know how to. But I really wanted the idea of like the actor having like the squib vest, having them burst, and then once the squibs run out, that's when they're real bullets. Part of the difficulty is also like the execution song is like 1 minute and 20 seconds. So I was trying to fit it in and like fit the rhythm of that. Obviously I went over a lot because I'm a yapper, but either way. Puffy's execution, that one was when I had the name for that one first with the like thicker than, or blood is thick, or thicker than water. And I wanted to do something like that, but I couldn't think of the right way to like frame the setting of it. And so eventually I was like, no, we'll just have it be like Puffy's own curiosity is eventually what kills him, which I thought worked well. And then Nyantsume is the final execution of it. I was like, it's a bit much. Part of me thought I would, or the original thing was just to do the like preparation of the corpse and have that be the whole execution. But I was like, A, funeral director, there's more to it. And also B, Nyantsume had also mentioned multiple lives. I can't remember what exactly, hold on, let me find it. Nyantsume. I have the ability 9 lives, died 5 times, leaving 4 left. So I was like, okay, cool. We'll get you. I guess I did fuck. Maybe I did an extra one in there by accident. Whoops. God damn it. I think I thought there were 5 left. Oh well. That's a slight error in the canon. Pretend that one of those didn't happen. Whichever one you liked the least of the bunch. But yeah, I definitely wanted the like body preparation, because one of the things also that Nyantsume mentioned was something along the lines of like, if I killed someone, I would be okay with dying if I'm caught because life has to end. It's natural. I accept my fate and basically like say, see you guys in my next life. That was sort of the vibe of it. But then like came back. I like to think of it as like the cat came back the very next day, like kind of walked around the corner and just sort of was like, I'm still here. You know? Enjoying the kills. I'm glad. But yeah, I don't know. I had so much fun with it. Also, I will say, when I said, is there anything you would like me to know? Julien did say, nothing is off limits. Let me just start there. Do with me as you please. Which was like, goddamn, okay. But also part of it is like, you know, it's not one person's wish fulfillment. It's 57's wish fulfillment, or 57 people's wish fulfillment, which meant trying to make a lot of people happy. But ultimately, I was glad that it, I don't know, turned out the way it meant to. Yeah. I like the idea of having everyone sort, I don't know. The dynamics were fun. Part of me is kind of, I wish I had more like time to do each trial. But also part of me thinks that like it would have gotten boring if I was narrating like 3 hours of it. And also there were some people I felt really, really bad for who signed up for it, like who replied to the original tweet. Oh shit, Nad's about to run. We'll just do 30 seconds, I guess. There were a bunch of people who replied to the tweet who I wanted to include and couldn't because their DMs weren't open and I needed to send them the information about the form and everything. Which was just like, I just felt bad. Because I was like, you seem cool, but also like, I don't want to get in your replies and be annoying. Like, and most of those people don't set their DMs that way deliberately. It's because Twitter fucks up people's settings. There were a couple of people who did respond, but didn't send me the right information. Like, sent me PNGs that weren't workable or like, actually related. If you ever need to get a PNG that doesn't have a background, I mean, in general, if you're getting any art, just ask your artist if they can do it for you. Because I've never met an artist who's like upset at the idea like of sending you one of those. use paint.net and just delete the background, like magic wand it. Do not use the website that's background remover. It will just melt your art and it'll create weird transparent patches in the middle of it, and it's not a good idea. There were a few people who couldn't be included because they didn't have art for it. There were a few people who just didn't respond in time, and I felt bad for them, but you know, again, we'll do it again. They can be included in those. And I'll also give people a lot more heads up in case they do want to get art, because there were a couple people who did get art for this. Haya made art for this. I know Rain had commissioned some art for this. I think there were other people too, but I can't remember. Sorry, yeah. Oh no, I see what you meant. Okay, yeah. But yeah. The next one of these is going to be a Donathon reward thing. Game art. Yeah. Next time will be a Donathon reward. I don't know what we're going to do for it. Last time it was just like a random tier goal. It's going to be a pretty low one. I do want to do it again. So it'll be a goal that I expect to hit. Maybe we'll do it as like, I think I said a season every X amount of things. And go from there. But like, when we do this again, know that it will be a long-term project. Like, there will be a few different stages of it, because I want to make a trailer again. That was so much fun. I've never edited something like that. And so getting to kind of like test out all this stuff and figure it out was really, really fun. I was so glad people liked it. Some parts of it are very rough. Do not pause basically any part of it, especially not the spinning revolver. But yeah, I don't know. All of this was a lot of fun, but I just can't do it in this kind of a crunch again. Like we'll do the streams once every Friday instead of every other day. I don't know why I thought I could do this one yesterday. That was insane. But yeah, I don't know what else there is to say about it. If anyone would like one of those, oh yeah, no wait, I was gonna make a Google Drive folder for everyone with like some of their assets, like the stuff where they're revealed as dead or whatever else, blackened, stuff like that. Just in case they want it. I don't know if people would or not, but like, might as well offer it. If anyone has any specific assets from this that they would like, I don't know if really any of this is made by me. The border thing that you can see, that little gray thing, that's the Danganronpa V3 voting tablet that I had to try a lot to get a screenshot of from somebody's footage. Like, because there's a point like in V3 when you have to go vote, it like zooms in on that. And so I was like going frame by frame trying to get a screenshot that was good enough resolution. The background is by, let me find them again. They're linked in all the descriptions for these, by the way, if you would ever like to go back and find this. All the information, as well as all the, I should say, the credits for everybody in terms of like the links to the artists that they used, their socials, all that stuff is included. Airbus, that's right, Airbus Ramo. You can find all of their info here, as well as the VR chat world that they made with the same setting. I'm like super grateful to them for letting me use this as a background, because I feel like this whole thing could have looked really silly if there wasn't, like, the original background was just going to be like a plain like static image, and I'm so glad they like suggested the class trial, like going into the VR chat world and stuff, because I think that really did kind of add to the, just made it look a little bit nicer, which was cool. And obviously, like, the art is from everybody who did this. The dead icon over the portraits, like the little diamond thing, that one's from V3. Very glad that it's very small because it looks like shit. I like did not do a good job cutting that out. The winner one, I don't even know where I pulled that circle. I just Googled like fucked up circle looking thing or something. I don't know, like a segmented circle, colored it green, put winner over the top of it, and that was what I ran with. And I don't know if there were any other assets that I really used. Did I? I mean, in the video I did. Oh wait, no, right. The last thing I wanted to mention was the last thing I would suggest checking out if you liked any of this stuff was the little spinning revolver opening things. Is it this one? Let me see if I can find it. I think it's this one. Yes, this one. The little like spinning revolver thing. The animation was something I did for my, like, I had to figure out how to do that, which glad that turned out okay. Hold on, I'll put this way so you can actually see the full shadows. But like, this asset was made by, where are they? Blue Eye Warrior on DeviantArt, they just offer it as a template. So if you would like to do that, you can find it over here. And you just download it. It's a PSD file that you can edit in Photoshop, or software that can open Photoshop files that isn't Photoshop. But yeah, these will also, I'll put all of these in the little Google Drive folder that I'm making for everyone, because people can't download them, but I'd like to offer them. If people would like to get the little scene transition things that I have for them that I was making out of them, wherever they are. Hold on, where is this? That's the wrong thing to hide. Fuck, where is it in here? Oh, this one. And then we'll put this back on. Where is it? God, I have so many media files in my like source list in here. This is the one. If I'll play. Oh, this one was Puppo's, I guess. Made one for Puppo. Made one for a few people. If you like one of those, you can let me know and I can see if I can get one together for you. They also have sound. I don't know why sound didn't play on that one. Or probably did for you guys. Oh, right, output because it was a new source, maybe. But yeah, those are available. Those are an option. They're fun. Let me know. It probably won't be rushed because honestly, I'm very tired. This has been a lot. I have to make a video by Friday. That's going to be a lot. Doing this in combination with the Dance Central streams was fucking dumbass idea. I don't know why I did that. That was too much. Anyways, yeah. I don't know if there's anything else really to say about it. I don't want to like, I've probably already dragged on for too long. But I don't know. This was a lot of fun. And also, if anyone would like to do any of these things, like if anyone has any questions about how to do any of this, I don't know if anything I did was impressive enough to really justify asking me for help, but like if anyone does, you can absolutely just like ask me and I can tell you sort of like what I did. Most of it's very simple. And the stuff that's complicated is stuff that I can't really explain because it's just sort of stuff you do whatever. Yeah, thank you guys. I'm just so glad everyone enjoyed it. I hope you had fun. I hope, or everyone seems like they had fun. If you didn't have fun and haven't said anything, terribly sorry for your loss. Imagine them saying the bit from Feather from Sabrina Carpenter. I'm so sorry for your loss, or whatever it was. God damn it, Felix, I got held for misogyny actually. But yeah, I really do appreciate the support. I appreciate everyone enjoying it so much. Honestly, like as much as you guys enjoyed it, it made me happy that other people were having fun, because if you guys weren't, I wouldn't have been. So yeah, had a blast. Okay, well that feels a little mean. Yeah, next time, definitely next time, I think I'll see if there are some people who want to participate as sort of game masters as opposed to having to be like, to do it all myself, because this is maybe too much planning to do by myself. But we'll get there when we get there. But yeah, I'm going to see if we can find someone to raid out to. And then, I don't know what I'll do for the rest of the night. Maybe just hang out. I've not had a normal stream in ages. Who is live? Let me see if I rated somebody recently. I mean, it's okay. I think that Loony and Yeti were also talking about that. Let me see. I have rated them recently. Not many people live right now, actually, all things considered. I do wish that the thing would tell you like how recently you rated out to somebody, but whatever. So I want to do it like twice in a week and forget, but we'll see. Hold on. Papa, if you're still here, check your DMs real quick. Yes, everyone get a good rest. Again, if you would like to check any of these out, they're going to be on the VoD channel. They're going to be preserved there. You can find them all there. One of our winners is streaming. That is correct. I'm checking to see if they're going to be done right away. Okay, they're not ending right now, so we're going to raid out to them. We're going to raid out to the lovely Jaewon. Doesn't want spoilers? Yes, nobody mentioned... actually, I don't know if I can trust you guys to not spoil it. Can I trust you guys to not spoil it? Wait, does Jay have a mod that can like instantly ban people if someone tries? You know what? I trust you guys. You probably won't do that. That would be silly. Or alternatively, make up fake spoilers. if you feel the need to say anything, say that the execution, or no, don't say anything. No fake spoilers either. Just, but yes, he asked not to be spoiled. Don't say anything. I thought it might be funny to do fake spoilers, but I don't know if that would frustrate him anyways. But yes. Yes, just the raid message. Don't talk about the game at all. That will be the rule. There's the raid message for non-subscribers. We'll do the raid message for the first one again anyways. Just make sure that everyone gets it. Yes. If anyone does spoil it, I will just be telling Jaewon that I told everyone to lie. And also I will be banning you. Don't ruin this. Okay? Let everyone enjoy it. But yeah. On that note, thank you guys again for being here. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you have a good time. I hope you have a good night with whatever you end up doing. If you end up staying with Jaewon, if you end up bouncing around between other streamers, or if you go to sleep too. Spoilers get you banned here and also probably over there, honestly. But yeah. We'll do that now. Thank you again. Good night, everyone. Appa.